Apparently, the envelope of the balloon floated off and landed on someone's roof.
Fox's Christina Coleman. The FAA and NTSB will investigate. America is listening to Fox News.
Indeed is the job site that makes hiring as easy as 1, 2, 3. Post, screen, and interview. All on Indeed. Get your quality shortlist of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description faster. Only pay for the candidates that meet must-have qualifications, according to Talent Nest. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined. If you're hiring, you need Indeed. Get started right now with the free $75 sponsored job credit to upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/Fox. Indeed.com/Fox. Offer valid through June 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
The former police officer convicted of killing George Floyd in Minneapolis has been sentenced. Fox's Lauren Green has the story.
I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family.
Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin sentenced to 22 and a half years for the killing of George Floyd. 10 years more than the presumptive sentencing guidelines, but less than many had wanted.
Chauvin also faces federal charges. Authorities are investigating after men trying to get into the crew compartment of a plane at Los Angeles International Airport. Chelsea Edwards with Fox affiliate KTTV reports.
The suspect allegedly tried to get into the cockpit before opening that plane door and then jumping right onto the tarmac. This was a SkyWest flight 5365. Now, we're told that suspect tried to multiple times to open the cockpit door before exiting the plane. LAX police said in a statement that the male who exited the aircraft was treated for injuries and transported to the hospital. No one on board the aircraft was injured, and the aircraft was able to taxi back to the gate area.
The plane was in the process of departing for Salt Lake City. The Boss is back on Broadway after a long break. Fox's Michelle Polino reports.
Springsteen on Broadway returns for a series of performances through September 4th at the St. James Theater. The show is an intimate solo concert from the Grammy-winning artist, which tells the story of his life.
If you're David, a few well-chosen words can help level the playing field with Goliath. I'm Holland Cook from survivalspeech.com. Recently, I saw a Yellow Pages ad for an appliance repair company, and the headline read, "Why wait for Sears?" If you're going to the Yellow Pages, the Dead Sea Scrolls of advertising, you're ready to buy right now. So this is an attention-grabbing message. And how about the plumber whose radio ad says, "Call by noon Thursday, and we'll be there Saturday at no extra cost"? Smart guy. Most plumbing firms give their crew the weekend off. This one gives them Sunday and Monday off. In the words of a respected advertising executive, cut to the chase, make it quick, and tell me exactly what you can do for me, especially if you're looking for work. For more tips on critical communication skills for the way things are now, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
We have a breaking news blast on the tragic situation happening across the country in which more than 40,000 Americans have been trapped in a Confessions animal hoarding marathon on Animal Planet for the last 13 hours. The Animal Hoarders Marathon began at 9 this morning as victims were preparing for a full day before hearing the fateful sound of the show's opening credits. Almost instantly, thousands were pinned to their couches by a story of a heavyset homosexual living with his partner, his toothless sister, and 31 chihuahuas. Rescue workers rushed to free as many victims as they could.
The rope secure? Rope secure. We're gonna get you out of here. Just hold on a second, ma'am.
Wait, I think the next one is about monkeys.
Ready? Ready! Pull!
No, wait. Can I just see what happens with the feral cat?
In other parts of the country, rescue workers enlisted volunteers who had already seen the episodes to spoil them for the victims.
Oh, yeah, this one. This is about the lady living with the dogs in the trailer. She doesn't even get evicted in the end.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It is Free Talk Live from Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. We are here at Pork Fest, or the Porcupine Freedom Festival. I actually finally managed to get down. I actually got down last night to look at the Porcupine Freedom Festival, which, as you may have noticed, is this thing happening down there where the rest of this is just, it's hard to characterize what this is other than just a party. But I finally got down there. It's awesome to see the ForkFest.party banner hanging up in the Crypto 6 Pavilion. It's awesome that there is a Crypto 6 Pavilion. I didn't even know that until yesterday and today I had to do a presentation on the long-term ramifications as I see them of the case against the Crypto 6. And I did this as a member of the Crypto 6 from the Crypto 6 Pavilion with a ForkFest.party banner hanging up behind me. And there was no part of it that I didn't enjoy. Plus, getting to speak with people afterward who had similar stories to share was absolutely amazing, such as Phil here from... Bill, I'm sorry. I wrote that down wrong. You're from the United Kingdom, correct?
Correct, from England, yeah.
And you told your story to Chris Wade. I haven't heard it yet. You said it's very similar to what happened with us, only you didn't get your door kicked in.
Correct, yeah. So, when I came to ForkFest in 2015, I really at that point found out about cryptocurrency properly.
Right. PorkFest is really good about that.
Yeah.
I mean, here you see people actually spending and using cryptocurrency in day-to-day transaction. It's just glorious to watch.
And I thought, well, look, this is the coming thing. I need to get into this space, and also I need to spread this. This needs to be brought out there, right? And so I bought a vending machine,
Bitcoin vending machine,
a Bitcoin vending machine, yeah. Okay. And in 2017, I set that up in a shop in England, and in
was this your shop in England?
Not my shop. It's
but someone you knew who was willing to let you rent the space.
Yeah. Okay. Essentially, then later on after that, I bought a second machine later that year, or the following year, and set that up as well. And
I don't blame you for what I've heard. I mean, it's really low maintenance, and it's not a bad way of helping people acquire Bitcoin.
Exactly, and I have the technical background to be able to understand it and do those things themselves, so I'm not dependent on third parties, right? And so this was running, and obviously one of the things I was always very concerned about is first of all, like, official disapproval.
Right. From the beginning, cryptocurrency advocates and just Bitcoin advocates, we all knew that governments weren't going to like it.
Yeah. And I was very concerned about the tax position because, again, obviously when you're doing something that's not illegal but is disapproved of, you will get investigated and you will have to pay tax on that. And so, my plan always was render unto Caesar. They've got their face on it. I give it back to them. I'm paying them in their own tokens.
Right.
So it was never...
It's interesting you say that. One of the posts on my website, one of my websites, Reformed Satanic Church, is titled Give Unto Caesar. But it's more a suggestion of getting people to stop using government money and get them to use cryptocurrency instead, because these fiat currencies, they are Caesar's money, and Caesar does control them.
Yeah.
So stop using Caesar's money.
But also, if you face a tax bill, I mean, these people are issuing worthless tokens by the billion and by the trillion. If you give some of that back to them, really, they've not gained.
That's true. Well,
and
it's different here in the United States, given how much war and inflation occurs here, and the inflation being used to pay for the war. I would argue that even using USD is a way of helping fund the war machine.
Oh, definitely, yeah. But my take on it was always that, basically, I was anticipating, it was very much low profile at the time, and nobody's interested, and I expected disapproval in the future.
Sure.
And
I expected disapproval,
and a way of dealing with that is to you pay tax on it, and you be as upfront as possible with them.
Sure.
And if they present a hoop, you give them a hoop. You help them out if they have any questions, and that has always been my approach, is to be as absolutely straightforward and open as possible. And one effect of that very quickly is I found that no bank would do business with me.
Yep.
Right. So I switched to a model of being entirely self-funding. I'd deposit no cash, and all trading would be two ways. All buying and selling would, and and if I couldn't find,
Isn't it messed up that banks wouldn't do business with you because you were involved with cryptocurrency, and yet we now have banks like Wells Fargo offering to open up crypto wallets for their customers?
Yeah,
it's like you vile little disgusting hypocrite here.
Well, it wasn't that they wouldn't do business with me. They wouldn't accept deposits. They wouldn't accept deposits based on the sale of cryptocurrencies.
Okay,
right. So that meant that I did not go down the exchange route. I went through the self-funding route.
Okay.
And so this basically became a business that was based on capital of my IT consultancy income.
Sure.
That provided the stock, and then it we bought and sold. We're just buying cheap and selling dear, which is as old as there's been money, and this is how trade works. So that was all basically going. I was definitely. I would say, the shopkeepers got really good at this, but there was probably once a week, once every 2 weeks, they would have to intervene to stop criminal misuse.
Really?
Yeah. Typically fraud. That would be the thing. I mean, you have very typical signs of it, which is somebody goes up to the machine and they don't know a thing about it, and they put
they've been hit with romance scams. And
romance scams, tax scams.
It's so hard to, especially with romance scams. It's so hard to talk people out of it once they're caught in it.
Oh, believe me, I have spoken to more people than I can count.
I'm sure.
Who. And it's the same story. So, and I have a particular passer for it, which is like, so your boyfriend or your husband, have you met the gentleman concerned? We met him. Yeah.
They will lie.
Oh yeah, God, yeah. And it's
because they're so wrapped up, they've already invested so much that they just can't admit to themselves that they're lying. They're like, yeah, I met, but they haven't.
No, of course not. No, and then it's like, well. So he wants you to send money, and this machine, it doesn't really send money. This is for buying cryptocurrency, and I don't let people send money with it because first of all it's illegal, and secondly it's strongly associated with fraud, and
right.
And you just ask them a few questions, and they don't seem to know anything. So, and it always says so I mean he's getting you to what I mean, but where does he live? And he said, it's like, he's a UN troop soldier, and he's posted to Mogadishu, and he needs help to get out. And I said, look, I heard that before from so many people, and he's not.
I know, right? Man.
He's not.
We spent one episode of Free Talk Live talking to one of these guys who got caught up in a romance scam. He just kept sending this girl money because she promised she had millions of dollars to help her get home because she ran this import-export business, and he sank his entire life savings into this. And the only reason it ever stopped was because he ran out of money.
Yeah.
No one ever successfully talked him into it.
No, and I mean, obviously, all these people like that. I mean, it's immediate lifetime ban from me.
Sure.
I don't do business with people like that.
Well, you don't want to help people be defrauded.
Exactly. There's the moral aspect of it, and then there is the fact is, as in any business, I was absolutely not cryptocurrencies, but any business of any sort, you do not want police visits from distraught former customers of yours, where it's like, oh, we came to your shop and like we've lost all our money. I mean, when that starts happening on a regular basis, something bad will happen, and it won't necessarily be that they they prosecute you for that particular thing, but they will, it happens.
They will find some other reason.
They'll find something, and so I had a very strict protocol about this, which is basically the shopkeepers. You say you take that straight to the police. Right,
okay.
You take that straight to the police. So this meant that I it kind of keeps it real, because the local police force they somebody comes in again and says, look, I was trying to buy some Bitcoin and I talked to the shopkeeper and he said I should come to you, right, and show you these messages on WhatsApp, right, because he thought they were criminal, and so I had lots and lots of things. I know I'd have like a transaction limit. So I'd have a lifetime transaction limit of £1,500, and then you hit that.
Phil, can you stick with us for one more segment, because we haven't gotten into what happened?
All right. So anyway, 2020.
Well, hold on. Stick around for one more second. More coming up. This is Free Talk Live.
After a devastating war, the alien visitors were driven back, and their willing human collaborators were left behind to face the music. When Emma Jean Anderson's ex-lover springs her from prison, Nathan Foster and his 14-year-old nephew Ben are tasked with bringing the pair to justice. An easy enough job until they discover something is inside Emma Jean, and the fate of the planet hangs in the balance. The Family Business by Mike Coopery from BaneBooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you're helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live.
They have to pass a law that all the guns that are currently there have to disappear in a puff of smoke. That's what they have to do.
Oh, wait, you mean the bad guys won't actually give up their firearms when the authorities come around to confiscate them?
It doesn't really matter that they won't give up their firearms because we're going to pass a law.
Oh, because we pass a law, they'll just all disappear.
Right, yeah.
Man, it's just amazing how powerful laws are.
Yes.
How just
laws aren't a bunch of dumb crap written on paper. They actually do something. It's really, really stupid.
What will be stupid is if they vote for it.
Yeah, if
take our guns.
You know, these criminals with the guns are going to kill people.
Yeah, they already are, apparently.
And if you don't have a weapon of your own, you're just as good as dead. Once the laws go into effect, that there shouldn't be any weapons anymore because then they know that the good people don't have weapons.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
After a devastating war, the alien visitors were driven back, and their willing human collaborators were left behind to face the music. When Emma Jean Anderson's ex-lover springs her from prison, Nathan Foster and his 14-year-old nephew Ben are tasked with bringing the pair to justice. An easy enough job until they discover something is inside Emma Jean, and the fate of the planet hangs in the balance. The Family Business by Mike Coopery from BaneBooks.com. Got Telegram? You can follow our channel there and discuss show prep with other listeners at telegram.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live from Rogers Campground here at Fork Fest 2021 in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. There's still time. Get down here. We're here until July the 4th, and there's all sorts of things to see and do, people to talk to. But I want to tell you about Liberty.menu because it's a tool for our community. At its heart is a repository of events, businesses, and more for libertarians around the world. There's no cost to use Liberty.menu, but there is a catch. To use the site, you must adhere to the principles of non-aggression. If that means you and you want to connect with other voluntarists, liberty.menu is the place to do it. Use code FTL to get a special badge, liberty.menu. Now, I'm sitting here with Bill from the United Kingdom, who, after attending the Porcupine Freedom Festival back in 2015, you acquired some Bitcoin vending machines and you set those up, and you had the shopkeepers who own these shops at the places you set these machines up look for, signs of fraud and things like that, and
criminal misuse.
Yeah, and that's sort of where we left off. So what happened next?
So in January 2020, the British government, in line with the rest of the world, brought in regulation of Bitcoin, and basically the same model as banking or insurance or mortgages or any of these other, or buying a house, or all these things. And
I haven't followed it. What's the cryptocurrency regulation like in the United Kingdom?
Well, I didn't know about it either, so it wasn't. And
you just carried on business as normal.
Well, I could because I was trading before January 2020. I was grandfathered in for the first year.
Okay.
So I carried on, and I kept my transactions always below any declaration threshold,
right,
a long way below, and I systematically stopped and prevented criminal misuse and made sure that anything like that, and I tracked totals and everything, and if somebody was putting in significant money, I would find out what was going on and so on, and the whole thing. But in 2020 the regulation began, and if I wanted to carry on trading after the end of 2020, I would need to apply for regulation. So I did this in it's really, it's an online registration thing, and it's absolutely more complicated than you could possibly imagine.
I can imagine. Anything dealing with the government is overly complicated, and a cryptocurrency regulation submission document, I can only imagine how complicated that really is.
And it took a couple of weeks to really do it, and
But you did do it.
I did do it, and I was entirely open and straightforward about the business model, right? That I only deal in small amounts below declaration thresholds. We have, again, one of these sort of globalist New World Order things called the General Protection of Data Privacy or something like that. So once I start gathering customer data and email addresses, names and IDs, it's a hugely complicated, expensive system to manage it. And so, the way not to be caught up in that is you keep it anonymous. You don't not to know your customer.
Right, but you weren't keeping it anonymous, right?
I was, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know my customers, right? So I had a,
Well, you mentioned, having thresholds for each customer and things
no,
like that.
No, it's not customers. It's a per address. So it's a per address lifetime limit.
Gotcha.
Of £1,500, which.
So in theory, they could, create a new address.
Basically, what it means is, they could, but there's also a daily limit on the machine as well. And frankly, if somebody parts putting 1,000, didn't have that much stock, someone starts filling it with cash, I have to turn the machine off because I have to balance buying and selling has to match.
Sure.
Right, and it frequently got turned off because it was just popular, and the commission as well would I'd have to put the commission up to balance the two flows.
Okay.
Right, and so really the prospect of somebody seriously using that for money laundering is useless. I mean, you just can't put enough money in.
Okay.
Right, if you wanted to money launder, you'd open a takeaway business or something and just declare vastly more sales than you through your cash register than actually came into the shop.
Sure.
Right, deposit that perfectly legitimately in the banking system, right? And I know for a fact this goes on all over England.
It likely goes on here in the United States as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
one of the easiest ways to money launder.
Gamble with it. You just don't. You declare all your winnings, and it turns out you're really good at betting on horses. You declare your winnings. You don't declare your losses. You're a great gambler. You're a professional gambler now, right? And of course, now you can declare that, and you can pay tax on that, and everything's fine. I don't think you even have to pay tax on gambling proceeds in England, actually. Right?
You do in the United States, at least. But the United States taxes everything.
Yes, but England is sometimes quite gambling friendly. But so anyway, I made this application, and I absolutely, totally straight with them, and I listed all my addresses in use. Obviously, the nature of Bitcoin, I basically only sold Bitcoin. I sold Dash and Litecoin as well. Nobody ever bought it. They weren't interested.
Sure. Most people are interested in the big one.
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's what they want. And I told them the business. Basically, told them what I told you about limits, about if you, and like what the real consequences of it if somebody really was trying to launder money with me, which is they just they reach beyond the end of my willing ability to hold large piles of cash,
right?
And I get stuck with the fact that I've turned my machine off, right?
Sure.
And that's the end of it. So I'm basically as confident as I can be that actually it was more or less impossible. Fraud got stopped, money laundering got stopped. It all worked, but the regulations came in the form. I told them how this worked. I gave a list of the addresses. I said, how obviously the nature of it is that the addresses rotate.
Right, because it's a Bitcoin HD wallet.
You don't use the same. It's a per effectively per transaction.
Right,
and so this I heard absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, it was maybe an email acknowledgement, but automated email acknowledgement, and
saying,
I paid
"Hey, we received your thing."
Yeah, and I paid them as well. I said paid £3,000.
Wow. Okay.
For this application, and nothing. Month went by, 2 months went by. In maybe late November or early December.
Almost the entire year.
Yeah, well, I only did it in September, so it was a few months. Right.
So you took your time doing it in the first place. Good for you.
Yeah. Well, not on purpose. I've been meaning to do it. Know.
Well, they gave you a time window.
They gave me a year, and I got it in by September. It was a really complicated application.
Sure.
It's natural to put things off if they're
if they're tedious and dull and boring.
And
filling out this application must be
exactly. And
at least you didn't have to hire an attorney to fill it out for you, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, I probably they're expecting me to.
Yeah.
Right.
So they finally got back to you in late November?
They got back to me in late November. Again, not a personally addressed email, but basically they said, we've not had time to review your applications. Right.
Right.
And that's everybody. And I guess this was in their sort of massive built-in disruption of everyone working from home and
sure.
Pretending to be ill all the time. And and they gave me a temporary license. They gave me a temporary operating license. So compulsory for people grandfathered in. Compulsory regulation began near the beginning of January 2021. Okay. I had a temporary operating license until 9th of July this year. Right. And again, heard nothing. Right. And then so about 3 weeks ago, they
wow, so this is recent.
Yeah.
Like more recent than the Crypto 6.
Oh, yeah, it was significantly after that. And they did get back to me and said, we'd like a meeting with you. Right? And so, yes, fine, of course, and we agreed a date.
You got more of this story?
Yeah.
Awesome. Stay with us one more segment. Coming to you live from, not live, I keep saying live. We're not live. We're pre-recorded. Live to tape, Mark calls it. We're at Porkfest. You can still join us. We're here until July the 4th. More coming up. It's Free Talk Live.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
Hey, you are going to love the movie Victimless Crime Spree. It's hilarious, heartwarming, and carries a ton of inspiring freedom messages. Feeling down about the lack of liberty in your life? You need to put on this film with some friends and have a good laugh. It's a true story about me and my friends in New Hampshire living free, singing, dancing, and getting arrested. Of course, it's all on video, and the bad guys, the cops, judges, bailiffs, and sheriffs, they all play their part like it's out of a movie or something. You would think we scripted the whole thing, but it's real life. Go ahead and have a watch, and if it's been a while, have another look. I guarantee you'll notice things now that you didn't notice before. And the best part is that you're going to walk away feeling a renewed sense of your own power. You are the master of your destiny, and you will be free in your lifetime. Victimless Crime Spree.
My name is Jacob Hornberger. I'm president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, which Congressman Ron Paul awarded for having an outstanding freedom website. Write us at fff@fff.org, and we'll send you a free 3-month subscription to our monthly journal of libertarian essays and our booklet, Economic Liberty in the Constitution, which George Mason University economics professor Walter Williams praised in a recent column. That's fff@fff.org.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com. On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
Do you appreciate what we do? Help us advertise, market, and promote for just $5 a month at amp.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live from Forkfest 2021 here in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. Here talking with Bill from the United Kingdom about cryptocurrency and his experiences selling Bitcoin. If you have no idea what we're talking about, then it's time to get over to bitcoin.com. It has everything you need to learn the basics of cryptocurrency. Just click Getting Started or Get Started at the top. Has a number of cool little videos there for you. It takes 3 or 4 minutes to learn. And this is world-changing information. If you don't know anything about it, it is well past time to learn. Check it out, bitcoin.com. And if you already know about cryptocurrency, there's still something for you at bitcoin.com. Stay up to date on all the latest headlines and all the news that's relevant to you at news.bitcoin.com, all on a sleek and easy-to-use modern website. Again, bitcoin.com, the best place to learn about cryptocurrency. They'll even give you some free cryptocurrency. I don't remember the exact web address for that, but check it out. That's there and so much more at bitcoin.com. As mentioned, I'm joined here by Bill, and we're discussing his experiences running Bitcoin vending machines in the United Kingdom.
In England.
I'm sorry?
In England.
In England. You don't like the United Kingdom?
Well, I don't dislike it, but it's just like, sort of glamorizes the whole political structure, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess it does.
Yeah.
Okay. I will stick with England then. So you had Bitcoin vending machines in England. They developed some cryptocurrency regulations. Was that 13 years after the invention of Bitcoin? They finally got around to it. And they allowed you to be grandfathered in because you were existing prior to the creation of these regulations. Then they were so swamped with these applications that they issued you a temporary license so that you could continue operating your business. And that's pretty much where we left off.
All right. And so about 3 weeks ago, that is 9 months after my application and payment of the fees, they said they want a meeting with me. All right. And so I agree. And it was a fascinating meeting.
I can imagine it was. Yeah. I mean, you're sitting down with government officials to talk about your business model that sells Bitcoin.
So, and they were perfectly polite and friendly and very clear. They were absolutely clear about what their requirements were, what their concerns were. First interesting thing was the people doing the meeting. So there was a I would say a relatively normal, younger than me English guy there who was the official host of the meeting, but there was also a much more senior American. And this is
interesting.
This is a financial conduct authority in the City of London, right?
Okay.
The official arm of the regulatory arm of the British government, and there was also from accent I would say a Russian lady, but I don't know her nationality or background, but I'm assuming.
So a Russian, an American, and an English person.
Yeah, a presumed Russian.
Presumed Russian, sure.
Presumed maybe other similar Slavonic nationality, and.
That's a weird mix of people.
Yeah,
to be talking to cryptocurrency, talking with cryptocurrency.
Although, to be fair to them, it's not a particularly unusual mix in the City of London.
Okay.
Right, and she and the meeting very quickly became really the more senior American guy's meeting, and in my opinion, which is not a criticism of them at all,
right.
And basically they went through a number of concerns they had, which was...
Were these general concerns, or were these pertaining to your particular business model?
Pertaining to my particular business model.
Okay.
Right. First of all, they were very critical of the absence of KYC because...
Oh, I'm sure.
they said that was absolutely required, and I had looked through everything in all the information they sent me, and it was not mentioned once. Right. And there's a lot mentioned about what steps you take to prevent the laundering of money and terrorist misuse and criminal misuse and all those things, all of which I do. And
right.
There was nothing anywhere that said KYC, get real IDs, check them out, have all these things. Right? Nothing.
Well, why would there be? You don't have to have that to have a candy bar vending machine.
No, exactly. Or to sell gold and silver coins in a shop front or any of these things. Or anyway, so they were particularly critical of that. But the real meat of it came when
were they correct in saying that KYC is required?
No, they were particularly. I don't know. I don't think for anyone who's not really experienced in that, it'd be very difficult to.
It's not a legal battle that you're looking to fight.
It's not a legal battle I'm looking to fight.
Okay.
If they say I need it, then that's fine.
Okay.
And
regulations on the fly.
Yeah.
Only in the modern world where a regulator can just tell you, oh yes, you have to do this, without having to actually point to any law on the books that says.
They actually did point to the law. They said it's in like their 2017 anti-money laundering legislation.
That's what they always do.
Yeah, and
money laundering. Yes, asking for your ID is going to help with that.
It's literally like 40 pages long, or more. The document, and
see,
it's
you
in
say
legalese.
That, and I know that sounds like it should be terrible, but I'm an American,
yeah.
And a 40-page bill here would be a godsend. But it's going to be more like 800 here.
It might have been. It might have been longer. I mean, I couldn't read it. I couldn't understand it.
No, I mean, of course not. It's all in legal jargon that is specifically designed to keep the average person like you and me from understanding what we're reading.
Exactly, and they did say I should have read. I should read the law, and which is not very easy. But
then you should write laws that are readable.
Yeah, and all they really needed to do was somewhere say, these are your requirements for running a Bitcoin vending machine. You need to. All transactions over this size, or every transaction, you need to have real ID. You need to confirm it, and it'll cause you legal problems if you're wrong.
Yeah,
right?
It should have been like a page long at the max.
Yeah, right. So they didn't have that, but then they started. Then they were very displeased about the like they said that all these situations where I was stopping. They said that it was not it was improper that I was stopping customers this way. Because
what would they rather have you do?
Well, they said because by that point they've already put money into the machine. Now, sometimes, often a lot of the time...
Well, I can imagine you can open up the machine and give them their money back, right?
If they can return the Bitcoin to me.
Sure.
Which they always can't.
Right, because they sent it to their Nigerian prince lover.
But also, I pointed out to them that the people who do that all have valid ID.
Also a good point.
You know,
and they can always just go into the shop and buy these prepaid debit cards and send those as well. And they do that.
Yeah.
Why is it the FBI raiding Visa? Because Visa is complicit in these things.
Absolutely.
They sell those prepaid debit cards.
And they could do Western Union transfers. They could do interbank transfers. There's all sorts of things they could do and do, right? And in the case of me, whenever anybody did that, you'd see straight away. And I would say, getting on for 9 out of 10 times, you stop them before they even use the machine because they don't know how to use it, and they've got a QR code, and it's been sent to them by WhatsApp. The retailer sees it and he says, don't use the machine.
Yeah.
And if you carry on using it, I'll turn it off. Right?
And I can guarantee you that you have a higher success rate than Walmart or Target or any of these others preventing fraud.
Yeah. Basically, that was all stopped, and those people and I circulated pictures of people who were known fraudsters to other vending operators and things like that. So
you performed a valid public service.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you helped people.
Basically, it worked. Right. It worked, but it wasn't what they wanted. It wasn't the technique they wanted, which is KYC based. So but
as you pointed out, KYC is not going to help with that. The little old lady trying to get Bitcoin to send it to her Nigerian prince lover, she has a valid ID.
Yeah, exactly.
How is that going to help?
Then they said, but basically the real meat of their complaint was that the company was required by law to have an anti-money laundering officer, which obviously is just a company of just me.
So you just assigned yourself that title.
I assigned that title to myself, and I said, I said, I have a policy with the retailers. I described it, which is basically what we said already about these typical signs of criminal activity, which by this time the retailers know like the back of their hand because they're seeing it once or twice a week, right? And so it's not like they're idiots, right? And they said I was not a fit and proper person to be the anti-money laundering officer of this organization. And this is because all my experience, and I have worked for banks, right? But all my experience is IT. It's not anti-money laundering. And not only do I have no qualifications, but for a business like this, it would need to be qualifications and experience of a minimum level. So I'm looking, I reckon in dollar terms, I'm talking they'd say I'd have to hire an anti-money laundering officer, and I reckon, in dollar terms, maybe no change from $100,000. Right? Yeah. So, and we're talking about here somebody who's turning over, my guess, a few thousand a week, right?
Yeah. It doesn't seem worth it. So is that where you stand now, is they want you to hire this officer?
Yeah, but it got worse than that.
It got worse. All right, excellent. Stay around. We're going to talk about that some more. More coming up from Rogers Campground. It's Free Talk Live.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agoristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agorist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agoristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agoristhosting.com.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
Is oral health important to you? If you don't like your own teeth, fresh breath, or kissing people, then by all means stop listening. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I became passionate about the product that she created and never want to live without it. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, but I find it does much more. They want you to love My Magic Mud as much as I do, so they're giving you a money-back guarantee plus 20% off. Go to mymagicmud.com and use coupon code FTL20 at checkout. mymagicmud.com, FTL20.
Our Matrix server is about as free as internet chat can be. Join the existing rooms or create your own at chat.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live from the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire at ForkFest 2021. Learn more about it at forkfest.party. We are here until July the 4th, so you got to get down here and check it out. I'm being joined now by Bill from the United Kingdom, who's been relegating me with his very compelling story of running vending machines in the United Kingdom, Bitcoin vending machines in England. Sorry, yeah, old habits. And having to jump through all of the regulators' hoops. It took them several weeks to get back to you saying, hey, we haven't gotten back to you. And then it took them several more months to finally say, hey, look, we want to have a meeting with you. You finally did.
9 months after the application.
9 months after the application, they finally sat down with you. They had issues with your methods of preventing fraud, which you seem to have been relatively successful at. More successful than the companies like Walmart and Visa who offer all of these prepaid card scams, whether they know it or not. I mean, these things are certainly happening. And asking for people's IDs, as you point out, isn't going to stop the little old lady who's trying to send money to her lover who's stuck in Tanzania or whatever. It's not going to stop her. She's just going to present her ID, and that's going to be the end of it. But they don't care, you know. That's not the world they live in. The world they live in requires you to collect this official document, and even though collecting that official document is completely and totally useless for doing what they say it's going to do, you still have to collect it. And your methods, did they want you to stop your methods? Did they say, no, you can't do that at all, just ask for their ID?
Well, no, they said I had to ask for ID, but also they said that each time somebody successfully transacted and then was caught, which happened, you know, it certainly happened.
Sure, right? You don't always catch them the first time when they
catch them when they hit the £1,500 limit because they're using a QR code and they're not using a wallet, so it doesn't generate a new address per transaction. Oh. They reuse it, and the machine says, you know, transaction limit reached. All right, and then they complain to the shop, and then the shop catches them.
Gotcha.
Right, so they said every time that happens, that has to be reported to them. Okay. Right, which I didn't know. I thought that, you know, I thought it was you had.
I mean, you did the best you could.
Yeah, exactly. I stopped it.
What is reporting it to them going to help? You know.
Yeah, well, I didn't know how any of that worked anyway. So, then they said I was, because I had no experience as an anti-money laundering officer. I didn't have a whole career of being in anti-money laundering, lots of experience, qualifications.
Well, you had at least 5 years of experience doing it at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
You just didn't have the government license to be.
I didn't have the license. I hadn't worked in a bank. I'd worked in a bank, but not in anti-money laundering, right? And they said I was therefore not a fit and proper person, and they would want, if my application was to proceed, they would want to see evidence that I had hired a suitably qualified anti-money laundering officer. So that I could have done that at that point.
Which, I mean, you could have, but
I couldn't possibly have afforded to, get based on my turnover, which is a few thousand a week.
Right.
Right.
You would have to upscale the size of your business probably considerably.
I would need 50. Yeah. I reckon 50 and higher sales as well, just because I would not have these long periods when it was turned off to balance ins and outs.
Right.
And so
basically they were saying you're not wealthy enough to continue operating your cryptocurrency business.
Yes, and not experienced enough.
But you know who is experienced enough? Coinbase and Kraken.
Yes.
This is a perfect example of exactly what I was just talking about down there, them trying to shut down little people to funnel everyone into the state-licensed, state-sanctioned cryptocurrency exchanges.
And those exchanges will have a huge problem with little old ladies sending money abroad, because that doesn't stop them. No. They're buying Bitcoin, and the fraudster just tells them, put this address in.
They won't ever even meet anyone at Coinbase.
Or actually, they won't even. What happens is that person takes over their computer, and they say, "That's fine. No, install this app, and I'll show you what to, and we'll go through it together."
Yeah, or they just say, "Give me your Coinbase login, and I can do it for you."
Or give me your ID. And we'll do that. I'll set us up. And.
So shoving all of this into the responsibility of cryptocurrency exchanges like Coinbase, it makes the problem worse.
Absolutely.
Because even if they do have their anti-money laundering officer, they're simply dealing with too much volume and too big a scale to stop even... it comes back to Walmart and the prepaid visas all over again. They're simply selling too many of these things to have any chance of catching the ones that are fraudulent.
Whereas I reckon everybody, ultimately, everyone who was doing something wrong, whatever that may be, one way or another, they were caught and stopped. Even if they were successful in all the other things and they knew what they were doing, then ultimately I would notice that sales of the machine had increased much more than my ability to supply it, and I'd have to turn it off.
Right.
All right.
And you have to look into it like, well, why did this even happen? And it turns out, it's this 83-year-old woman, and
and that has happened. She was in her 60s. I won't name her, but I've actually seen her real ID. And
but that didn't stop the fraud from happening?
No, I reported her to the police because. You have. It's like I now know.
You got to cover yourself.
You got to cover yourself. And anyway, she was actually obviously seriously involved in genuine fraud. She was defrauding her family.
Oh, she was the actual fraud perpetrator.
She was the perpetrator. She passed herself off as the victim. She was the perpetrator. And this is a lesson I've learned.
That's complicated.
It's something I assume now. I assume that when people pass themselves off as stupid, right, there's a good chance that they are involved themselves personally, right? And I've seen it, right? And this is someone who I had to end up circulating pictures around of her to other operators in the area, because she was hitting them too,
right?
And it turned out they knew about her. They'd already banned her.
Wouldn't it have been nice if they had shared that information with you?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like, hey, this person is actively engaging in fraud.
Yeah, but this is normal. So there was that, and then another interesting thing happened. Is that at this point, the lady who I assume is Russian, and I assume Russian based on accents, but it's not hard and fast.
Right.
She mentioned that. First thing though, when they said I was not a fit and proper person to be the anti-money laundering officer of the company without lots of experience.
Right. Because you weren't Coinbase and you didn't have Coinbase's kind of resources.
Yeah. They advised me to withdraw my application. All right.
Really?
Yes.
Not just, we're going to decline your application.
They advised me to withdraw it. All right. But then she spoke up and she said that it may not be. It's not as relevant now given the earlier discussion in the meeting. But they had a particularly picked up on the fact that I was selling Dash.
Okay.
Right? And they said Dash was a privacy coin.
Yeah.
Right.
Well.
I don't consider Dash to be a privacy coin. Certainly, the way I was using Dash was not, because I did not have all the features of the what do they call it, a mangler, Tumblr, or something. I didn't have that feature turned on.
Yeah, you have to go into Dash and turn on the feature, and only some wallets support it, and the receiving wallet has to support it, if I understand correctly. There's enough, gotchas to it that I just flat out don't consider Dash a privacy coin. It is not a privacy coin. It's also heavily pre-mined, but that's a different issue.
Exactly. But the other thing about Dash is, I keep records of every single transaction I've ever made, right?
So does the blockchain, so you don't really necessarily have to.
Yeah, but from the point of view of because it comes with the software. You see all the transactions and forever. And my total sales, I haven't looked exactly, but I'm going to guess. All the time I sold Dash over a number of years, I reckon my total sales are about £3,000.
Okay,
right. So this is not a coin people want in England, right?
It's not a coin people want in the US.
No,
it's a junk coin at this point.
Yeah. And so it's just there, just because I liked having options to make it look like I was doing more stuff, and it didn't really cost me anything to have it available.
Right.
And so they said it was a privacy coin. They did not think that it was possible for anybody running vending machines to sell Dash and be compliant with the law.
Really?
Yeah, that was their wording. All right.
So they were basically saying you have to implement KYC, you have to hire this other person, and you have to stop selling Dash.
Yeah.
But just withdraw your application.
But basically, the advice was withdraw my application. So
and then do what?
And
are they telling you
cease trading? Yeah.
Oh.
So I said, well, that's I hear what you're saying, and if you put that in writing, I'll act on it. And so that was on a Friday, and by Monday, they sent a letter to me, basically saying exactly what they'd said in the meeting, and that day I turned the machines off permanently.
Wow.
Yeah, and because basically I am not going. These is I would make the comparison with a cat's tail and a mill wheel. I am not going to get involved in that kind of fight.
That's so strong an example of what I was talking about in my presentation earlier. Go to freekeen.com to watch that presentation. Bill, thank you so much for joining us today. I don't know when it's going to be up, but it's going to be at freekeen.com.
A newly recruited search and rescue officer, Marshall Hunter was resigned to a life of rescuing wayward spacefarers and derelict satellites. But when a billionaire couple goes missing, his own ship is disabled during the rescue. With communication satellites suddenly failing and lunar mineral shipments disappearing in transit, the crew suspects it's more than a coincidence, and Hunter must choose between salvation and sacrifice to save his crewmates and their civilian charges. Frontier by Patrick Childs and BingBooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
There are basically two types of advertising: direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
The latest episode of Free Talk Live continues with Hour 2 up next after the news here at listen.freetalklive.com.
Trying to clarify his message. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. President Biden now says he never intended to tie passage of a bipartisan infrastructure bill to a bigger progressive package.
Statement from the president, he says, quote, I gave my word to support the infrastructure plan, and that's what I intend to do. I intend to pursue the passage of that plan, which Democrats and Republicans agreed to on Thursday with vigor. It would be good for the economy, good for our country, good for our people. But on Thursday, the president appeared to spook some of those Republicans who he was just dealing with by suggesting that he would not support signing an infrastructure package until Congress also agreed to pass a much larger spending package tied to Democratic priority items.
Fox's Mark Meredith. A fire in the rubble of a collapsed Miami area condo high-rise is slowing search and rescue efforts. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
From the state's perspective, we fulfilled all requests. FEMA's on site. We're working well. There's resources available. We have the capacity to do more if that's needed. But I think at this juncture, it really is dealing with those fires. It's a very challenging circumstance.
Reconstruction and repair work was about to get underway after a building safety report 3 years ago indicated there were major structural issues. 4 people were confirmed dead, 159 unaccounted for. Drug maker Johnson & Johnson has agreed to halt the sale of opioids nationwide in a settlement with the state of New York.
The $230 million settlement follows years of lawsuits brought by states, counties, and cities against Big Pharma over the opioid epidemic. While the lawsuits allege that companies overprescribed the pain meds, the drug makers say they've only distributed what was needed to help those with certain medical issues. And the trouble is not over for Johnson & Johnson, as the company's facing more court cases across the country.
Fox's Karen McHugh. America is listening to Fox News.
School's out for summer, but if your business is running QuickBooks, you'll never get a break. NetSuite by Oracle is the #1 cloud financial system, no matter how big your business grows. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, e-commerce, and more, NetSuite is everything you need to grow all in one place. NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program to those ready to graduate.
Head to netsuite.com/Fox right now. netsuite.com/Fox.
Police say a responding cop shot and killed a Good Samaritan, Johnny Hurley, in the Denver suburb of Arvada earlier this week after Hurley confronted an armed attacker who had just killed an officer. Fox's Jeff Paul reports security video captured some of what happened.
It appears the suspected shooter chases after Officer Beasley, yelling something to him. When the officer stops and turns, the suspect shoots and kills him with a semi-automatic shotgun. The shooter then returns to his truck and picks up an AR-15. What happens next isn't captured by the camera's angle. Investigators say a Good Samaritan pulls out his own handgun and shoots the suspect, killing him. But following Hurley's actions, police say something, quote, tragic unfolded. At some point, Hurley picked up the suspect's rifle, and when a responding officer showed up to the scene, that officer then shot and killed Hurley.
Police say they found a document written by the suspect that said he planned to kill as many officers as he could. The pandemic and the high cost of lumber have become a major hurdle for some affiliates of a nonprofit home builder.
Habitat for Humanity usually builds homes to help the needy, but some branches of the charity are becoming needy themselves because the cost of lumber is skyrocketing. Jerry Leonard of the nonprofit's affiliate in New Albany, Indiana, says for one home last year, they spent about $2,500 on wood. This year, for the
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
It's The Onion Radio News. General Motors reports record sales of its new disposable car. This is Doyle Redland reporting. General Motors has announced a 56% increase in earnings this year, attributing much of it to February's wildly successful launch of the GMC Whim, the first ever non-refillable disposable automobile. Debuting at a cost of $1,100 each, the vehicles are flying out of showrooms as quickly as dealers can stock them. Whim enthusiast Glenn Shriver.
I recently consumed 4 vehicles driving from my home to Daytona Beach for the first annual Whim Owners Convention. I've already collected all 8 colors.
Rival automakers are preparing to counter with their own lines of disposable cars, including the Ford Temporare and the Chrysler Dumper. The 2002 Mitsubishi Ditch will be unveiled later this year with a projected sticker price of $799. Doyle Redland for The Onion Radio News, online at theonion.com.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live from Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire, celebrating Fork Fest 5 2021 here. With you today, it's Aria.
And Peakless Mountaineer.
And we just took a break for a moment to go down there for the group photo, and holy crap, man, there are a ton of people here. Yeah. I was shocked looking down into the bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, they drove around saying, hey, group picture at 2:30. Now, normally I decline to participate in these sorts of things because, I mean, anyone who knows me knows I'm here and has taken a picture of me or with me and is posting them to social media. And I care far more about those than I do these little photo ops at the group photo. However, this year, a lot of people are running around in T-shirts that say, Free the Crypto 6. The main pavilion here is the Crypto 6 Pavilion. I did a presentation there this morning about the implications of the case against the Crypto 6. I'm one of the Crypto 6. Given all of those considerations, it kind of seemed important that I be there for the photo.
Yeah.
And given that no one listening to the show has really seen Azria yet because I'm banned from Facebook, but she's sort of the star of the Porcupine Freedom Festival this year. So she needed to be there as well. I don't know if she made her way into the photograph because for whatever reason, they decided to have everyone assemble in the bowl, and the photographer stood halfway up the hill. It seems like it would have made a lot more sense to have done it the other. It would have taken a little more time to set up, sure. And I was already getting tired of standing there doing nothing because I tend to be a pretty active person who likes to be doing stuff, not standing there doing nothing.
Right.
But it would have made a better picture. I don't know what someone took up a drone and took a wide area photograph, so that's going to be good. I can't wait to see that.
Oh, that is a very good idea.
Yeah, that's probably the only way we're going to get a true picture of the crowd that was assembled there, because unless the photographer took several pictures in order to make a panoramic shot, I just don't see any way that many people made it into a photograph. I know one person estimated something like at least 1,000 people. I don't think it was that many. Not in the bowl. I mean,
I have no idea how to estimate that, but I've never seen that field completely full of humans.
There's probably a good 2,500 people here at Rogers Campground, but actively down there in the Porcupine Freedom Festival area for the group photo, I can't imagine it was more than 500 or 600, which is still a ton of people. I mean, that's not an unusual turnout for the Porcupine Freedom Festival altogether.
Right.
And of course, this is Saturday, so this is the peak attendance day, which is why it was an honor to be able to give a presentation on Saturday in the main pavilion. Of course, we do have a Soapbox Idol coming up tonight, and
looking forward to it.
Oh, that's right. You auditioned.
I'm in.
You're in. Awesome. I will definitely be there. I wasn't sure whether or not I was going to go, but like my first year here at the Porcupine Freedom Festival, someone canceled, and I ended up on the spur of a moment just approaching Roger Paxton and saying, "Hey, someone canceled. Let me do a speech." So I went down there and gave a speech on the importance of forgiveness.
Nice.
I'd been here for like 12 hours at that point.
Right.
Didn't know any of these people. The only person I knew was Will Coley. But hey, you got an opportunity for me to talk. I'm going to take it.
Right.
And I auditioned for the Soapbox Idol competition that year. The video for that is still somewhere on YouTube. Chris Cantwell really liked that video. Let me go ahead and give you that spoiler alert now.
Yeah.
But it was because, it took the unusual approach of having a trans person talking about the issues that LGBTQ communities are creating with their pride movements that aren't, they call them pride protests or pride marches or whatever, but it's not. It's just a pride party.
Yeah.
And that's fine, but refer to it as a party. Don't act like you're doing any sort of... Don't act like you're making the world better.
Social change, really?
Yeah.
Are you now?
By dancing half naked in the streets. You're not. You're just having a party. And that's fine, but call it a party. Like ForkFest.party. We're not out here trying to make the claim that, we're fighting for libertarianism and making the world a better place. No.
ForkFest.social change.
Yeah, we're having a party. And it's called ForkFest. And
it's a great party. Yeah, I usually try to get down for the photo if I'm available, just to show some numbers, to be like, yeah, no, this is a thing. I just knew that was going to be completely absurd this time.
It is. I look forward to seeing whatever product that they create from that photograph. It's a huge number of people here. I look forward to... I didn't realize that the soapbox thing... It's been a wild week, right? Days have sort of started to blur together for me, as they tend to do at these things. And, yesterday was really weird because the magistrate finally signed the order allowing me to have contact with Ian. And so
nice.
It was already looking like it was going to be difficult to even do a show here. So I was like, all right, well, I'll just pack up and go back to Keene then, since I can do a show with Ian. But we ended up working those issues out. But still, it created a very weird day for me yesterday.
I can believe it.
Today is not shaping up to be any less weird.
Weird is kind of the basics here. I mean, it's a completely different world out here. It really is.
It is. And for the people who have come to ForkFest or the Porcupine Freedom Festival and they're considering moving to New Hampshire, it's important to keep in mind that this is not New Hampshire. This is it is like the ultra concentrated version of New Hampshire.
Right.
But the rest of New Hampshire
distillate.
Yes, is very diluted. But here, yes, this is the home of freedom 7 days out of the year.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
There's definitely a parallel to it because for me, having that community, and I live in Manchester. There's so many Liberty people out there, and
Right.
that's pretty much all I hang out with, all I talk to. So there is definitely an aspect of that, and like if you can come here and get your mind blown by all of the conversations that you have with informed people that care about freedom, then yeah, you will definitely experience a version of that. It is not the enormous party that this is.
No. And, you mentioned there are a lot of libertarian activists, a lot of free staters in just about anywhere you go in New Hampshire. You're going to run into a free stater or a libertarian. Even if they're from here, they're likely some degree of libertarian. Even if they identify as a Republican, they still have some strong libertarian leanings. Like, it amazes me, just the changes I've seen since I started coming to ForkFest or the Porcupine Freedom Festival versus like 5 years ago, which is when I first started. Like, I would be uncomfortable going into a gas station just because I didn't know what sort of impact I would have, what sort of reaction I would get from the cashiers there. Because, it reminds me a lot of Mississippi. It does have the very country aspect to it. And it wasn't
small town.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly unfriendly the first few years, but it wasn't exactly friendly either.
Right.
But as I kept coming, I'm not seeing the same people I was 3 or 4 years ago, but it's like, hey, how are you? Come on in. Not that they recognize me or anything like that. It's just the culture itself has changed in New Hampshire to be more libertarian, more tolerant, more accepting. And it's been beautiful to watch it unfold.
Yeah. Well, and one of the differences between, coming here and coming to New Hampshire, like here it's maybe 10% tops of the people that I talk to will be back out year after year and will be a long-standing friendship. But, the people that live here, like you get to really know each other.
You do. And that's one of the awesome things about it. Like you mentioned earlier that you have a lot of libertarians to hang out with in Manchester, and that's true for me as Keene as well. Keene as well.
Absolutely.
But one of the things that I think makes me unique among the libertarians in Keene is that I don't just hang out with libertarians. Like I don't understand why they do, but like Chris Wade, his entire social circle is other Keene libertarians, and the same is true of. It's not true for Mark, but it's true of a lot of the libertarians in Keene. And I hang out with people who aren't libertarians, and this allows me to talk about libertarian things to them. Like my boss at my other job, when police come in now, she tells them, "I don't have time for you. Get off my property." And that was not her reaction when I started there 3 years ago. And it's not like I turned her against cops or anything like that. Just being able to talk to people and present my ideas to them, it just slowly wins them over. And I think that's how you win hearts and minds, by getting out there, befriending people, being a good person, being a good example, and talking to them, and just convincing them, hey, yeah, that cop, he's not your friend. He's looking to arrest someone for something. Are you going to be that person? Because the more you talk to him, the more likely it is that you're going to be that person. So just don't talk to them. So it got to a point there where they would come in and they would ask to speak with her or with me.
Right.
Because anyone else would direct them to her or me. And we would both tell them the same thing. Yeah, get out. Your investigation is concluded. Come back with a warrant. More coming up from the Porcupine Freedom Festival / ForkFest. Check it out, forkfest.party. We are here until July the 4th. So come on down and hang out with us.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
The Terran Federation and the Terran League have been killing each other for decades. Sheltered, wealthy, and light years from the threat, the members of the 500 have no interest in changing that. When Rear Admiral Terrence Murphy is given governorship of a backwater system, a risk-free path to wealth and power is his for the taking. But Murphy is a man of honor, duty, and responsibility. He intends to stop the killing, whatever the cost. Governor, by David Weber and Richard Fox, from BaneBooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
On March 16th this year, government task forces violently raided the New Hampshire Bitcoin Embassy, the Mighty Moose Mart, the homes of Aria DiMezzo, Andy and Renee Spinella, Colleen Fordham, a grandmother, and perhaps most relevant, the studios of Free Talk Live. The Crypto Six were arrested. 4 were released on bail conditions, but Ian Freeman was held hostage for 69 days. Rich Paul, also known as Nobody, remains captive. We've consulted attorneys who say no crime even appears to have been committed. But that didn't stop the Joint Thug Task Force from ripping out wires from our broadcast stacks, taking Free Talk Live off the air, resulting in a violation of our and your First Amendment rights. You can visit thecrypto6.com to help, but as importantly, contact other media and tell them about this outrage. This case is likely to set precedent for cryptocurrency use well into your future. Help our fight for liberty and financial freedom at thecrypto6.com.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in Liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
You can stick it to the man and big tech. Join our FTL social mastodon at social.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, coming at you from Forkfest 2021 or the Porcupine Freedom Festival, whichever one you happen to be attending, or just the Freedom Festival as I've taken to calling it, because it's a lot less of a mouthful than the 40 seconds I just spent describing where we're at. We are at Rogers Campground. We're here until July the 4th. Get down here, come hang out with us, hang out with other libertarians and like-minded people. Evidently, there's a new yearly tradition going on. Last year, as anyone following me may have been aware, there was a Super Smash Brothers Ultimate tournament. There were like 5 of us, so what kind of tournament is that really? Here at the campground, and I think it actually happened during Forkfest last year, and not the Porcupine Freedom Festival. I don't recall, but I remember I made a number of stupid mistakes by leaving up set to jump and not setting Y to be grab and other little things like that I have my own controllers at home customized for that I'm used to. But didn't make those changes here, and it ultimately caused Andy Spinella to beat the ever-loving crap out of me as I tried to figure out how to dodge and how to shield and grab and how to not jump every time I pressed up. Evidently, it's happening again, and I don't know, man. I haven't played Smash Brothers probably since this time last year when the tournament happened. So people have that going for them, I guess, but I did play second last year, and it was, Andy mopped the floor with me, man. It was brutal. But if I was to go there this year, assuming I haven't lost all of my skills, and, I remember to actually set up the controller this time, it would be an extremely hollow victory to win, knowing that the only reason I won was because Andy isn't here to beat the hell out of me.
Yeah, where's your vengeance in that?
Yeah, there's no fun in that. And now we had plans to ultimately, play Smash Brothers online together because it supports online play, and we both have a Nintendo Switch, we both have Smash Brothers. We never got around to it because after I left Forkfest last year, like within a month, the sheriff campaign started.
Right.
And if you weren't paying attention, I kind of got swamped with interviews to the degree that for a while I had an actual campaign manager just to keep track of when I was supposed to be where. At one point, dude, no joke, in between interviews, Ian went and picked up dinner for me that I scarfed down over the span of 10 minutes between other interviews because I didn't have time to do anything else. And immediately after it was Free Talk Live, and I was just like, dude, I've got to eat at some point today. So, it was a wild experience, and it carried on that way for like 2.5 months.
Wow.
Then the sheriff campaign ended. Things finally started slowing down, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take a breather here. Then things at work got stupid. We completely lost almost the entire staff. Others had to go into quarantine, so I just got hit with 55, 60-hour work weeks there, and that kept me really busy. And then one employee had this thing come up, and no joke, on March the 15th at 8:07 p.m., I texted my boss and said, well, at least I don't have anything going on right now. And less than 12 hours later, I was being interrogated by the FBI. So that changed very quickly. And of course, since then, I've been busy with, trying to keep Free Talk Live going and getting here to Forkfest and not being able to contact Ian, which honestly would have allowed he and I to solve all of these problems in the span of about 12 minutes. But no, we had to do it the long, stupid, arduous, complicated way. To the extent that it's just been insane, the hoops that we've had to jump through in order to do a show. We had to build a second broadcast studio. And it was easy because I already had a music studio there, so a lot of the equipment was already built. You are live, by the way. We're joined now by Chris Wade, who just sort of wanted to... I don't know if he was just sitting here, or if he wanted to be on the show or not, but...
Hey, I'm glad to put in. I don't want to talk, though, if I'm not welcome.
No, you're absolutely welcome.
I kind of figured.
So we had to build a second broadcast studio, which I'm a musician. I don't spend a whole lot of time figuring out how to process and record audio vocals in a way that sounds good.
Right.
You want me to make your guitar sound good? I can do that. You want your drums to sound good? I can do that.
Right.
But you want me to give you the sort of vocal quality that you were getting from the LRN studio? Well, I don't have any idea how to do that. I can mess around with it because I know the basis of how audio engineering works, but it's a very high bar.
I've always found it kind of annoying that they never really bother to make the lyrics of music legible. Like, you can't tell what people are saying in like 90% of songs, and that's the point, apparently. So yeah, completely
it is
different
with some
audio
singers.
qualities.
Yeah,
it's interesting because it wasn't just you either. Captain was having the same problems, and he has a background with like music,
right? Well,
but he doesn't know how to do radio.
Right.
I had the benefit of having been trained by Ian for a lot of this, but you can't train someone to recover from something like, okay, now in case the FBI comes in here and does all of this, this is what you'll need. You can't really train someone
How
for
do you
that.
recover from a cut line? You know, they literally...
Well, they didn't cut any.
I thought
No,
they
they
cut
just jerked them out the back.
the fiber and the internet connections.
They didn't. They unplugged it, and someone plugged it back into the wrong output on the fiber modem.
Interesting. Okay.
That was a very quick fix once I figured out that it wasn't working. But they didn't actually cut it. They just unplugged it. They didn't cut any cables except security camera cables. They did cut those.
Oh, so they did cut cables, just not the internet connections. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is little tidbits. Like I knew, but I didn't have 100% accurate information. I just knew they cut lines, and I guess I probably assumed it was the internet connection.
It was very peculiar and arbitrary what they did cut and what they unplugged. Like some of my security cameras, they just unplugged and left sitting there on my coffee table for me, which was kind of nice.
Yeah.
Others, they just cut, and now I have to rerun the entire cable or get someone to splice them for me.
It's interesting because they did different groups did different things to different people, and there was no consistency to like what they were doing.
I don't know because I can't talk to, so many of the other.
Well, I
victims
can.
of
I've
this.
talked to everybody, and I can tell you they did different things and had different rules for different people. And it wasn't like the rules were specifically different. They just did it differently, you know?
I know whatever
it was bizarre.
they did at Leverett Street was significant, was by far
Way
and
different.
away the most violent of what they did that day. I suspect I was probably the second most violent recipient because they at least knocked for Renee, as I understand it.
Yeah, my understanding is they had no-knock warrants for at least Leverett Street addresses. And the way they listed it, I think, on the warrant, it was like as if it was one address, even though there's two different addresses. It was weird.
It is weird once duplexes get involved and,
well, they treated it as a single entity, too. Like, when they gave back the list of things taken, it was for both places. It was for both addresses.
Well, I wouldn't want to make it too easy for you to figure out whose was what.
Well, they didn't even do it right because they're supposed to tell you like what they took from what rooms and things, but they didn't do that. It's just a list, like one long list.
All I got was a list too, and it's an inaccurate list at that, right?
Yeah, there's stuff that's missing that was taken on that list. Like,
dude, it took me more than 6 weeks to get my driver's license back. And I told my attorney, I was like, hey, I don't have my driver's license. This is kind of a problem. He was like, well, the FBI didn't take it. I've already talked to them. They said they didn't take it. They said they left it on the bedside table. So I dug through.
Have you talked to the other 5 agencies there?
So I dug through my trash because they left my place in a freaking mess. So I dug through the trash and repeatedly going, okay, I have to find this thing, and never found it. Turned out the FBI had it. Don't go anywhere. There's more coming up from ForkFest.Party. Again, ForkFest.Party. We're here until July the 4th. It's Free Talk Live.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for ForkFest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. ForkFest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and ForkFest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for ForkFest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow ForkFesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the ForkFest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party.
Uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. That's what the readers of freedomsphoenix.com get every day. freedomsphoenix.com, constantly providing the information, the real news about government policies, and the real relationship we all have with the coercive government, the real condition of the economy, innovations in technology, breakthroughs in energy, health, and computer science. Learn the truth well before it's admitted to in the lamestream media. The corporate media, nothing more than distributors of government propaganda, but now there's an alternative. freedomsphoenix.com. Constant news updates on the issues that affect your life in the most important ways. With liberty and property under constant attack, freedomsphoenix.com provides the understanding behind the propaganda, and it encourages the participation of its readers. Go to freedomsphoenix.com. That's freedoms with an S, phoenix.com. freedomsphoenix.com. The revolution between the ears has already happened.
Are you tired of governments around the world killing innocent people? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin is money that cannot be inflated or controlled by any state. By continuing to use their money, you're perpetuating the killing. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available to you now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. It's bitcoin.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com. Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it. And once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world. So I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit shiresociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at shiresociety.com. That's shiresociety.com.
Don't miss a moment of Free Talk Live. Get our archives daily via our podcast at feeds.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live. And you know, if you thought that me running for sheriff on a campaign of F the police was a height of hilarity, well, wait until we go to trial. And my attorney demands the FBI explain why in the hell they took my Nintendo Wii U.
That you might have had the Bitcoins in there.
That, to me, is the moment I am looking forward to most. Excuse me, Mr. FBI agent. What do you think this person who has YouTube videos online that you can watch right now showing her playing the Nintendo Wii U, with friends, what do you think this person was doing with this gaming console made by a company that makes dedicated gaming consoles that don't do anything else that warranted you taking it?
Well, there's a computer in it.
Well, the funny thing about that is these are like super locked down devices. Like you can't even.
As far as I know, the Nintendo Wii U still has not been hacked.
Right. Like you can't do anything else with it other than game.
The Nintendo Wii has been hacked, and it was hacked very on in its lifestyle. But as far as I know, the Nintendo 3DS and the Wii U remain effectively unhacked.
Even if they were hacked, are there any crypto wallets for them for the whatever runs on it after it's hacked?
Why would you put your crypto on a Nintendo?
I don't
Wii
know.
U?
Because you're a sophisticated criminal mastermind, is why.
And they didn't even know what they took, right? That's one of the more bothersome things about this.
That would be the probable answer, yeah.
Is it was connected to the Studio PC via a capture card. Now, for those who don't know, this is a thing that allows you to take the gameplay, what you're seeing on the screen, and it basically puts it on the computer in a way that you can stream it directly or record it. It was connected to one of those inside my Studio PC, which they did take as well. They took my Studio PC, which was solely used for audio and video processing and editing. And a 5-minute glance at the PC would have confirmed that. But putting that aside, it was connected. My Wii U was connected to it. So they said, oh, it's connected to the computer.
You know what's crazy too? Like they had forensics people in there. I don't understand how they could have not understood what they needed to take. Like this is their job. They're trained to do this.
They didn't take my gaming PC.
Right, which is what I mean. Like how do they I don't even understand how a normal person would mess this up. But a forensics person going in to do it? Like why how on earth did they mess this up?
It's very peculiar, right? And the terms of my release require me not to have, not to possess any computers or anything like that. So as soon as I got home and I saw it was still there, the most powerful computing piece of technology in my house by a wide margin, I immediately asked my attorney, hey, should I consider anything that was left here to be authorized for my use, considering that it was the government who left it here? And he said, yes, but don't connect it to the internet. So, okay, well, that's fine. The first thing I did when I got here was unplug the internet.
Right.
That's the easiest way of making sure that nothing automatically connects to it, and I don't have cops knocking on my door in 2 hours.
Right.
But it was just very peculiar, the arbitrariness of what they took. They didn't take my Nintendo Switch, but they took the Wii U.
This kind of makes you think though that it was intentional, right? Like they either bugged it or they did something, or it's like some sort of psychological thing, right? Like that they're trying to play with you.
I mean, they could have bugged it if they wanted to. I don't really care.
Well, I just think that absolute unaccountability basically leads to arbitrary and vindictive behavior.
I tend to think that's what it is as well. I don't think that they're... I know we speculate, but I don't think they're actually allowed to bug private residences. And even if they are, I don't think any of that would be admissible in a courtroom.
Well, when it comes to spying, I mean, just look at what has happened with our spying apparatus. Like, there was this massive amount of stuff that was completely illegal, and oh, the story's about to come out. Quick, pass a law that makes everyone who did this completely indemnified for all of their activities.
So I think I might know the answer to that question of whether or not they're allowed to bug residences, and I think the answer to this is something to the effect of they need a specific warrant to do so, but that would be a secret warrant, and so you wouldn't have been made aware of it. And then there's a time frame in which they can bug you, basically. And I know there's been this is federal situations, but I know they've wiretapped cellular phones.
Oh, sure.
For
well, I just operate under the assumption that they have full and complete access to my cell phone. I don't see any reason not to.
Right. Not just a normal wiretap, though. I mean, remotely turn on the microphone when somebody's not using the phone in order to...
Yeah.
So I guess, I don't know if you call it a wiretap, but it's more of a bug.
That would be wiretapping. But
yeah.
Isn't New Hampshire a two-party consent state? Does that just get thrown out the window when the FBI gets involved?
With the federal government doing
it should.
Well, a lot of things should. The state rules should matter when the federal government is operating there, but I don't think in any case they actually do.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That fight was lost in the Civil War. I mean, for better or worse, whatever the Civil War was actually fought about and why people were doing it, it did affect how the federal government and how states treated the 10th Amendment.
Well, and I mean...
ultimately, the result is that, federal government overrules the states instead of the opposite way, which is how it's supposed to be.
Well, yeah, if it worked that way, then they wouldn't own you. And if they don't own you, they can't just, take your stuff and demand that you give them 30% of your income and fill out this extra paperwork, do your homework, do lots of extra work for us for free. I mean, if it works top down from federal to state, then they own the people.
Yeah.
Whereas
and that's how it's currently set up.
Right. Whereas the original setup, and if it worked that way, then, okay, the federal government's actually owned by the states are actually owned by local, and actually the people own the government instead of the other way around.
Yeah, I'm no fan of federalism or, even having a federal government, but if we're going to have one, it has to be set up so that states overrule the federal government. I mean, that's just all there is to it. We can't have these situations where state laws say one thing. And what about pot? Let's talk about how this is affecting pot, right? Because pot, marijuana, cannabis, whatever you want to call it, it's legal in some form or fashion in more than half of the 50 states, and yet it's still federally illegal. If they want to be consistent, and I realize they have no desire or need or demand to be consistent because they're the federal government and they do whatever the hell they want, they would be cracking down on all of these states that have allowed people to openly buy and sell and consume marijuana.
Well, there's a reason they don't. It's because they don't, at the federal level, they just make examples out of people. They don't have the resources that the states do as far as like law enforcement, like on the street and investigating and things of that nature. Most of the people who get
if they weren't
incarcerated,
spending millions of dollars on 5 years investigations into peaceful activists, maybe they would have the resources to do that.
The law,
not that I want them to have
like,
resources.
The federal law enforcement officers, like the number of them that they have is far less than the total of all of the states. So like if you look at prison populations, it's something like 80% of the populations, 80% of the prison population are in there because of state governments, not because of the federal government. So they're more focused at the federal level of making examples out of people than they are of like arresting people en masse.
Well, so part of it is they don't have the ability to do that, and part of it is they don't want to. I mean, this is keeping people paying their taxes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now I could be wrong about this, but I do think on occasion they will actually use those federal rules against people. So, yeah, no, I'm certain that they can at any time pop you for the fact that you have a dispensary in spite of the fact that you filled out all your paperwork and gave them their cut and everything.
Well, I don't think they should be going after.
They can and they do. They selectively do it.
Right.
I don't think they should be going after the dispensaries, but the states themselves that have authorized these things. Because if they want to play the system where the federal government has the authority to tell states what they can and cannot do, it's not the dispensaries disobeying here, it's the states.
Well, and part of it just comes down to the whole 4 felonies a day thing. Like they have this Kafka-esque setup where whoever you are breaking the law today. There are so many laws that you are bound to be breaking at least some interpretation of some federal law today.
A Tennessee legislator recently took a picture of himself standing next to the entire law thing. I don't know, all the law books in the state of Tennessee, and it just absolutely dwarfed him.
Right.
And it's a powerful visual image. Like, hey, look, all of these laws are things that you're supposed to obey, and they will kidnap you and hold you in jail if you don't obey, and you don't even know what is in these things.
Well, they can't even come up with an estimate that with any accuracy of how many federal laws there are.
That's the big issue. And it's not just federal, it's at the state level. Laws don't expire. Right. Every new law they create is effectively permanent.
Yeah.
The more of them we let them create, it's obvious just going to end in a cascade of absolute failure because they don't expire.
Yeah, the system could only lead to tyranny.
More coming up. It's Free Talk Live.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com. What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
You can't win if you don't enter, and you actually can improve your chances of winning a prize drawing if you wrinkle up your entry blank. I'm Holland Cook from survivalspeech.com, and I speak from experience. Why this works: if they'll be spinning the drum before drawing, your entry blank will move around more than, and not adhere to, other perfectly flat entry blanks. And if they don't spin the drum and merely reach into a box full of other perfectly flat entry blanks, many of which are sticking together, yours will feel different to the person reaching in. When you win, act surprised. And if you're looking for work, this is a metaphor. For more tips on sticking out in a world where just too much blends into the blah, 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 hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
We're still not sure why you'd want to watch, but our video feed is streaming nightly for free at cam.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, coming at you from Forkfest 5 2021 here at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. You know, it's so weird to be here this year, not just because Ian isn't here, but because I manage the unofficial Forkfest Instagram, and I'm not allowed on Instagram.
Wait, there's a Instagram for Forkfest?
There is.
That's news to me.
Yeah.
Well, but nothing's official, so
well, yeah,
nothing is official.
If someone wants to take up managing it, I have the Instagram information. You are welcome to it. I can't. I want to say thank you, though, to Ala Loca, who is tonight's amplifier. This means that Ala Loca contributes to the AMP program. It costs $5 per month. This money is used strictly to advertise, market, and promote. Free Talk Live hits its name, amp.freetalklive.com. It comes with a number of cool little perks like an AMP-only call-in line, an AMP-only Facebook group, but really the reason you should join is because you want to help the show reach a larger audience or to attend, well, it doesn't actually help us to attend festivals like these, but if you like the idea of a show that goes out and interviews these interesting people like the guy we had on for the first hour today, Bill from the United Kingdom, then you might consider joining the AMP program, amp.freetalklive.com. Now, I forgot what we were actually discussing here because you two got into a conversation during the break, and it pushed everything that I was thinking about and that we were discussing just out of my head entirely.
Yeah, same here.
But in general,
I think we were talking about being spied on and the fact that we were talking about the fact that this country was set up under the idea that the states were forming a compact with each other, and that they were the entities that created the federal government, and that the federal government would be subject to them.
It's one of the few reasons that I've been happy to see Brexit actually happening.
Oh yeah,
what the people of the United Kingdom need to realize, and what everyone in the European Union needs to realize, is that right now, sure, what the government of Germany says is more authoritative than what the European Union says. However,
for now,
that used to be the case here in the United States as well, where something that the state of Massachusetts or the state of New Hampshire ruled was more authoritative, had higher levels of authority than what the federal government said.
Yeah,
once upon a time.
It's interesting. It used to be that states, you cross a state line and you were home free as far as, law enforcement was concerned. New Hampshire, up until the 1920s, didn't even have a state police. So
I wish we could go back to that.
That
would be nice.
I mean, especially if you look at the number of law enforcement officers in New Hampshire now, it's like, what happened?
What amazes me about this is that it's the mythology of the state, the fact that it's taken over the education system has produced a massive number of Americans who don't even recognize what the word state means, right? They think about a state.
That's exactly easy anyway, because there's like 5 different definitions for that, and not including the one that we use in English.
But they think it means a higher level of county or a territory or a district. They don't understand that state equals sovereign nation. The state of Germany, the state of England. These are the state of Italy.
They still talk about the state of Israel, which oddly enough is one of the few times where I hear that term used in its proper...
The Israeli state?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
And that meaning of state was supposed to apply to every single one of the 50 states that comprise the United States. The state of New Hampshire was supposed to have exactly the same autonomous authority within its borders as the state of Israel has within its own.
Absolutely.
And what's crazy is that should be the case. And today it's not even like even if you have an independent country like say Mexico, right, or Venezuela or wherever, most of these states, they bow down to the United States just because of how much power the federal government has. And it's crazy. Like actual independent countries bow down and do what the United States says.
Well, that's largely because the United States has the reserve currency of the world.
Right.
And the largest military by the next 6 combined.
Yes, the military spending, and that those two issues are related, right? They wouldn't be able to afford having...
No military, no petrodollar. No petrodollar, no domination of the entire currency market.
And this is why we've always encouraged here on Free Talk Live for people to get into alternative currencies. Stop using their money. Every dollar that you spend is taxed at some level, and that money, or inflated so that bombs can be bought and dropped in the Middle East, or so that dictators can be assassinated and replaced with other dictators, or so that elections can be rigged. The United States has so much blood on its hands that the U.S. dollar should be red, not green.
The most powerful thing that anybody can do is just start accepting cryptocurrency.
Yes.
Start accepting it, start spending it. The more people who do it, the more people who adopt it, the easier it gets, and the less power the government has.
And I mean, there's a little upfront investment to figure out how it works, but oh my God, the payoff!
You mean your time, right?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
The 15 seconds that it takes.
Time and
time is money.
Figure out how a wallet works. And it's intimidating. So you have to have it's an investment of time, energy, and courage to do that. But, oh my God, the payoff of knowing what the next world's currency works like is immeasurable.
Now, you can learn all of this in just minutes by going to Bitcoin.com.
It's what he's literally talking about, what you guys are really talking about, is the 15 seconds it takes to open your Google Play Store or your iOS store, search for Edge Wallet, hit the install button.
You have to already know who to do that. You have to already know why you would want to have a private wallet to even know the name of a wallet to search for.
Well, I'm telling you right now, go to your iOS App Store, go to your Google Play, go to your F-Droid, search for Edge Wallet, EDGE, enter, and click the button next to install.
I'm still a big fan of Coinomi. It's treated me well thus far.
Hey, I'm not.
I liked them until
Edge was just easy. That's why I am recommending that one.
Until their desktop version started sending out people's recovery phrases in plain text to Google in order to be spell checked, and it caused a lot of people to lose money. Yeah, there are a number of Reddit threads about this. Yes. Yes, that was a supremely stupid security decision on their part. But after my presentation today, I met with some people who are pimping Monero. I don't know to what extent they're actually affiliated with Monero, but they asked me exactly that question. Well, what is the best way to circumvent the attempts by the U.S. government to take control of cryptocurrency by funneling all of cryptocurrency transactions through Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, and these others? And the number one answer is get businesses accepting cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because then they can pay their employees in cryptocurrency, and those employees can use that cryptocurrency to go to other businesses and buy what they need. That is the number one way we can thwart the government takeover of cryptocurrency.
And if you're worried, about if you want to give your employees access, you don't want to give your employees access to the crypto, the cash drawer, right? You don't have to. There's a really great app called AnyPay, and
is it still being actively developed?
It's actively developed. There's still.
Are you certain of that?
Yeah, 100% positive.
Okay.
Nobody's been arrested in relation to AnyPay.
Well, and that's
I'm aware, but
that's a general security.
That doesn't mean they're still
increase.
actively working on it.
They're actively working on it.
Okay.
So, I mean, whether you use AnyPay or even just like bare bones cryptocurrency, like you have to trust your front desk person to handle your bills. How many people have had to get fired because they snuck a little bit of extra money into their pocket? And you don't have to do that with crypto. You just have to make the public key available, and then you physically cannot have your tellers stealing from you.
Yeah, there are all sorts of awesome reasons why a business should get into cryptocurrency. And that's certainly one of them. It does minimize the theft issue, and then you can turn around and pay your employees in cryptocurrency. You eliminate the need to have cryptocurrency exchanges in the first place.
Right.
If you can accept cryptocurrency at your store as a way of getting it.
Cryptocurrency exchanges, not exchanges of cryptocurrency, but like those
like the business
Bittrex
called an exchange, yes.
You're right.
Those exchanges aren't necessary if we can get businesses accepting cryptocurrency and they then pay their employees in cryptocurrency. Of course, you got to get this at all levels. We can't just have the local restaurants taking cryptocurrency. We have to somehow get their suppliers to take cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
And that's where you run into the issue. But if those suppliers had enough businesses asking them.
It does. And it's interesting because I do pay some suppliers for my company in crypto, actually. And there are also plenty of people, I'm not going to name names, but there's plenty of people I know who have also been paid in crypto, like their paycheck is in crypto. So it is happening. It's just not at scale yet.
Well, Free Talk Live has historically paid all of its co-hosts in Bitcoin Cash.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that's employment, and it's in crypto.
And I spend it all the time.
Yeah, because Keen, as I pointed out today, has the highest number of cryptocurrency accepting businesses per capita of anywhere in the entire world. Now, I personally don't know if that's still true, not having spent cryptocurrency in 3 months and 10 days.
Yeah, it's still true, and it's number 1 and number 2 cities are in New Hampshire. The other one's Portsmouth as well.
Yeah, but it's hard to beat that. And I love knowing that prior to March the 16th, there was almost nothing I couldn't get with cryptocurrency. And if I wanted to put in the effort of getting like a crypto.com wallet or something like that, then there was literally nothing I couldn't spend cryptocurrency on. More coming up from ForkFest 2021. This is Free Talk Live.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
The latest episode of Free Talk Live continues with Hour 3 up next after the news here at listen.freetalklive.com.
Stay inside and keep cool. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. That's what health officials are telling people in the West as an extreme heat wave settles in. Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz.
Real extreme heat is settling across portions of the western United States. Going to be climbing up close to 100 degrees in Seattle, an area where you don't typically see it. And it's not just today, it's the next couple of days. No surprise with that kind of heat. Well, we have heat advisories, watches, warnings from the Pacific Northwest running you all the way down the coast of California.
All-time record high temperatures are likely to be broken over the next few days in Seattle and Portland. Officials in Miami-Dade County are examining a 2018 report that found numerous structural issues with the condo tower that collapsed Thursday. Mayor Daniela Levine-Cava says a review is being done on other buildings.
At the county level, I am directing that our Department of Regulatory and Economic Resources will immediately commence an audit of all of the buildings at the 40-year point and beyond. So we want to make sure that every building has completed their recertification process. 5 people are now confirmed dead after another body was found in the rubble today. More than 150 remain unaccounted for. FEMA Director Deanne Criswell will visit the area Sunday. 5 people have died, including the parents of a prison transport officer, after a hot air balloon they were riding in crashed on a busy street in Albuquerque.
Police say the crash happened around 7 a.m. local time on the city's west side. The balloon's pilot is among the dead. The multicolored balloon skirted the top of the power lines, sending at least one line dangling and knocking out power to thousands of homes. The gondola then crashed to the ground. The balloon envelope floated away, eventually landing on a residential rooftop.
Fox's Paul Stevens. America is listening to Fox News.
Don't put off creating or setting up a will or trust because you think it's complex and expensive. With trustandwill.com, it's simple, convenient, and secure. For as little as $39, you can nominate guardians for your children, determine who gets your stuff, and plan for future medical care all online. Trust and Will is the most trusted name in online estate planning, having helped hundreds of thousands of people protect their families, assets, and legacy. Don't put this off any longer. Get 10% off plus free shipping at trustandwill.com/Fox.
The first hurricane of the Eastern Pacific season has formed, advancing northwestward off the Mexican coast. It's expected to hit Category 2 force by Sunday, but the core will likely stay at sea while moving along the coast. More states are ending extra federal pandemic unemployment checks.
26 states have pledged to end participation in federal unemployment programs. 12 already have. 8 more states: Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Ohio, South Carolina, South Dakota, Dakota, Texas, and Utah cut off the extra unemployment bonuses today as governors in those states cite unfilled jobs and hiring problems, though some states like Colorado and Connecticut that are continuing the benefits are also offering new job bonuses. Nationwide, the weekly tally of initial unemployment claims coming in at 411,000. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A new Fox News poll asked Americans their thoughts about critical race theory.
The Fox News poll asked people if they even knew what critical race theory was. 49% said they did, 41% said they did not. Non-white voters were 15% more likely to know what it is. When asked which group is favored in America, 43% said whites are, 36% said minorities are. When asked how well critical race theory describes America, of those familiar with it, 47% said it does not describe the country well, 42% said it does.
Free Talk Live.
My father was a police officer most of my life. He went to prison for police brutality.
Oh,
and my father was the chief.
What was he like at home with you when you were growing up? Was he violent with you?
He never with me. He practically ignored me. Actually, I never really had a relationship with him, but extremely violent to my mother. He beat her up practically every day of my life.
Oh, my God.
He never touched me or my sisters or my brothers.
Did he have a drinking problem?
No, he's never drank alcohol in his
Wow,
entire
so
life.
violent without alcohol. Very interesting.
I lived in a very small town in West Virginia, and my sisters and I and my brothers, we could do whatever we wanted. There were no laws for us. I could drive as fast as I wanted.
You said that he abused your mother, beat her frequently. Did she ever leave him?
Yes, numerous times, but she couldn't do anything because there was no help for her. There were no police to call to help her. There was no help for her because my father was very well connected. He knew everybody in the state.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Tides are caused by the moon. The moon's gravitational pull also sucks up the feces and urine of the ocean floor, dumping it in the intertidal zones. The tide goes out, revealing pus-filled cysts known as tide pools, while the moon itself remains hypocritically pristine. Crabs are one of the many disgusting denizens of intertidal pools. They feed on feces and corpses with their demonic mouths. Scuttling hither and thither, they compete relentlessly for the juiciest excrement. Finding a walrus turd is truly nirvana for these abhorrent beasts. After accumulating too much filth to move, crabs bathe themselves in the ocean. Waste floods off the crab's exoskeleton and back into the tide pools as the cycle of begins anew.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It is Free Talk Live from the Porcupine Freedom Festival / Pork Fest, because Free Talk Live actually did go down. All three of us went down at one point to the actual Porcupine Freedom Festival. Now, did either of you buy a wristband?
Yep. Technically, I've got 10 tickets.
Oh, yeah, because you're a sponsor.
Yeah, but yeah, so Fork Fest is sponsoring the Porcupine Freedom Festival. And
which means you got to name the pavilion.
Right, and yes, yeah, you can sort of credit me with that.
I will say that, you know, I can't wait to see the video. It wasn't the best presentation I ever gave by far. I screwed up.
It was still pretty good.
Yeah, I thought I had a lot more. I thought I was going to run my mouth a lot more than I actually did during the presentation. Because when I was testing this at home, I was like, okay, 13 slides. It doesn't sound like a lot, but as I ran through it, it took me sometimes 45 to 50 minutes just to get through them. And during the actual presentation, it was closer to like 20 or 25.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're giving a presentation in front of hundreds of people, you get kind of anxious and nervous and stuff. And so
not really.
You rush through things faster.
I just spent less time dwelling on particular points that I had wanted to dwell on. I don't feel that I made the case very strongly about how Coinbase and all of these others are ultimately going to become the gatekeepers of cryptocurrency. Mm. But it's really hard to do that sort of thing on the fly when, if you're anything like me, you don't do a whole lot of preparation. You go, this is the topic, this is the outline, let's go.
The seat of my pants has wings. I use them.
Yes. You know, well, I mean, I do a radio show, so I'm well versed in doing exactly that.
You know, the other problem, and I've talked about this, you know, and this is something that's just obvious. You also have, you know, a criminal case being held over your head. So you can't. There's a lot of things you can't talk about.
Right.
So there's also that.
Yeah, I didn't mention anything about the actual case or what it was about. I think I mentioned what some of the charges were at one point, but I completely glossed over all of that and instead focused on what the ramifications of this case are really going to be.
Right, and that was a good thing, I think. Is it hasn't really been talked about much, most of what's been talked about is, what's happened. And it's kind of interesting. And I was thinking in my head, who's the best person to give a speech? And I'm thinking Arya, but at the same time, Arya can't actually talk about the case, really. So it's like it's one of these things where it's like we kind of need two presentations so that there's somebody who can talk about the case but isn't going to have their words used against them because they're not
the only people
involved.
who could actually talk about the case are people who have been indicted. To be honest, I mean, you basically have a list there of 6 people, and we're all under gag orders. So.
Well, I could talk about the case as far as like I can read the paperwork. I can say, okay, here's that information.
I can do that as well.
There's a lot
we've done
of
that here on the show.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how far you can go though. Like, I know anybody who's read the paperwork, every single piece of docket, and gone to every single hearing, and at least the publicly available is going to be able to talk far more, I think, than you may be able to even.
It frightens me on a spiritual level that I enjoy reading all of the legal documents, and
it should, Arya.
It's entertaining.
I'm not
interesting.
I'm not even finished. And
let the legalese seep into your soul.
That's not the point I'm getting at. It makes me laugh knowing that the federal government is coming after me. I sit there reading these things, laughing about the situation. And I suppose
it's absurd. It's speech.
You
said things with digits that we didn't like.
I don't know if, to what extent it's considered speech or anything like that, but and I don't know if it's necessarily the absurdity of it. I mean, that's what people say, sure.
Microsoft proved that in court.
It is,
and they kind of rely on it.
It is the absurdity of it, and I think even the judge understood how absurd the prosecution's argument was, like at least with the Ian hearing, right? And I don't know if that's going to be the case with nobody's hearing with the actual judge, but it certainly was, I think, with Ian's hearing.
I wasn't able to attend any of nobody's stuff so far. I will hopefully be able to attend the actual hearing, but I was there for Ian's, and there are a lot of charges stacked up against Ian. Some of them are on the face more ridiculous than others, but I still, it bothers me that as I read these list of charges that the federal government wants to throw me in prison for, my response to that is to chuckle. To me, I guess that's as good a way of coping with it as any.
It's called gallows humor for a reason.
I am known for dark humor.
That's a fact.
That's true. So it's a muted environment here still at Fork Fest because obviously someone is not here who should be, and it was going to be awkward and weird and kind of uncomfortable anyway, simply because Jazzy's not here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's been in the back of my mind as well. Well, we have Azria now,
true.
and I mean she's no Jazzy, but
I'm no Ian.
Yeah, I'm no Ian either.
Jazzy's been with Free Talk. She's a dog. She's been with Free Talk Live for forever,
and she's come to every single Fork Fest and Porcupine Freedom Festival.
And
so
she passed away this past year.
She did. She passed around surrounded by friends and family, though. So it could have been worse. But there's also Ian missing.
Yep, absolutely.
It's all very.
It's a lot of best of a bad situation.
Thanks, I guess.
Well, no, I mean,
I realized the other
Jazzy
night
passing and Ian not being here. Like, these are terrible situations, and we just make the best of them.
It's unfortunate, but at the same time, it's like everybody's actually is in pretty good spirits, I think, in spite of everything, if that makes any sense, I think pretty much everybody's almost looking forward to what's coming, even though there's this kind of risk to it.
So I look at a lot of this as like they are making desperate moves. Like I would have planned this differently if I were on their side.
Oh yeah.
Like the timing on this has been just awful from their perspective. So and it's not just the raid, but it's one thing after another where you see the federal government making acts of desperation, and you tend to make acts of desperation when you're running out of options.
My favorite part was when they asked Jeremy Kaufman of Library, that's LBRY, why his company had a website.
Wait, what?
Yes,
Wow.
the SEC asked him, why did you have a website? To which he responded something like, are you asking me why companies have websites? And the SEC person said, yes. So he started answering, well, companies have websites. And then the guy interrupted and said, no, I mean, you specifically, why did your company have a website? And he was like, well, so that people could go there to learn about what we were doing. And that's not the only example of that. That's just one of the more egregious ones. But if you follow his social media posts, he has the actual transcripts where they just ask him these absurd questions like that. Why did you have a website?
You have to wonder, like, there's got to be some sort of strategy to that. Are they trying to get you comfortable answering questions in order to... I would think that's what the reasoning would be, because otherwise it's just so insane.
The other one that I can think of off the top of my head asked him something like, why were you trying to be honest? And he said, "Oh,
wait,
why
what?"
were you?" He said something about his information being accurate, and the SEC guy said, "So it's important to you to provide accurate information." And he said, "Yes." And they said, "Why?" He said, "I try to always be accurate with the information I provide."
Well, I mean, if you're not, wouldn't it be fraud?
As a member of government, I find it absurd that you are not lying to people at every possible opportunity, and I demand that you explain yourself.
I want to know what environment these statists, these politicians, these bureaucrats grew up in, where they feel the need that they have to lie about like some very fundamental, basic stuff.
Yeah,
they are professional liars.
Well, I know, but like.
Can you just imagine having the audacity of being one of these SEC people? You're one of the most powerful people in the United States, and you're standing there asking this guy, why do you try to be accurate? Just imagine how warped does your entire understanding of reality have to be to even postulate that question to someone? Why do you try to tell the truth? What's wrong with you that you try to tell the truth? I can't comprehend it.
This so reminds me of employers and asking the question of, so why do you want this job? There's only one answer: money. Why else would you go and get a job with somebody else?
There are other reasons to have jobs.
No,
I know. I don't do this job for money.
But it's not like a job is an activist calling. You might get lucky in some situation, but
don't go anywhere. There's more coming up from Fort Fest. This is Free Talk Live.
After a devastating war, the alien visitors were driven back, and their willing human collaborators were left behind to face the music. When Emma Jean Anderson's ex-lover springs her from prison, Nathan Foster and his 14-year-old nephew Ben are tasked with bringing the pair to justice. An easy enough job until they discover something is inside Emma Jean, and the fate of the planet hangs in the balance. The Family Business by Mike Coopery from BaneBooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it! You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon. the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can't do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me. Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa. Hey. Who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait on account. Now. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Why are you running from me?
Because you scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Breaking weather news. Belize is sunny and around 82 degrees every day this week.
What's the forecast for your life? If current politics and economic prospects are cramping your freedom, escape to the tropics. ECI Development has affordable second homes for you to own or rent in Belize and other tropical countries. Places with stable governments and growing economies. Secure your freedom now. To find out more, send an email to ftl@ecidevelopment.com.
Yep, we still do email. Drop your email address in the entry box at freetalklive.com, and you'll be kept in the loop with Free Talk Live.
It is Free Talk Live. All sorts of events happening. And it's not just Porcupine Freedom Festival events. That's one of the things I love most about how it has all evolved over the last few years. Like 3 years ago, you would not have been able to have a Bitcoin con thing. I don't know what's going on over there. It's some sort of Bitcoin thing. They spew garbage all day, every day, from what I could tell.
I've had fun arguing with them.
Are they Bitcoin maximalists? Is that what's happening?
Largely, yeah.
They had a debate on it.
One of the people I was talking to is like, yeah, the Lightning chain. You got to do the Lightning chain. And it's like, no,
dude. No one
for really good reasons. One of which is that it makes it possible to end up in the same situation with crypto that we're in with fiat.
Yes, it's not a trustless system. If the node that you have your Bitcoin on gets detrusted for whatever reason, your Bitcoin's gone. End of story.
Yeah.
So no, that's not a good solution at all. Plus, it's clunky. It's not user. I am a very knowledgeable person when it comes to cryptocurrency. I know the ins and outs of how to use it. And the Lightning Network is extremely clunky and not user friendly. It's a bad solution to a long-term problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The biggest moment of frustration with them was when I saw Mo talking to them, and he said something to the effect of, hey, who wants $5 in Bitcoin Cash? All you got to do is open up your wallet, and I'll come by and give it to you. And one of the guys shouted him down, saying, no, all you people, you're selling out your principals for $5. I was like, oh, okay.
Selling out my principles?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I just learned everything I needed to know. I'm staying they had this talk.
You can't trade for silver, only gold.
Yeah, they had these. They have all kinds of conversations like that, and it's just so obvious that these are not people who actually use cryptocurrency in a useful or meaningful way.
Bartering? What are you bringing us back to the Dark Ages?
I would be stunned to find that any of these Bitcoin maximalists that have been over there have spent a single have made a single cryptocurrency transaction here at PorkFest. I would be stunned.
Oh, I tried to buy a drink from them, and they're like, "Oh, well, hang on. So what do you want to do?" And I'm like, and he's like, "Oh, well, I've got a Lightning wallet," and I'm like, "No, I don't have Lightning. It's a terrible idea. I don't use it."
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, well, let me try. And he could not bring me a cryptocurrency address to give him money for a drink.
I know some people a number of years ago, they required you to be able to demonstrate that you knew how to send and receive cryptocurrency in order to gain access to their party.
Mm-hmm.
And it's shocking. And there were a lot of people there who had clearly never used cryptocurrency in any meaningful way.
I mean, there's a lot of people from out of town that come to PorkFest effectively. So 3/4 of the people here this is the first time they've been to the state of New Hampshire or are hearing about the migration movement. So it doesn't surprise me that there's a lot of people that don't have a crypto wallet yet. But what's interesting is that like everybody here accepts cryptocurrency. I actually was kind of curious whether or not you had any problems like, buying stuff because some of the vendors aren't accepting dirty fiat.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I have gold backs.
Okay, so you're probably okay with gold backs too.
Yeah, if I run into a vendor, I mean, realistically, any of these vendors would probably be willing to take USD from me, given they know the situation I'm in more than likely.
Probably.
They'd probably be willing to bend the rules for me.
Yeah.
But a lot of vendors won't even accept money from me. Any money from me.
Yeah, I believe it. That's good.
Your money's no good here, lady.
That's exactly how you should be treated. You should be put on a pedestal right now for all you've done.
It makes me feel bad. Like, look, I don't mind paying, but they're like, well, I've been donating to the Crypto 6 fundraiser, and I was like, okay, I understand now why it would be senseless for me to pay you, but just let me pay you. And
let me fulfill the ritual, please.
Yes, and if I don't want to feel like I'm being given something, It's like
you're not getting it for free, Aria. You're paying a high price for it.
Yeah, you paid in risk.
Yeah.
Well, still, I haven't run into the issue of anyone saying, no, we won't take your dirty war dollars. And even if someone were to do that, I don't see it happening in my particular case, but I do have the gold backs that I could use.
Good. Yeah, I haven't had any problem spending gold backs with any vendor here, and I've been spending gold backs.
This is the biggest year from gold backs, from what I can tell.
Definitely, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's
this
is the year of the gold back, really.
Oh yeah.
Which is convenient for me since I can't use cryptocurrency. But there are we accept gold back here stickers now that I plan to take back with me to Keene.
I haven't spent any dirty fiat here. Not a single dollar.
Must be nice, Chris. Want to rub it in some
I'm
more?
sorry. but I've spent gold backs. So I'm not that.
Well, I've spent silver and I've spent gold backs and I spent USD.
Well, and that's one thing too, is like, I would love to see them tell you can't spend gold. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I don't see any reason that there could possibly be any restriction on me using gold or silver.
Well, no,
I know they
stole the gold backs.
They did, but that's because it was valuable and they were authorized to steal anything that was valuable.
Yeah, there are so many levels on which they have enshrined your ability to trade gold that, like, if they tried to take it now, I mean, good luck.
I don't see any justification that they would have for, keeping me from using gold bags. I mean, it's just gold, right?
Well,
what are you going to say? Are you going to say I can't have a gold necklace next? I mean,
they're going to. I mean, the arguments effectively.
What about these silver dollars that I have in my hotel room that they were minted by the U.S. government?
But Aria, everything you own, everything you could possess, including the money that you earn, from your day job, that's all proceeds of crime.
What?
That's their argument. That's why they say they can take it. It doesn't matter the fact that your money is coming from
a job or two.
Yeah, right.
From what I can tell, you're talking about the notice of forfeiture that was filed, right? Where it was like if these charges are, I think it was the last page of the indictment. I don't recall,
but there
was something to the effect of if the defendant is found guilty, then all proceeds will be forfeit to the U.S. government. Or something like
proceeds that didn't come from crime because they predate cryptocurrency.
No, there is a caveat in there that says anything that is a proceed from the crime. Right. They can't take Ian's property from him. They can't take the house I live in or the house that he lives in from him, because those predate any allegations of cryptocurrency usage from him.
In the Ian's hearing, they said something to the effect of all of the churches. The prosecutor argued all of the church's property, the Shire Free Church's property, was proceeds of crime. and that even though the house predates it and was donated to the church before cryptocurrency stuff was going on.
I think you may be misremembering, but at any rate, I don't see any possibility of them taking the properties from him because they're not listed in the forfeiture notice. So who knows?
Hopefully, I think you're right about that. That doesn't change what the prosecutor said during the hearing.
Oh well, sure. Well, I mean, the prosecutors filed a thing yesterday or the day before objecting to the release of Rich Paul, where they said that he was being charged with running an unlicensed money services business. Well, that's not true.
Right.
He's being charged with running a money transmitting business that wasn't licensed. So, I mean, they say inaccurate and incorrect things all the time.
Yeah.
What's important is what gets filed and doesn't get filed. Now, they did incorrectly file. Now, in their filing, they did incorrectly state what charges he's being charged with. Maybe he's got more charges that I know about. I don't know. But he hasn't been charged with operating an unlicensed money services business, yet that made its way into the actual federal filing, just like any of the other nonsense did. But the actual notice of forfeiture, from what I could tell, it would exclude the properties on Liver Street and on Marlborough Street. But I don't know. I'm not an attorney. This is why I have an attorney. More coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're still here until July the 4th. It's Free Talk Live.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
After a devastating war, the alien visitors were driven back, and their willing human collaborators were left behind to face the music. When Emma Jean Anderson's ex-lover springs her from prison, Nathan Foster and his 14-year-old nephew Ben are tasked with bringing the pair to justice. An easy enough job until they discover something is inside Emma Jean, and the fate of the planet hangs in the balance. The Family Business by Mike Coopery from BaneBooks.com.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191. The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Got Telegram? You can follow our channel there and discuss show prep with other listeners at telegram.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live from the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire at Rogers Campground. We're here until July the 4th. You can still come hang out with us. It's the Cool Kids Party, the after party for the Porcupine. It used to be the pre-party, right? It was like 3 days or something like that. And then Ian and someone else who I'm not going to name were discussing it one night. We're like, let's do it after next year.
It's a much better idea that way.
And it became, the Cool Kids after party. Plus, it allows us to advertise ForkFest during the Porcupine Freedom Festival. In fact, we have a ForkFest.party banner. Someone else has one down here. I don't even know who they are.
There are a lot of people with ForkFest party banners all over this campground.
How do we not know who they are?
Oh, gee, if only you had some kind of centralized intelligence apparatus.
We don't, but we're the ones who essentially, we're largely the ones who created and promoted ForkFest. And now we have people with banners. And we're like,
it has
who the
grown
hell's
beyond
vehicle
you.
is this?
So
there are also LRN.FM stickers, which I assume were just picked up here because we leave them out for anyone to take them. But I'm just like, I don't know who they are. Are they?
It's probably somebody I've bumped into who wanted one, and I bring them usually every year, the ForkFest party banner. So it's probably me, or they may have had it from a past year too, where not everybody returns them. So
there's also one hanging up at the Crypto 6 pavilion down there. That's the main pavilion.
That's right.
It would have been so much less confusing if the organizer of this event, when we were discussing my presentation, had just said the main pavilion. Instead, he said it's at the Crypto 6 pavilion. I was like, okay, is that one of the tents you guys threw up? What are we talking about there? He's like, it's Pavilion 6.
There's actually only one pavilion here, so I think it's pretty clear. But I can understand where the confusion is.
There's a pavilion up there as well. They just don't use it for that purpose.
There's a pavilion. Oh, you're right. Actually, there's two pavilions.
Yeah. That's the main pavilion. But he called it Pavilion 6. Which is what
Not
really
the Crypto 6 pavilion?
He did ultimately clarify, but it was very confusing.
And it's labeled PAV6, which I thought was ridiculous.
Yeah, see, all of that was very confusing for me, trying to figure out where the hell I was supposed to be going.
That might in part be my fault. I'm
What
sorry,
did
guys.
you do, Chris?
So I'm the one behind it. So I basically they had me fill out a form with information, and I filled it out the best I could. And that's where I think the PAV6 came from. But I only had 4 characters to put in there. So that was partially them, partially me.
Well, no worries. I found the place.
Yeah.
And, the ForkFest.party banner hanging up in there, it looks awesome. All of their presentations there on the screens, you just constantly see the Crypto 6 coming by and stuff like that. And it causes people to ask questions. I'm looking forward to seeing the picture from today, though, because I want to know how many of the people in this photograph are wearing a Free the Crypto 6 t-shirt. I wanted to wear one for that purpose. I wanted one for the presentation, but after the presentation, it was a little bit hot, so I just went to my room and swapped out to a less hot t-shirt. Then I was like, do I really have time to go get it? And then, of course, having the puppy and just being me, having just done a presentation, I got stopped like 30 times between here and the 45 feet that it's at, and just didn't have time to go and get it, unfortunately. But I was there for the photograph, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it turned out, because there's just no way the photographer...
how's anyone supposed to know that you support the Crypto 6? Jeez.
I know, right? Maybe I hate those people. But I do see a lot more of the t-shirts today than I saw yesterday or the day before.
So, keep in mind that there are, 4,000 people here, roughly. 3,000 tickets sold. There's more people than...
Who told you 3,000? Because I got my numbers.
Selling tickets.
I got my numbers from Dennis Pratt, who organized the event. He said 2,500.
Yeah, 2,500 is the number
am I
that I have heard
mistaken?
everywhere.
Was it 2,500
Now,
tickets
that
sold?
being said,
That is a huge
they
number, but there's
stopped-
also a
they
lot of tickets that
stopped-
weren't actually redeemed and stuff as well.
They stopped. Okay, so they're stopped. Sorry,
Like they're
guys.
including my
that was
ticket.
me.
They're including my ticket in with that, and yours as well.
Yeah, and I didn't pick up mine either. So, and I got 10 of them. So
Yeah.
so yeah. But
I do think that 3,000 might be a reasonable estimate, though, because there are people here without tickets.
So there's a lot of people here without tickets actually because they ran out of tickets to sell basically, and I know
they stopped selling day passes as well. I mean, it's a huge festival this year.
Oh yeah,
they stopped selling. You mean at the camp to get into the campground? They stopped selling.
As I understand it, according to Dennis Pratt, they stopped selling day passes.
Oh wow! I hope nobody shows up and is expected to be able to get in.
We've been telling people since then that you can't come to the Porcupine Freedom Festival if you don't already have a ticket.
Okay, but you can come to Fork Fest.
You absolutely can, and we're going to be here from June the 28th through July the 4th.
Yep, as of Monday.
We're assuming it's not sold out. But
this is true.
We don't sell tickets, so we have no way of knowing.
Yeah, there's no tickets for Fork Fest.
Maybe Fork Fest is sold out. How many people are going to be here on 4th of July weekend? I have no idea.
Come anyway, standing room only.
So I was told at one point that it was sold out and packed, but that information was wrong, I think, because what happened was they don't understand when you're saying Fork Fest that you're not talking about Pork Fest because they're similar sounding.
They are, which is why I always say Porcupine Freedom Festival versus Fork Fest.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So it's not the Porcupine Freedom Festival?
It is not. Lately, I've been wanting to just call it the Freedom Festival, right? Because I think it would be a good idea for Fork Fest and Pork Fest to work together once again. Now that the option is there, now that it's decentralized, they're not kicking people out, they're not searching vehicles.
Well, there's technically no official dates, and some people do consider the whole 2 weeks to be Fork Fest.
Right.
So.
But I think it would be more advantageous if we were actually able to work closely with the Porcupine Freedom Festival planners to make the event as good as it could be, while still having the after party that is Fork Fest by itself.
I wonder if they're just trying to avoid more liability or what. But
well, a lot of the issue is they don't. Historically, I don't know how Dennis Pratt feels about any of this because I haven't talked to him extensively. All of our conversations about this was about my presentation at the Crypto 6. But historically, there was a bit of animosity between Free Talk Live and the Porcupine Freedom Festival. I mean, they kicked out Ian, and that sort of made me upset. So
and Free Talk Live as well, I believe.
Well, they didn't really kick out Free Talk Live, but they did kick out the only person who was...
They were so unclear that it wasn't clear whether or not Free Talk Live was banned too.
No, they were clear. The issue was just that the only person then who knew how to run Free Talk Live was Ian. So they effectively kicked out Free Talk Live. Just like when the FBI arrested me and Ian, they took down Free Talk Live because they took down the only two people who are actually capable of doing it. So it was sort of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then they were upset with me because I was planning a togetherness event to talk with some people, and I backed out of that because I was, hey, you just told my best friend he can't come here. I'm not taking part in your event.
So it is nice to see you guys playing nice for a change.
So here's the thing. There are more. There's this. Okay, so this is my experience. Okay, there are particular people who don't care for certain things, but it's not everybody. Like for example, the Fork Fest. Carla didn't want us to sponsor, basically under the Fork Fest banner, but she went and she talked to the rest of the group, and the rest of the group said, "You're crazy," and so we ended up with the Fork Fest sponsorship of the Porcupine Freedom Festival.
Right.
So it's not everybody. It's just
I
some
never
people.
once even suggested it was everybody. I didn't even name names. You did.
Well, no. I know. But I'm just saying when you say
this is what happened.
Pork Fest people, it kind of seems like you're implying that it's like everybody in the Pork Fest, and it's not.
Well, they were too cowardly to tell us who exactly didn't want Ian to be here.
That's true.
But all of that has changed. I mean, I know Carla doesn't like me. She's been pretty clear about that.
She has been on. She did go on Free Talk Live last year, though, at Pork Fest.
No, that was under the condition that I not be around.
Really?
Oh, yes, you didn't know that?
I was not aware of that.
Yes, that was the only reason that happened.
So you're getting the scoop here now at this Pork Fest. Pork Fest.
She agreed to come on, but only if I wasn't there.
Interesting.
And this was largely because I, under the auspices of the Reformed Satanic Church, attempted to sponsor the Porcupine Freedom Festival, which she didn't care for.
Yeah, how dare you try to give me money with the name on the check I don't like?
I know we talked about this last year.
The story gets funnier, so hold on for a second. Yeah. So she said something like, what LOL pass? So she asked what, so I explained it's an actual church that I own. We actually raise money for charities. We're one of the top contributors to the Extra Life organization or at least the affiliate operating here in Keene, and blah, 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 blah. And she was like, what part of hard pass do you not understand? I was like, hey, well, I didn't understand the part where you asked what? So you asked me a question, so I explained. But being the bigger person, I decided it would be nice if I donated money from the Reformed Satanic Church as a token of forgiveness to her Senate campaign. And that was really what upset her.
Interesting.
Because right there under her list of donors, it is right there, Reformed Satanic Church. And she was trying to find ways to get them. She was pissed at Ian about it because she was like, you put her up to this. And
your minions! You sent your minions! She associated me with it too, and I had nothing. I didn't even know about it until after the fact.
More coming up. It's Free Talk Live.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Do you appreciate what we do? Help us advertise, market, and promote for just $5 a month at amp.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live. You can still join us. We're here until July the 4th at Forkfest 2021, the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. Even today, I mean, it's chilly. Bring a hoodie, man. But it is a beautiful day nonetheless, and there's still time to join us. I think this is the last day of rain for the next week or two. I'm not...
Oh, really?
I think so.
I think, well, last I looked, it was like yesterday, today, and tomorrow we're all at like 46%, 49% chance of rain, so...
I would love some sunshine. I'm glad the sun hasn't come back out today because the humidity level would just be unbearable, and then it would be 90 degrees again. But it was 90 degrees when I got here Monday, and... It was hot enough that I was just like, no, screw this. I'm sitting up and I'm going to the AC. You guys have fun.
Yeah, this event is interesting because where it's held, the weather is like, it can be wet, but at the same time, it's usually not that bad. Like it's bearable.
Yeah, I mean, today is a little muggy.
It's like spitting basically. It's not like pouring or anything. We did have a Monday. It was pouring, but like usually it's just a couple of days, maybe at most of pouring, and it spits on and off on other days where it's raining.
Tends to be warm enough to walk around even when it is raining, so that's nice.
Yeah. So, and it's not too hot. Like if it was in a desert or somewhere south of here, it can get hot, or it could get cold too.
Well, I mean, it was 90 degrees here Monday, so it can get hot here too, like unbearably hot.
Yeah, but 90 degrees is still like, that's at the tip of what it can get to here.
Yes, but it was that just a few days ago. I mean,
I
don't want to gloss over that.
It was
especially if you're going to be out tent camping.
Most of the couple of weeks,
though, aware that you're camping
here. It's not that type of weather. It's like 70. It's a nice temperature to be here.
Sure. And we're talking about the history of Forkfest and the Porcupine Freedom Festival. And look, I don't bear any of these people grudges. I want to be clear about that. The entire reason that I donated money to Carla's Senate campaign was to make it known that, hey, look, I realize you don't like what I do, but I still support what you're going to do.
Right.
Right. We don't have to be enemies here. But, she was mad at Ian about that. She was mad at me about that. She thought he had put me up to it. For whatever reason, she thought that I somehow didn't have $50 to donate to her Senate campaign. She honestly thought that he gave me the money to do this. It's like, man, you have no respect for me whatsoever, do you?
$50?
I think it was $50. I don't remember now. But I'm pretty sure it was just $50. And I mean, just a small token of, hey, I'm not mad at you. Everything's fine. But yeah, then she didn't want to be on the show if I was around, and she hasn't spoken to me at all. I don't think she's even looked at me. I mean, she's seen me, but she like averts her gaze. Oh, there's that evil Satanist.
I will tolerate that we're on the same side, but...
Yeah, it's really funny because usually, the things that we have in every community has like infighting with each other. But it's funny
I'm not infighting with anyone. There are just some people who don't like me, and I wish they would get over that.
And that's with every community. But what I've noticed about like our community here in New Hampshire is that for the most part, it doesn't usually get in the way. Like you can do your thing, I can do my thing. There's just so many libertarians here. We don't have to really interact with each other if we don't get along,
On that note, I will say this. Dennis Pratt was upset with me because I was supposed to be working with him to do something last year or the year before. I don't remember exactly what year it was. And it was the last year that they wouldn't let Ian attend. And no, they declined.
No, he was here last year.
No, I said, or the year before. I don't remember the exact year.
So
it was that they declined.
I think it was 2 years ago.
They declined a donation from him, is what it was, and there was some nastiness toward him, and I was just like, okay, look, I'm backing out. I'm done. I'm not going to do your thing because you're being rude to my best friend. But instead of holding that against me, he just gave me a call, and we talked about it. I explained why I did what I did. He listened. I assured him that, hey, well, you don't have to really worry about that happening again because you guys have been more than fair to Ian since then.
Yeah.
I mean, if you...
Yeah, Dennis is wicked freaking awesome.
He is.
A great guy.
And so, I mean, we were able to just talk through that and work that out. And everyone benefited as a result, as far as I can tell. That's the way to handle these things. It's not to dwell on them and go, oh, that evil Satanist tranny gave me $50. It's to talk it out, work it out, and come to a solution.
I've been pretty happy with Roger Paxton in I think a couple years, and then and Dennis. It's really I think we had more problems more like 3 or 4 years ago.
That was under the Paxtons. Ever since my very first Porcupine
under
Freedom
Roger
Festival.
Paxton, really,
Yeah.
because it seemed like it went pretty well by comparison of prior years, at least. Let me put it that way.
I don't know to what extent he and his wife had any control over it whatsoever.
Roger Paxton like quit over the whole Ian thing.
I know.
He stopped doing it over that.
Wow.
I know, but he
put
was
out a letter and everything.
Yeah, but he was still the one. The very first Porcupine Freedom Festival that I ever attended was organized and created by he and his wife. Or not created, but organized and planned and, all of that.
Okay.
I don't know to what... The biggest issue I saw was the closing down of Rogers Campground and the out-of-control park rangers who acted like cops.
Yeah.
And searching people's vehicles and nonsense like that.
There were a lot of complaints that year from everybody.
Yeah, banning Ian Freeman certainly didn't help. And then refusing to clarify whether he had been banned for 1 year or multiple years, then refusing to take money from him. It was just all not good. But luckily, they've come around. I assume that as a result of all of that nonsense, what we saw was accurate, and that was the numbers of attendees just plummeting. Now, last year, they opened the Porcupine Freedom Festival back up for the first time in, I don't know, since I have been attending at the very least, and the numbers were way up. And this year, it remained open, and they are sold out.
Right.
To the extent that, as I've been told, they're not even selling day pass anymore. So it was clearly, I haven't even seen a park ranger.
I don't think they're doing it at all.
No,
I am so in favor.
So
of.
actually, they sort of are, but they sort of
do
are.
exist.
So
I know
they actually came around, and I was asked if I needed help unpacking.
Wow.
So I was extraordinarily happy about how it's been dealt with this year, as far as and again, I'm one of the sponsors and organizers, but still, they have treated the vendors and sponsors way better than they did a handful of years ago.
Yeah, I remember the very last.
But it was under a different regime.
Well, and this is kind of a general problem. Like, you set people up to be servants and they become masters.
Yeah.
So you try and get
Some
these people
people
to be pork rangers because you want to, make people safe and make sure that there's first aid, and they just get a head full of power. And I need to search your vehicle.
Well, I remember the very last time that Fork Fest happened prior to the Porcupine Freedom Festival. The next to last night, the penultimate night of Fork Fest, was absolutely amazing. The next night, the Porcupine Freedom Festival had arrived, and the vibe shifted immediately. There were already people getting in the way with golf carts with their little pork ranger signs all over them. They were blocking roads and stuff like that, getting in the way of people. They had no concern. And I went back to my hotel room to get something, and I heard whoever was heading the Pork Rangers that year actually say that she was upset because she couldn't do something about she saw that she didn't like, because it was still Fork Fest, not the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and she was upset because, quote, she didn't have jurisdiction to do anything about it.
You know what's
and
funny?
That conversation will never, ever be forgotten.
Right.
It's really interesting. So, the old days, this is before you were here, Aria, but were really amazing. And there were days even before that were also before I was here, and they were also amazing. But
I tell you, the days now are friggin' amazing.
Sometime between 2013 and 14 and now, there's been an event or two that were not good, and but different people have organized it too. So, and I've noticed that depending on who's organizing it, that's kind of what determines whether or not it's a good pork fest or not a good pork fest.
Well, from what I can tell, it has more to do with how controlling the Porcupine Freedom Festival is. The less controlling they are, the better the festival is. I went down there and...
But this also depends on who the head organizer is.
Sure. And I don't want to say anything to that note.
Well, different people are going to take different strategies on this. So if you're a controlling person, you're going to want to take control.
But I'm not sure to what extent the organizer actually has any control over whether or not the Free State Project Incorporated rents out the entire campground. I don't know what they can do about that. But I know that this year I've walked down to the Porcupine Freedom Festival several times. I don't have a wristband, but I don't know if just anyone can do that. Of course, the fact that, you see me and you see the 6 foot tall tranny, just about everyone here who would be part of the organizers of the Porcupine Freedom Festival already know who I am. And they know, even if I don't have a ticket, I'm speaking. And even if I wasn't speaking, do they really want to tell me I can't be there?
This very much, I feel like, has been dependent on who's organizing it. And I've been coming for maybe six.
Even last year, weren't they requiring to see
I think we've just kind of finally gotten our legs under us and figured out what level of organization works for an event like this. We're like, okay, well, we've got this section here. That's where we have our speakers and we deal with our stuff. And you guys just go do your thing over there.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they actually require wristbands for people to enter the Porcupine Freedom Festival area last year?
So they do this year too.
No.
The question is
they don't actually have anyone standing there this year.
Well,
de juris or de facto?
Right. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is about enforcement. Just because they're not enforcing it doesn't mean it's not required.
Well, it's not required if they're not enforcing it. It's just a
they
suggestion.
Have signs out that say you need to have a wristband on. They're just not enforcing it.
It's too late.
There's a rule, just no one's doing it.
Thanks for listening. More coming up from PorcFest. It's Free Talk Live.
A newly recruited search and rescue officer, Marshall Hunter was resigned to a life of rescuing wayward spacefarers and derelict satellites. But when a billionaire couple goes missing, his own ship is disabled during the rescue. With communication satellites suddenly failing and lunar mineral shipments disappearing in transit, the crew suspects it's more than a coincidence, and Hunter must choose between salvation and sacrifice to save his crewmates and their civilian charges. Frontier by Patrick Childs and BingBooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
I'm a little obsessed with My Magic Mud. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, the founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I didn't even know my teeth were coffee stained. A week's worth of use convinced me, and now I use it every 3 or 4 days. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, and I think it cleans better too. My Magic Mud's available at most local health food stores, Sprouts, Natural Grocers, CVS, Walmart's Natural Beauty Aisle, but I can get it for you for 20% off with coupon code FTL20 at mymagicmud.com. FTL20 mymagicmud.com.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
Questioning Authority is coming up next, live after the news on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The grim search goes on. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. The mayor of Miami-Dade County says another body was pulled from the rubble of the collapsed condo tower today, and she says other human remains were also found. The number of confirmed dead is now 5, while more than 150 are unaccounted for. A deep fire has hindered search efforts.
Operations continue despite a smoldering fire that is deep in that rubble. Firefighters have made tremendous efforts to try and put that out, but it's still making their work more complicated and a real smoky haze around the area. And that report has major structural flaws from 3 years ago cited in the building that collapsed, flaws in and around the parking garage as well as the pool deck, and even eroded concrete. There are real concerns that other buildings in the area could be vulnerable, and many of those buildings are ordering an audit of their structure.
Fox's Steve Harrigan. There's been no let-up of criticism of Vice President Harris's handling of the border crisis despite her visit to El Paso, Texas Friday.
And there she visited Customs and Border Protection facilities as well as a center during her time there. To put this in context of why there's criticism to begin with as far as the location, El Paso is the third on the list of sectors with the most apprehensions, behind Del Rio coming in second, and then the RGV, which is the busiest busiest portion of the southern border.
Fox's Alex Hogan. Harris made the announcement to visit the border just one day after former President Trump said he will be traveling to the border next week with Republican lawmakers. Government officials, wildlife managers, and utility workers across the Pacific Northwest are trying to keep people and animals safe as a historic heat wave scorches the region. Temperatures in many areas are expected to top out 25 to 30 degrees above normal in the coming days. America is listening to Fox News.
If your time on the golf course is fueled by the pursuit of better, you're not alone. Peter Millar believes innovation in performance apparel is never-ending. This season, Peter Millar has changed the game with UPF 50+ sun protection in their performance polos and sport shirts. Whether you're teeing up or heading to town, get ready for the height of summer with Peter Millar's lightweight sun protection apparel. Explore their sun protection styles today at petermillar.com. Enjoy free shipping, effortless returns, and a complimentary gift with your purchase at petermillar.com/Fox News. petermillar.com/Fox News.
The Celebrity Edge is now the first cruise ship to set sail from a U.S. port since the pandemic.
The cruise industry has been shut down now for 469 straight days. It's been absolutely crippling to an industry that contributes some $32 billion to the U.S. economy. More than 250,000 jobs were also lost. This particular ship for the Western Caribbean for 7 days, 99% full of passengers who have been vaccinated. For those who haven't, they have to undergo a series of tests, 72 hours before they leave, when they get here, in the middle of the cruise, and then after the cruise.
Fox Business's Ashley Webster. An increasing number of disrupted passengers on flights has the TSA bringing back classes to help crews defend themselves. Fox's Matt Napolitano.
The crew member self-defense program will resume at all TSA field offices on Thursday, offering 4 hours of free training for potential physical altercations both on and off the aircraft. It will mark the revival of the program after being suspended due to the coronavirus pandemic and with travel inching closer to pre-COVID levels. The restart of this self-defense instruction comes with more videos popping up of passenger disputes on flights across the U.S. There have been nearly 3,100 reports from airlines to the FAA of rowdy passengers this year. Nearly 3/4 of those incidents were sparked over travelers refusing to wear masks. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
Hundreds of Jeep and car fans turned out for a parade Friday in honor of Daytona Beach police officer Jason.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Following the news this week that recording artist and industry magnate Bob Dylan would be laying off 2,000 workers from his Muscatine, Iowa songwriting factory in an effort to streamline his music-making operations, The Onion spoke with veteran factory worker Travis Felton, who received a pink slip earlier today.
I've been working on the lyric assembly line for 25 years now. Punch in each and every morning, make sure the words are complex and poetic. And yesterday, the foreman calls me into his office to tell me that the company is reducing headcount. They're giving the whole rhyming section the boot. What Mr. Dillon and the other suits don't understand is that here in Muscatine, songwriting is all we have. And we've been doing the best damn Dylan songs in the world for over 50 years, and now they're trying to take that away from us. I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. Well, I guess I could see if they're hiring over at the Tom Petty factory in Hurstville. Lord knows I hoped it'd never come to that.
This is the Onion News Network.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm fighting a never sneeze. God damn it. Oh gosh, it's been terrible. But welcome back, everyone, to the So I guess like we called it the last sort of the oh my god, I'm just so looking forward to Forkfest. Oh my god. But so yeah, this will be the last sort of like I guess like remote live show on Saturday. Um, going to be replaced by a podcast from one of my other live shows, right? The one I do every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, I mean, I keep saying 9 p.m. Eastern, and I actually do intend on being on streaming on time, right? Especially at Forkfest because oh, excuse me. Especially at Forkfest because I'm not going to have literally any responsibilities ever been just to relax and have fun. And I bought the mobile hotspot. I bought that today, and I'm gonna get the plan all set up tomorrow so I could be able to stream video. And so fingers crossed, it's all gonna work out. Technology is an extremely fickle thing, but yeah, fingers crossed, it's gonna work out. But yeah, and I think I said I was going to be in Keene today for this episode, but I decided against it for quite a few reasons. One, I wasn't really able to know until last minute, since it sort of hinged on whether or not Ian would be allowed to go to Porkfest by his the judge, which obviously didn't happen. And I forget if it was declined or they just didn't reply in time for him to be able to go. But so yeah, no, I think it's been straight up declined. So that's unfortunate. So Ian won't even be able to go to Forkfest, but he'll be able to go to the next. Well, I guess actually the next one will be around when the trial is. So I guess depending on how long the trial is, like I think Cantwell's trial. Oh no, we can't really compare it to Cantwell's trial because this is by the time the trial is going to happen in next spring. Things will probably be back to like almost 100% back to normal, so we can't really go based off that timetable. But yeah, that'll be in. I think it's going to be the same time. I think now Forkfest is pretty much always going to be the tail end, or not tail end, but go follow Porkfest. And from what I've heard about, from what I've heard about Porkfest, and teach their own. I hear it's like super crowded, but yeah, pretty much just that it's super crowded. The weather is probably terrible. I think the humidity is bad. The humidity was bad here too today. I had road rage incidents. I was just going crazy with this humidity. I was like, other than doing some last minute Forkfest shopping done. Yeah, I just couldn't get anything accomplished. I was going crazy, and yeah, it's like I don't know. I guess this is how like a lizard feels, and it reminds me why I don't want to live in Florida. And the thing is, like in Florida, this experience of a humidity, this is like three quarters of a year. Plus the allergies. At least in winter, I do have to deal with like being inside a lot more and like dust and stuff. But other than that, like in the winter, I have zero seasonal allergies. So, all right. Anyway, so I'm not going to just be bitching about all of this. Oh yeah. So that, and also it'd be a lot of driving. Like it'd be a shit ton of driving to go from the Upper Valley to Keene, then tomorrow from Keene to back here. Then I'd have to pack and do it. And yeah, this is too much driving. And then I have to drive on Monday. Too much driving. So I decided just to take it easy this weekend and just spend more time preparing. I got some hot dogs and buns for the listener get together. I'm having planned for tentatively, I'd say like 5 p.m. Monday. And yeah, it's going to be good. So I'm going to have some potato chips. Yeah, basically just be a light fare. I don't really feel like busting the grill out and doing hamburgers or anything. And also, I mean, just the same, I can't really keep it sanitary just in my, shitty cooler. So it's going to be fun though. It's going to be great. All right. So now where's my prep? Actually, I had quite a few things I want to talk about today. Okay. No, so it must've been on Telegram. There's some local news, the budget passed. All right, so I like to talk about local news on the Saturday show. So the New Hampshire budget passed. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like it's the conservatives, right? You know, I guess like sort of like the contemptible conservatives. You know, the cuck-servatives, these I don't know what you want to call it. They all loved it, even though it didn't really go after critical race theory, like the teaching of it in public schools. And it's funny too, seeing like teachers saying like, "Oh, you know, the government's telling me what I can and can't teach." It's like, bitch, who's signing your checks, right? That just comes with it. I don't support government public school, but I mean, I support you doing whatever, or I mean, you know, in general, I support people doing what the people who write them checks do. Tell them to do, right? So I mean, if you're getting paid to teach what the government wants you to teach, then yeah, you better fucking do it. Same thing as a private corporation. So and I mean that's only like the tip of the ass of a problem here, right? The main problem here is that you have a bunch of these predominantly white teachers, or at least for skin is white, teaching this rabid anti-white program. And it's like what Tucker Carlson said. A lot of this shit sounds like stuff that people would say about like blacks and Jews in the like 1800s, and it's just like condemning an entire group of people, an entire race, based off of these preconceived notions. And you have these. Oh, I mean, even worse. I mean, always always take out the traitor before the enemy, right? Like if I was in a room and I had and I had a gun with just one bullet, and in the room I had an enemy and I had someone I knew was a traitor. I mean, obviously I'd use that bullet to take the traitor out first. Actually, no, I'd use a bullet to take the enemy out first, and then I would finish off a traitor with my bare hands and like gouge their eyes out or strangle them or do whatever. And these people, and so they say, oh, well, critical race theory is anti-everyone. And if you call it out as being, anti-white, even if you're not any sort of identitarian or whatever, if you're just, someone who's just like if you're a Republican, or if you're, card-carrying libertarian or whatever, if you call it out as being explicitly anti-white, then actually you're the problem, that you're a white supremacist or some bullshit, right? I mean, that's like, that's who's giving the speeches out at Porkfest right now, which is one of the reasons why I didn't want to spend all that money. I mean, I hear it's a lot better run this year, and that's good. But yeah, I mean, it's just like I don't know. I mean, it's like I was going to compare it to Epcot, but no, Epcot is a lot of fun, right? Like people think Epcot is boring at Disney World, but it's because usually people go to the Magic Kingdom, or they go to the Animal Kingdom, or maybe even the third one that I always forget the name of. But Epcot, people think of it as like being just going to a museum or like Sealand. But I mean, they actually do have rides there. They actually do have really cool stuff at Epcot. Okay, so anyways, critical race theory explained. Critical race theory is an answer to the question, why did the Civil Rights Acts and movement fail to end racism? CRT is not merely a critique of society, but a plan to revolutionize society. Critical race theory is based on two premises. Number one, race is a, quote, social construct invented by white people, specifically to marginalize, exclude, and oppress non-white people. Therefore, whiteness is an ideology. And I mean, just off the top of my head, I'm big on, as most of you probably should know, I'm big on biblical archaeology, biblical history, and it's like, instead of talking about races, right? Because when we talk about race, it's like a color of skin, right? It's like a shade. They talk about tribes of people, and so we're gonna get into that, the differences. We're gonna get into some Generation Z cringe, much more, coming right up.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in Liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents, It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it.
Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
On March 16th this year, government task forces violently raided the New Hampshire Bitcoin Embassy, the Mighty Moose Mart, the homes of Aria DiMezzo, Andy and Renee Spinella, Colleen Fordham, a grandmother, and perhaps most relevant, the studios of Free Talk Live. The Crypto Six were arrested. 4 were released on bail conditions, but Ian Freeman was held hostage for 69 days. Rich Paul, also known as Nobody, remains captive. We've consulted attorneys who say no crime even appears to have been committed. But that didn't stop the Joint Thug Task Force from ripping out wires from our broadcast stacks, taking Free Talk Live off the air, resulting in a violation of our and your First Amendment rights. You can visit thecrypto6.com to help, but as importantly, contact other media and tell them about this outrage. This case is likely to set precedent for cryptocurrency use well into your future. Help our fight for liberty and financial freedom at thecrypto6.com.
Live video of our Keene, New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So as I was saying here, and it talked, so this critical race theory explained, I think this was posted somewhere like Somalia Fest. And it was talking about like the race as being like a social construct, and like in the Bible, it talks about Moses' wife, right? Zipporah. She was I think it described her as like as a Cushite or I know her father was from Midia, but anyways, I think like describes her as a Cushite or something, and that's what they used to describe people from like like Ethiopia and more like I guess remote places than the Levant. But it would refer to people as tribes and stuff. And the same thing with the Romans, where the Romans would refer to other Italic peoples like the Etruscans as barbarians, and the Gaul. I mean, like people talk about like the Gauls were even whiter than the Romans, to the point where they had something called it's like they had blackface for like Africans, and they'd like cover themselves with chalk and have white face for Gauls, just because it was that much of a difference in skin color. And I mean, obviously, I'm obviously very Celtic, because I was in the sun for just like 2 or 3 hours, and man, last week, right, for Father's Day, and I'm still peeling, right? I still have all this damn fucking red skin and stuff. It was just terrible. Sunburn, obviously. And so, yeah, I would refer to people as tribes. And I mean, honestly, because like, how much does someone who's from Africa, right? How much does someone who is from like Zaire, Africa, have in common with a, someone who's, a black person born in the U.S. who has the same exact skin tone, but was born in like Harlem or the Bronx or like St. Louis, right? So this thing of, so I mean, I do agree in that sense that this whole thing of like races and like skin color and things is ridiculous. And I mean, some people in like the like in all, I guess, sort of like these racial nationalist movements sort of promote like this pan Africanism, or in some cases like pan Europeanism or pan Latin America. And when, yeah, I mean, I think it's just like, I think it's, and I mean, I guess what we would call, what they used to call tribes, we would call ethnic groups. And I think that's a much better way of, and I mean, just like of like categorizing, well, I mean, not that you want to categorize, you know what I mean. So there, but like race, yeah, I mean, I think in like this whole thing of race is nonsense. I mean, I think like what does exist is, there's certain people with certain traits, and that's what we call ethnic groups, right? Number 2, white countries were founded upon the principle of white supremacy, excluding non-white people while supporting whites. Therefore, racism is not an act of individual discrimination, but an ingrained systematic feature of all white civilizations. And so now, I mean, try applying that to like the Congo or Nigeria or Japan or China, right? I mean, don't they have Han Chinese supremacy in China? Don't they have, Japanese supremacy in Japan? Don't they have, and when I say supremacy, it's not like, although, yeah, and I guess in Japan, there is a lot of racism, and in same thing in China. But like supremacy, it's not like, I mean, it's like, that's just the people who are, I mean, like you're going to have most of the politicians and people on TV in Nigeria are going to be Nigerians. Although I will say in Peru's case, I think Peru actually had a prime minister who was like entirely Japanese, because I think it's like, who was an immigrant, right? I mean, there's like a decent, like an immigrant population of Japanese in Peru, and one of them actually became the prime minister. So that's actually kind of an interesting thing. Sort of like, within the United States, Obama became, even though black people are like 15% of the U.S. population. Obama was a black president, which I guess if you want to go based off of entirely like, well, anyway, so, therefore the conclusion is that white people do not exist in reality, but are still collectively guilty for, quote, white supremacy, because all whites benefit from unearned white privilege. CRT can be summarized as, quote, the theoretical underpinnings of anti-white politics. Critical race theory proposes 3 main solutions. Number 1, deconstructing whiteness, telling white people that they do not exist, that race is a social construct, and that believing in race will somehow cause genocide. Number 2, decolonizing, removing white influence from media, education, academia, etc. This involves rewriting history to be more, quote, diverse and less, quote, inclusive, as in less white. And I mean, I think I would add to that, like American history. Transferring wealth, terror, and when I say Americans, I mean like European American. Obviously, there's a whole, whole textbooks, and as they have been, could be written about Native American history, African American history, everything, right? And I mean, honestly, I think this whole issue, I am on with the Mises Caucus on this. I mean, I do think this whole issue could be resolved if we just got rid of public schooling. I'm 100% on that. Number 3, racial justice, transferring wealth, territory, resources, and political power from white people to non-white people as redemption for the original sin of whiteness. This process is frequently labeled DEI, diversity, replacing white people, equity, enforcing racial justice, and inclusion, enforcing diversity. And now remember, it used to be equality, right? Oh, we all deserve to be treated equal. Now it's equity, right? They sound similar, but mean totally different things. So there's that. Now, okay, let's get some Gen Z cringe here. Yeah. How the Republican Party could win Gen Z, who is less radical than you think. And this is from a New York Post. And this is a photo composite, and it's Gen Z is looking for a Republican Party that will compromise on social and environmental issues and stand up to leftist extremism. Gee, I don't know. This sounds like a Trojan horse, right? It's like never enter a relationship with these sort of like conditional requests, at least in my experience, right? It's like if someone's saying, okay, well, I will, I'm going to date you. Right, we're going to be in a relationship, but you have to lose weight or you have to change, right? Like immediately, entering a relationship. All right, well, you and trying to change things. That's not good. That's not healthy. You should, enter into a relationship. I mean, either with a person or an organization, where you're, anyway. So. I'm sorry. I'm like everything on my mind is going towards ForkFest right now, and then probably as soon as I'm at ForkFest, like after a few hours, I'm going to get bored on Monday, and then be like, let's see what's on the news, and then do the show. From erecting campus cry closets to demanding all white people be banished from campus, Generation Z is often characterized by its extremist fringes. And this was written by someone named Ricky Schlott, who that name sounds very familiar. Why Gen Z could be changed for the better after the COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, but should I like just be the Gen Z writer for some of these places and just like make all these articles just totally generalizing and just like that being my thing, my beat. It would be difficult though because I was born right in between, right? So I'm not exactly in one side or other. Oh yeah, let's hear about police stop exorcism in Home Depot lumber aisle. Right. Well, let's see. I wonder what state that took place in. All that and much more coming right up.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for ForkFest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. ForkFest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and ForkFest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for ForkFest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow ForkFesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the ForkFest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
From Betty Davis's first role as a piece of chocolate cake in the 1931 film Palmy Days to the discovery of Niagara Falls in 1996, The Onion looks back at this week in history. On May 16, 1929, the first Academy Awards were handed out in categories such as Greatest Achievement in Blackface, Best Catholic Whipping Scene, and Most Gorgeous Gams on a Broad. The highlight of the night occurred when Wings won the award for Best Picture without a single Dago, Tar Baby, or Wetback. And on May 15, 1940, the first McDonald's opened in San Bernardino, California, back when a young Grimace was just working as a cashier. And that was what happened this week in history. As Martin Luther King Jr. once said, history is actually pretty racist.
This is the Onion News Network.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
Excuse me, is this where I get a license to start a new business?
I wouldn't be hasty. You have to get a license to go out of business, too, you know.
Oh, well, look, I've invented this little anti-gravity machine, see?
Oh, is that why you're walking 2 inches above the floor?
Oh, yes, it's very comfortable. It saves on shoe leather.
Yeah, well, you have to fill out these forms and report to the Human Services Department of Manpower Orientation and register with the Fair Employment Practice Commission, the Wage and Hour Division of the Employment Standards Administration, the State Sales and Income Tax Division, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Social Security Administration of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and, of course, OSHA.
OSHA? I thought that was a little town in Wisconsin.
You'll find out. Say, floating around like that could be dangerous. Have you checked with the Consumer Product Safety Commission?
Well, not yet.
Come to think of it, you actually are flying, aren't you? Look, you need to go over to the Federal Aviation Administration and the Transportation...
It's very hard to get anything done these days if you're in business, but free enterprise built this country. Think what could happen if we don't keep it free. A public service of this station and the Center for the Defense of Free Enterprise, Bellevue, Washington.
Besides, we just can't have people floating about unregulated, you know.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the show. And so we were just beginning here this article, how the Republican Party can rebrand. Okay, sorry, hold on. They changed the headline actually from the URL. How the Republican Party could win Gen Z, who is less radical than you think. Actually, hold on. Let's take a look here. Let's do a bio check here on Ricky Schlott. See here. Oh, it's a lady. Well, libertarian, classical for you. Research for the Megyn Kelly show, of course. We're New York Post, Reason, Daily Wire, Epoch Times, and okay, so thoroughly controlled and conservative review. Okay, so thoroughly conservative gatekeeper. Although Fire is, damn, I wish I could have been a I don't, I wish they could have fucking taught us about like Fire and all these like ACLU and stuff in fucking journalism school instead of bullshit and things. Just because, I would have loved to have been a fellow there, and I probably could have gotten a lot of good done on campus if I had discovered about Fire earlier. Oh wait, no, hold on, I actually did write about it, but no, I should have written to them and say, hey, look, this campus sucks. Actually, I wonder what campus is at. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see her website. Because I remember it was a big deal of. It was a okay. So I guess I'd be an alumni or an other. Shit. Yeah, I should have submitted a case. Damn it. Actually, I wonder if. Oh yeah, if Ian still has access. Okay, so yeah, I'll have to ask because I remember I forwarded the email to Ian. And if he still has that, I actually could probably then still use that as a case against a college because, reasons. But hold on, let's see here. So let's see. So Keene State College, because it has a green light. No, it needs it needs a red light. Cases. Here we go. Damn it. Yeah, no, but it's shit because I don't go there anymore, so it wouldn't be a fucking case. Damn it. Oh, well, whatever, no one cares about free speech on that campus anyways, so unless it's your freedom of speech to be a pervert, and hate white people, so whatever, if you just, it's not my problem anymore. Gen Z is not as radical as campus horror stories might suggest. In fact, 20% are registered Republicans, and I myself am among the additional 42% who identify as independent. In fact, Gen Z is nearly twice as independent as the general electorate. Gen Z, those of us born roughly between 1997 and 2012, okay, so that would include me, is coming of voting age as rapidly as the older Republican voter bloc is waning. As the GOP rebrands in the post-Trump, post-pandemic era, it has a huge opportunity to make inroads with this new, open-minded contingent. But appealing to Gen Z will require significant modernization and compromise. Oh boy, isn't that great? You have to immediately compromise. But let's see what compromise on what, right? Like, and is she going to mention the, and it's not even compromise on war on drugs. It's admitting that they were wrong, that they held the wrong fucking opinion, and it was catastrophic for millions of people. Or maybe say, compromise and stop being pro-war, right? Calls for progress are coming from young voters of every political persuasion. In fact, while Gen Z Democrats are almost politically identical to their older counterparts, generational differences among Republicans are far more stark. Young Republicans want a more dynamic party that meets them in the middle on two major concerns, environmental and social. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right? Well, it's like environmental concerns, unless you get into like conservationism, which I support. I support conservationism 100%. Because I mean, it's even my dad. I remember he said the same thing, and he said that he doesn't like that there's some Republicans who just want to see the whole world turned into a parking lot. That it should be the government's job to protect natural resources and such, and national parks and things. So I think Teddy Roosevelt was a great president. But no, that's not what they're talking about when they're talking about the environment. When they're talking about the environment, they're talking about Paris Accords, Kyoto Agreement, carbon taxes. So I mean, essentially socialism with green window dressing. While the Democratic Party champions progress on both, the GOP remains lukewarm on the issues, and as a result, risks breeding a generation of Democrats by default. Yeah, like why, right? See, this is why I hate it. This is why I don't like these people, right? This is why I mean, all I have to know about her is that she writes for the Daily Wire, and I'm like, okay, all right, controlled opposition. This is bullshit. Either that, or she's just as the inheritors of a depleted planet, only 18% of Gen Z Republicans deny that humans contribute to climate change, as compared to around a third of older generations. If the GOP can deliver, and see, this is also another reason why I don't really care. So, I mean, and if that's going to be the future of a GOP, right, on where like 82% of the fucking population my age, of a GOP population my age, supports well, hold on, like deny that humans contribute, like I mean, it's just such a loaded question too, but whatever. And there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, as Joe Biden said. If the GOP can deliver viable free market alternatives to the restrictive environmental policies coming from the left, their appeal to Gen Z would skyrocket. All right, well, that actually does make a little bit of sense. Yeah, free market. Although that's like, how could the GOP deliver viable free market alternatives, right? It's like basically a gang, right? It's a political gang. So I mean, it's like, wouldn't that be the free market? So shouldn't they just continue to champion the free market? There's a difference between being climate alarmist and just being climate conscious. 21-year-old student Christopher Wells tells me even just giving a small nod to the issue would do so much for young voters. Pushing for innovation and offering economic incentives to businesses. Okay, so i.e. being like Solyndra, right, and giving corporate welfare for these green energy scams. Fighting climate change is just one way the GOP could show it's on Team Green. If the GOP to reshuffle its priorities a little bit to address generational issues and present conservative solutions, it would make a huge progress of Gen Z, said the 22-year-old president of GenZGOP.org. And I'm pretty sure there's an L's account that follows this. Oh, wow. Gen Z GOP. Hold on. Where's the shit? Where's the Twitter button? Here we go. And of course, we'll get to that later. Yeah, I think. All right. Anyway, so we'll get to that later. Meanwhile, Gen Z Republicans say society does not do enough to accept gender nonconforming people at the rate free. Okay, so already going into this social war thing. By adopting a more live and let live philosophy in favor of cultural conservatism, which, I mean, like, I don't know, the GOP would appeal to more young people, but recruiting the Zoomer vote is not solely about compromise. Mounting extremism on the left also creates an opening for the GOP to be a voice of reason. Amidst widespread riots, tyrannical lockdowns, and assaults on free speech, the past year has rendered many young Americans wary of the left. I mean, this is just opening the GOP to the mistake that the libertarians did like decades ago, where they open up, they say, oh, conservatives, if you're sick of Trump or you're sick of Bush, come over to our side, and leftists, if you're sick of if you're sick of Clinton and the warmongering Democrats, and it's like, okay, so now our party is made up of a bunch of insufferable conservatives and a bunch of insufferable liberals. Fuck, what now? And as a result, the party becomes a divided, twisted dog fuck. And that's what they're trying to invite the GOP to be, right? Or we're saying, oh, let's get all these leftists and let's conform to all these people, and then let's let the party be fucking unrecognizable by its original supporters, right? And I mean, I bet she's never talked about it. Like she doesn't even mention Groypers in this, so this shows just how fucking clueless she is. Anyway, so we'll continue on to what I'm like. Gen Z politics, I think, is like a lolcow gold mine just waiting to be exploited by yours truly. We'll be right back.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this, right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people like passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
Yes, I will finish my drink. Thank you. Before I begin to begin the segment. All right. Hello, everyone. Final segment of the first hour of the show, and yeah, I've just been going through, and I did realize that I did know that Gen Z GOP name sounded familiar, and it's because I follow a Twitter account called Gen Z GOP posting their losses or their L's, and it's hilarious. And basically, I'm just going through it, and it's like it follows the leadership of this Gen Z GOP, and basically, I mean, we're just fucking liberals who call themselves Republicans, right? And they like openly say we're going to make the Republican Party conform to quote conform to like young values or Gen Z values, which just happen to be Democrat liberal values, right? This is just so ridiculous. This is just so fucking open and shut. I mean, I've only looked like I do like a 4-minute investigation into these people, and I'm like, okay, yeah, these are like these remind me of the next gen NH people. These are probably just plants, right? They're like LARPers, right? Like they're being paid to LARP as Republicans. Here you go. Yeah, I'm an AOC Republican. I will get vaccinated. Listen below as our team members explain why getting vaccinated was important to them. Let's see here. Gen Z GOP is just a gay orgy party, and one of the members says, "God, I wish." Here we go. On one hand, my politics align much better with Gen Z GOP than the populist right that criticizes them. On the other hand, it's really funny to watch these soulless government and politics majors get ratioed into oblivion on Twitter. And yeah, that's that's pretty much how I feel about it also. Yeah, and I mean, basically, yeah, it is true. I just clicked on, the most recent thing, which is them retweeting that article, and it's appealing to Gen Z requires giving in to the permanent erasure of traditional American morality. No thanks. We've done that for the last 40 years. Trump won the election. Unless you can admit that fact, we don't want you in our party. Fuck that. The right has been compromising for decades, and now we can't do that. Yeah, and so I mean, it is funny. It's like who is their demographic, and so it's funny just like almost all this generalization, right? Gen Z, no mention of the Groypers, absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I mean, and it is. I forget where. Hold on, it was. Yeah, this article was written by a 20-year-old Zoomer with a country club boomer mindset. That's absolutely true. Okay, so these are video. Okay, all right, hold on. I'm gonna have to say these guys for a Shire Free Media episode when I can actually when I have like the visual component to show everyone. Okay, so I read that article. Here we go. Let's see what their Well, let's see what their key issues are. So let's go to key issues. So first one is environment. So they praise the Clean Water Act, and then that's the thing. The Clean Water Act is not enforced, right? If it was enforced, then the town of Hanover would be into fucking serious trouble because they've been violating it. And Dave proved it, and he says that he's gone to the feds with his information, and they say that he might have a case, but they just don't care to go to look at it. So because it's just too much effort. Why? It's not like they're going to get paid the same amount of money anyways. So why do the work? Today, the issues protecting our environment too often centers around bad ideas and outright lies. Climate denial and climate doom are two sides of the same misguided coin. The Republican Party must be oriented towards concrete results in contrast with the left's infeasible policy proposals. Well, it's like, it's going based off of the same scientists, right, that are saying, it's just... It's they say Republicans should follow the science. It's like what, the same science that the left uses to say that the world's going to end in 12 fucking years. Education. Republicans spurring change in education is the easiest way for the party to have a seat at every table in the community. Politicians at the state and federal level have long attempted to provide better educational choices and academic freedom for our children and families. But these solutions have not closed achievement gaps and provided the level of opportunity needed for Generation Z to get ahead. And these it gets me so mad, right? They talk about Gen Z not being able to get ahead because education problems? Maybe you should mention the fucking Federal Reserve as being as being also a major problem, right? For preventing Gen Z from getting ahead, right? How their money has been deflated. As Republicans, we must speak about how we intend to lower the cost of college and better position all students to become great workers, citizens, and community members. And that's highlighted in red, right? So, and that sounds like something which makes sense because that sounds like something straight out of a communist manifesto, right? And they're probably not going to mention it. They probably don't mention freedom at all in this entire website. And they say, how do we intend to lower the cost of college so we could send Generation Z to become good Democrat Party members for even less money, even easier. As the majority of Generation Z is currently in school, there is a desire for changes and reforms that the Republican Party can and should offer. Thurber still, an investment in education pays the greatest dividends to our families and communities. Oh yeah, well then why is it that in the United States they spend tens of thousands of dollars per student, and we're still way out of the top 20 when it comes to fucking reading? That China is beating us in everything education wise, except lunch and recess probably. Schools across America, regardless of zip code, must equip students with the skills necessary to take on the challenges of the 21st century. Microaggressions and white guilt. The Republican Party must address student debt head on, not ignore it. Well, what? All right, that's. Similarly, rather than playing victim to left-wing biases of academia, the conservative movement must engage and fight the important battle for a balanced curriculum. Well, yeah, Republicans in New Hampshire fucking tried that, and they said that, that they were trying to stop teachers from entrepreneurship. Many young Americans do this by being their own boss, creating, owning, and growing a business. Generation Z will also hold the most bachelor degrees of any generation in history. Republican, at a time when they're probably more worthless than any time in history, Republicans should see this reality as an opportunity. We must be ready, willing, and able to help the most educated generation. Educated in what, right? It's like what the Bible says, professing themselves wise, they became fools, or they were fools. In America, to be the best innovators and competitors they can be. The 21st century demands new ideas and values and contribution of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs in the industries of the future are critical to both the fabric of our immediate communities and the country as a whole. Capitalism is under attack by those who wish to dismantle our way of doing business in the name of wokeness. But by investing in entrepreneurs, the Republican Party can show that all individuals can achieve the American dream. Yeah, so they could all achieve the American dream by having the government fucking invest in their, the government just give them money. And notice they don't talk about freedom, right? They call it, say, capitalism. even though capitalism is the freedom to to make money without being impeded on by the government. Generation Z also has a strong belief in purpose-driven enterprises. The power of markets and capitalism can be a driving force towards better sustainable equality and education. If Republicans and conservatives can communicate that they value these purpose-driven Main Street enterprises, well, yeah, and they could do that by lowering taxes. And yet, anytime that happens, people bitch and moan and kvetch, even though, to be fair, they really only lower taxes from big corporations. I mean, if they could just lower... The Republican Party must recognize that supporting our communities and entrepreneurs start with Main Street, not Wall Street. And it's like no one. I don't think it's anywhere other than maybe like some libertarian, like state libertarian parties. It's nowhere in any state party or rhetoric of lowering taxes, right? I mean, they only talk about on the Republican side tax cuts, but that's it's like cuts with a scalpel, right? We need a fucking machete. We need a fucking lawnmower to start cutting taxes for working people, right? Keep taxes on the rich as the same level they are now, all right? Because I mean, the rich are basically when I say rich, I mean like fucking like absolute, utter, total billionaires because they're barely paying anything, anyways. It's like they always complain to Gov. The IRS says, "Oh, we need teeth. We need to go after non-payers." When like some of the richest people on the fucking planet get away paying zero taxes and brag about it, So, all right, we're going to finish this on the other side. Plus, coming up, going to talk about the new New Hampshire budget, which they say is going to be earth-shattering, ground-changing. More coming up.
If you're looking for work, you know what I mean by elevator speech. It's the short version, saying just enough to make the listener want to listen more. Even if you're not a job seeker, effective communication skills have never been more important, with money and attention so scarce now. So to cut through the clutter, choose every single word as though it was the last word the person you're speaking to will hear. Otherwise, it might be. Instead of saying, due to the fact that, say, because. And avoid mispronunciations. Say jewelry, not jewelry, which could offend. Undoubtedly, you don't want to say undoubtedly. And whatever you do, never use a preposition to end a sentence with. Just kidding. For more tips, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482.
Should you be able to earn an honest living free from senseless government interference? The Institute for Justice thinks so. That's why we've spent years defending hard-working men and women from pointless government regulations. Nationwide, IJ has created opportunity by reducing government power, but there is still more work to be done. Visit our website today at ij.org. Let IJ take care of the government so you can take care of your business.
More of Questioning Authority is coming up next, live after the news on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The president's infrastructure plans. I'm Mary Corsetti, Fox News. President Biden clarified Saturday that he didn't mean to suggest that he would veto the bipartisan infrastructure deal. This after he made remarks at a press conference saying that he also needed Congress to pass a human infrastructure bill in tandem with the other package.
He was able to make a deal on Thursday with a handful of Senate Republicans to get a $1.2 trillion infrastructure proposal nailed down. Then, not that long afterwards, the president hinted that he wouldn't support that legislation until he would also see another massive proposal that Democrats have been pushing for to expand education, to expand government assistance. And that seemed to have spooked some of those same Republicans that were working with the White House. Now, all of a sudden, we're hearing from the president who wants to make it clear infrastructure is still very important to him, that he was not trying to issue any sort of empty threats, that he still wants to see that bipartisan agreement reach his desk at some point this fall.
Fox's Mark Meredith. And Vice President Harris is facing criticism for her visit to El Paso, Texas, her first trip to the border since taking office. Fox's Alex Hogan reporting from the U.S.-Mexico border.
She toured several facilities and she thanked men and women for their hard work. And as far as criticism, the VP pointed to the previous administration. To put this in context, Paso is third on the list of sectors with the most apprehensions, behind Del Rio coming in second, and the RGV, which is the busiest portion of the southern border.
The vice president defended her decision to visit El Paso. She stated that it was in El Paso that the previous administration unveiled the child separation policy. Harris also mentioned her goal to address the root cause of why immigrants flee their home country. Plus, half a dozen scientists and engineers who specialize in disastrous structure failures are headed to South Florida to collect first-hand information on the cause of the catastrophic collapse of Champlain Towers South. 5 people have been confirmed dead in the collapse so far. America is listening to Fox News.
Indeed is the job site that makes hiring as easy as 1, 2, 3. Post, screen, and interview. All on Indeed. Get your quality shortlist of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description faster. Only pay for the candidates that meet must-have qualifications. According to Talent Nest, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined. If you're hiring, you need Indeed. Get started right now with the free $75 sponsored job credit to upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/Fox. Indeed.com/Fox. Offer valid through June 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, it's a win in the fight against the opioid crisis. Fox's Karen McHugh with this story.
New York State Attorney General Letitia James announcing Saturday that drug maker Johnson & Johnson has agreed to halt the sale of opioids nationwide. The $230 million settlement follows years of lawsuits brought by states, counties, and cities against Big Pharma over the opioid epidemic that's claimed nearly 500,000 lives over the past few decades. While the lawsuits allege that companies overprescribed the pain meds, the drug makers say they've only distributed what was needed to help those with certain medical issues. And the trouble is not over for Johnson & Johnson, as the company's facing more court cases across the country. Karen McHugh, Fox News.
And the government is resuming self-defense classes for airline flight attendants and pilots. The 4-hour classes feature federal air marshals giving crews advice and training in handling tense situations and, if necessary, defending themselves. The classes were offered for many years but were suspended because of COVID-19. The Transportation Security Administration said this week that the classes will resume in early July. The news comes as airlines are reporting a surge in cases of unruly passengers, more than 3,000 so far this year. Plus, Britain's top health official is in hot water after being caught breaking COVID-19 rules. Fox's Matt Napolitano reports.
UK Health Secretary Matt Hancock handed in his resignation Saturday after the Sun newspaper published photos of the married Hancock kissing and embracing an aide from his office. That aide, Gina Coladangelo, had been appointed.
Free Talk Live.
We've had people call this show in the past and posit that the declaration of a national emergency essentially opens up all of the loopholes that they can utilize that have been built into the Constitution. Because as Lysander Spooner would put it, the Constitution has either been powerless to prevent this big tyrannical government that we have today.
Sure, a government far beyond the scope that our founders ever, even in the wildest dreams imagined.
Or it has authorized the government that we have today.
I can only assume that that's true. I mean, I used to be this. I can only assume that it's the Constitution that, in fact, authorizes all of this crap that I thought at one point was unconstitutional. And we are, as I stated, still under a level of martial law that was declared for the Civil War. Everything they're doing is legal, as far as I can tell.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Well, our own Rebecca Mera takes us on a tour of the Olympic Village.
We have a full-size bed, lounge area, showers, plenty of space, which is great because I'm constantly having sex in there.
The Village is a temporary home to the world's most physically impressive athletic men and women. It was important to the Olympic Committee to give them a comfortable, state-of-the-art area to each other's brains out while they're not competing.
We have a pool where they can have a sex, a theater where they can have a sex. All these athletes are hot, horny, ready to go. They deserve the best.
I was in Vancouver where I got eaten out by this French speed skater. I have to say, these facilities are even better, and I'm going to try to a Japanese guy.
You've spared no expense.
These athletes deserve the best. They sacrifice so much for their countries. They deserve to be able to until their and can't take it anymore.
And these facilities won't go to waste. Once the Olympics are over, they'll be converted to a resort where Russian businessmen can come to their prostitutes.
This is the Onion News Network.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the second hour here. God damn, I'm trying to do two things at once. Sorry. What? Okay. All right. Anyways, okay, let's see here. All right. Anyways, welcome back, everyone, to the second hour here. And I just want to give a shout out to my friend Leon. When I refer to my German friend, sometimes got to catch up today. So, anyways, what's going on, man? Hope to see you soon. There you go. All right. There you go. Right. Yeah, like right before the show, and I was talking to him. I said, he said, like, I'm the only guy from high school he still keeps into contact with, and I said, yeah, same here. And I mean, pretty much like, although I think my best friend from high school I still do keep in contact with. Well, actually, a few of my friends I still keep in contact with, but it's like if I'm still keep anyone who I'm keeping in contact with, I'm still, it means I want to, right? Like, everyone else is just like, fuck it, whatever. And I mean, like for high school, that's normal. And like, people say, like college, those are my friends. But I mean, pretty much like everyone in the woodshed is who I'm still talking to from college, right? And one would think, oh, wow, you have all these experiences and you did all this stuff and you were in all these groups. I'm like, yeah, I know, right? But I mean, mind you, I did spend a lot more time with townies, right? I probably spent more time, or no, I probably spent like, I probably spent more time at the Free Talk Live studio per week once I moved off campus than I did actually spend time on campus. Oh my God, and I'm just looking at the Upper Valley, like Valley News, and like reading stuff, and people it's like it's one of the most like leftist liberal places on the planet, and people still complain and bitch and moan about racism and everything. I mean, I can't, just as awful as it sounds, but whatever. It's the last, it's I mean, as awful as it sounds, I actually sort of, am looking forward to when the economy just fucking tanks, and the boogaloo happens or shit hits a fan, and then these people, you're gonna find out what real fucking I don't. Like, I'm so torn if it's just going to be a general boogaloo or if it's going to be a race war. But all these faggots who are complaining in Vermont, we're going to, I can't wait until they find out what real racism looks like, right? And then they're going to look back to, 2021 and say, oh, wow, gee, maybe we should have been grateful for the peace that we had instead of virtue signaling our way into a fucking Rhodesia. Not a Rhodesia, a Yugoslavia situation, right? Yeah, that's why I'm moving away from the Upper Valley. I'm moving away. Like I just can't fucking be here. I mean, in the long term, right? If I wasn't like literally, staying with my father, my elderly father to take care of him, I obviously wouldn't be here. I'm probably going to live in like Coos County just because I think that's in terms like better politically and better in terms of like land value and stuff. And I mean, basically, like Instead of it being an hour and a half to go to Keene, it's 3.5 hours to go to Keene, but or maybe 2.5. But whatever. Like from where I live, it's an hour and 50 minutes to Rogers. But the thing is, like, if I'm living in Coas, and I'm like, you know what, I want to spend the weekend in Keene, like, driving 3 hours on Friday and then driving back, on Saturday or Sunday or whenever. Actually, yeah, probably Sunday, because I do the Friday show and the Saturday. No, I go to the nightcap on Friday, do the Saturday show like live in studio, and then head back Sunday, and that's worth it. It's the same thing as driving like from here driving to New York City or something to spend a few days. And then I'd have like the farm and the cattle and everything, the Highland cattle. So here we go. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, all right. So I was talking about this whole Gen Z bullshit. Did I click? Yeah, no, I just couldn't. I couldn't stand reading the rest of that. I just could not stand hitting the rest of it. Prince William called Meghan Markle that bloody woman after royal funeral. But I did say I'd read this article here. Police stop exorcism in Home Depot lumber aisle. Pennsylvania police claim that they were called to a Home Depot on a report of disorderly people having an exorcism in the lumber aisle. I wonder if they have a numbered code for that. The exorcism was for the dead trees, and the would-be wood exorcists were escorted out of a building, according to a now viral post from a Dixon City Police Department. Well, at least they didn't arrest them. The incident was described in only 27 words, part of a long list of a small-town department's daily log of calls, but the post had drawn attention due to its bizarre quality and has been shared more than 550 times as of Thursday. The so-called exorcism, which was said to have taken place at 3:26 Monday, had commenters on the PD's page confused. There were two people who took part in the exorcism or whatever it was, and neither was charged. So I guess they tried to exorcise the wood out of I don't know. This sounds kind of like the ending of like a horror movie or something, where there's like this evil tree or like this evil spirit or whatever, and then the final girl, she gets it trapped in this tree, and they're like, okay, we could all go home. The evil is contained. And then, the protagonist, then it's like, it cuts like, 6 months later, they've all gotten over it. The final girl and the final guy married, and they're driving by, and then they look and they see, the tree getting cut down. And then they go to the Home Depot and they're going to finally, be rid of the evil. And then they get arrested. And then the pallet of wood gets sold, to all sorts of different people, and it spreads the evil all across, the region, right? And like every single building that these boards get used in, it spreads and shit. Like, so like The Grudge, right? That's sort of what I imagine, I don't know. I probably shouldn't have said all that. I probably someone's going to steal that idea, and I'm going to be in theaters and see a trailer for something, and I'm like, oh, gee, I know how it ends. And, oh boy, I could have, been a producer or a writer, and I could write off all the losses this is going to do on my taxes, right? Oh, I always wanted to work at Blumhouse. Okay, although they actually make money at Blumhouse, so never mind. No, so I'm copywriting that idea. Here we go. New Hampshire legislature passes transformational $13.5 billion state budget. And, and there's just so much drama with all of this. At a packed Bedford Sportsplex, the New Hampshire House of Representatives on Thursday passed HB 1 and HB 2, the state's $13.5 billion budget, a sweeping set of proposals that cut both taxes and spending, as well as addressing social issues like abortion and critical race theory. Senate President Chuck Morse, whose chamber passed the legislation before sending it over for a final vote in the House, praised of the budget's passage. Crafting a responsible budget is one of our most important obligations as legislatures. The new spending plan passed by both the House and Senate today reflects the promises Republicans made back in January. It's balanced, fiscally conservative, and works for New Hampshire, said Morse. It includes property tax relief for New Hampshire families getting back on their feet following the pandemic, and tax cuts for our Main Street businesses also hit hard. We built this budget on New Hampshire principles and reliable revenues, and in the process, we also made certain we took care of the people of New Hampshire by making sure their concerns are our highest priority. Included in the budget are a ban on late-term abortions, a ban on teaching discrimination in the classroom, and I wonder what they mean by discrimination, and a paid family medical leave program. House Leader Jason Osborne, who many state House watchers has said he had the hardest job in Congress getting the budget passed, called the legislation a transformational symphony of reforms. Oh wow, a symphony of reforms, right? It's like we're sucking. I guess they started sucking each other's dicks. Sucking each other's dicks now, but they got it passed. Yeah, and so I mean, some hardliners voted against it, but you know, whatever, it got passed. I mean, it has the left seething, so whatever. I don't care. I mean, we're gonna fuck us regardless. More coming up.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com. Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
I'm a little obsessed with My Magic Mud. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, the founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I didn't even know my teeth were coffee stained. A week's worth of use convinced me, and now I use it every 3 or 4 days. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, and I think it cleans better too. My Magic Mud's available at most local health food stores, Sprouts, Natural Grocers, CVS, Walmart's Natural Beauty Aisle, but I can get it for you for 20% off with coupon code FTL20 at mymagicmud.com. FTL20 mymagicmud.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
Who told you to go this way? You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me.
Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa, Hey.
Who do you think you are?
Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait a minute.
Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Why are you running from me? Because you scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
Okay, so I'm going to finish his budget talk because it's getting me so bored. All right, so we're sucking their own dicks, or excuse me, each other's dicks, and we built this budget on Republican principles and reliable revenues, and in the process, we also made certain we took care of the people of New Hampshire by making sure their concerns are our highest priority. Included in the budget are House Leader Jason Osborne, who many State House watchers said had the hardest job in Concord, getting a budget. Oh yeah, symphony of reforms. Just before the vote, he took a moment to mock Democrats who spoke in opposition to the bill. I'd like to thank the last 20 speakers for so thoughtfully selling me on House Bill 2, Osborne said, telling New Hampshire Journal after the vote. They kept impressing on me how many taxes we were cutting and all the businesses we were helping. Who could vote no? Oh, okay. I thought he was referring to them saying it was racist and going to turn New Hampshire into a white supremacist state. I think, I would have respected him if he's like, yeah, man, this makes me want to vote for it even more. Gosh, stop trying to convince me. I'm sold. Holding together his narrow majority for a 198 to 181 vote on HB2 wasn't easy, and after the House Republican caucus's rocky start to the session, insiders wondered until the moment of a vote whether Osborne could pull together a majority. Oh, here we go. In part, the GOP leadership hung their hopes on the policies in the bill. Quote, is a member of a Freedom Caucus really going to vote against tax cuts, spending cuts, ending late-term abortions, and passing education freedom accounts? Was a common refrain, which is just the usual. It's like, okay, well, like just because you put a bunch of good chicken feed doesn't outdo all the bad that's in it. And secondly, it's like, okay, so all right, good for them. They got the late-term abortion ban. So what does that mean? Does that mean that if a baby is at like a certain point in its development before how many weeks was it? I mean, it's like, they're trying to take all this credit. Well, it's like, well, I mean, if it starts to look like a baby, then it should be illegal because that makes me squeamish. It's gross. But if it just like a clump of skin and everything, then it's fine. Yeah, let's put in the fucking drill and scalpel and vacuum cleaner and coat hanger and let's get it out. And get those stem cells to Tel Aviv. And while he may have been mocking them on the floor, Osborne acknowledged the tone of the Democrats' opposition, attacking Republicans as uncaring racists and sexist and making inaccurate claims about funding and property taxes actually helped with the vote count. The final vote count had 4 more votes than I expected. I'll give the Democrats credit for pushing a few over to our side. New Hampshire Democrats didn't get the message and quickly pounced. Senate Democrats have long been raising our voices long and hard about the travesty the state budget is. Senate Democratic leader Donna Soucy said after the vote, this budget tramples on our state and national constitutions as if the Democrats care about the Constitution, by infringing on granite staters' right to indoctrinate children in anti-white hatred, and it ends New Hampshire's unbroken tradition of protecting women's right to murder their unborn children out of her narcissism. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? The number one mass murderer in the late half of the 20th century isn't the Chinese, isn't the Russians, isn't Hitler. It's the female ego and abortion, because only the female ego can tell itself that. Tell itself that it's okay to murder a baby as long as it's the baby inside them, because they consider it their property or something. And these are the same dumb bitches who will, celebrate Juneteenth and shit because, they want to virtue signal against slavery, and yet they consider an unborn baby inside them that, it's their fault that got put in there because they got drunk and or whatever. And I mean, the cases where it's rape, it's very unfortunate, and that's that's a whole different case altogether. But I mean, come on now, come on, like it's the number one reason for abortion is just because is due to carelessness and as I said, the female ego justifying murder. It's very disgusting. I mean, Stefan Molyneux, it's a shame he got kicked off of YouTube because he made a lot of really good points. Here we go. And Representative Tom Lowton, Democrat of Hampton, tweeted, "Who would have thought that a libertarian-controlled House majority would fail to pass marijuana legalization?" Well, yeah. Hey, what about all the times the Democrats had the majority? And the governor and everything. Restrict women's choice of murder, censor anti-white, government-sponsored anti-white speech, and increase property taxes. They said the criticism of a late-term abortion ban is way off base. Polls show them, well, yeah, I get that is a good point. Their position is very extreme, while ours puts New Hampshire among 43 other states, including President Biden's Delaware and Vice President Harris's California. So I guess the New Hampshire Democrats want to make New Hampshire the infant murder capital. Well, I don't know. I mean, it would really suck if, like, I have all this investment in New Hampshire. I'm living here, and then the New Hampshire Democrats try and summon Moloch, right, by having New Hampshire become the abortion capital of a country. But I mean, that's the last thing I need is fucking Moloch being summoned in this state. That's the last. I mean, and if you thought the fucking massholes and Vermonters were shitting up the state, just imagine Moloch suddenly coming. Although, Moloch is a result of them coming in. Polls show more than 80% of Americans oppose New Hampshire's Democrat Party's position of unlimited abortion on demand until the day of birth, which makes me, I'm surprised. Governor Sununu is expected to sign the legislation when it reaches his desk. He quickly praised it after its passage. Quote, historic... all right, he's given him a reach around. Sununu's made it clear. Oh, yeah, and he doesn't support every aspect of the bill, but he won't let those concerns get in the way of signing it. And, it's noticed these, as I said, New Hampshire Journal has Sununu's cock and balls firmly into their mouth. And notice they don't interview any of the Republicans who are against it, right? They interview plenty of Democrats, but they don't interview any of Republicans who are against it, and it's because of this bill did not neuter the governor's unconstitutional power grab powers. And yeah, I mean, because one of you, who knows? Probably this asshole Chuck Morse or Jason Osborne, they might want to become governor one day, and they'll want those powers. So yeah, Republican Party sucks. Oh, excuse me, got to rehydrate. All right, so now coming up, because as we've come to that point where I've actually run out of show prep ideas. I do want to go over some of my older works, right? Just to go back in the in the time machine a bit, just see changes over the years. And was starting with, I remember I made a review of where was it? Of Batman, not Dawn of Justice. What was it? Which one was it? It was a Zack Snyder one where Batman and Superman fought. I think it was Dawn of Justice. Anyways, I'll have it pulled up. That plus much more coming right up.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to the show. And so I just want to read this here. So I read an article a while ago about like summer camps and how that's going to go. And I had to I had to go to the bank today, so I'm in Hanover, and I took videos back when it was like Mask Central, right, where it's like you had to wear a mask on the sidewalk outside within town limits, or like downtown limits, and it was just insane. And I'd go there and I'd be the only one not wearing a mask outside, and I felt like I was in They Live. And so I went back there today, and I'm driving, and I see like not a single person outside is wearing a mask or even in their car, and I'm like, it's like that Forrest Gump meme, and just like that, people went back to living their lives, and it's like nothing ever changed. And it's like I was like happy because I went to Walmart without a mask, and like most people were, but it's like a few people weren't. It's like it's yeah. I mean, I guess we're finally at the end of this. It's like I feel like I'm coming out of like the bomb shelter bunker. Like, oh my god, and like all of PTSD and everything's back to normal, and the sun is outside. And I mean, man, like the Stockholm syndrome and gaslighting is continuing though, where people are like, the lockdowns ended months ago, right? Like thinking that, the government saying you have to wear a mask when you're outside and that you can't have how many people in your business isn't a lockdown, right? Like it just became fucking normal for people. And that's the worst part of all of this, is that it became normal for some people. And just how quickly back to quote normal things get when the government says, okay, all right, we're done with that. We're done. You could You could stop jumping around now. And we've said Simon. We've said Simon says stop, so you all have to stop and start spending all your money because the economy is going to collapse, and we got to keep the stocks up for just a little bit longer, so we could get our armored bunkers on our private islands ready for when all you plebs start hunting for us. When you realize just how much we fucked all of you. Okay, so yeah, and it's like, and that just shows, right? And I think like this, the government is really hiding the total extent of the total extent of the economic damage, just because the government's just giving checks to all these businesses that are still open, I guess. And here you go. Relief money gives Upper Valley summer programs a boost as kids look to get back outside. And so, let's see, you're rehearsing puppet shows. I'm just going through the images. One person is wearing a mask on their hand, so all these soccer moms. But no, other than that, it's looks like a regular summer camp, smiling faces. About 60 people, more, and this from the Valley News, about 60 people, more than half of them children, showed up last weekend for a Muppet show, ice cream, face painting, and art kit giveaways to mark the launch of a Blake Memorial Library summer reading program, according to the puppet show's host. That's a fair-sized crowd for Corinth, which has a total of just 1,400 people, said Genny Albert, executive director for the Randolph Bates Arts Bus, which was on site for the event and hosted the pop-up puppet show. It is clear that people are ready for things that celebrate and are fun, Albert said. Several Upper Valley summer program directors said demand is strong for children's activities. Yeah, parents are just sick and tired of their kids now at this point, so they want to be rid of them. Hold on. For children's activities such as camps and playgrounds in this season are as families seek to return to normal as the COVID-19 pandemic ebbs. Summer programs this year are focused on helping children recover from the isolation associated with the pandemic while continuing to maintain some precautions to protect those who remain unvaccinated, which include children under 12 who are not yet eligible for COVID-19 vaccines. Yeah, I'm wondering, just like from a behavioral standpoint, what are you going to do with like a bunch of kids who only communicated online for a year, whose parents probably let them do whatever they want in the house, and then now they have to share with other kids, they have to follow rules, they have to, it's probably not gonna be pleasant. The Twin States, using federal COVID-19 relief money, have taken different approaches to increasing children's access to summer opportunities. Vermont offered a grant to programs to expand, while New Hampshire is offering scholarships directly to families. Parents and kids both desperately need this offer for just giving away all the tax. It's funny, just fucking redistributing that goddamn. Yeah, let's just shit away everyone's money. Let's just use taxpayer money to wipe our ass at this point. Yeah, let's give scholarships to kids so we could go to fucking camp. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you just don't shut down the economy in the fucking first place, and then you won't have to give away all this money. I'm telling you, like every fucking episode, I get more and more bitter and angry. I really am hoping that there's like a fucking boogaloo, a shit just fucking collide. Like, everyone gets a fucking rug pulled out from under them. And then only those of goldbacks will inherit the earth. Parents and kids both desperately need this opportunity to be able to engage and socialize, Jennifer Smith, Division Director for Children, Youth Affairs. Summer programs offer kids a chance for kids to be really outdoors again and have some fun again. Several groups of Vermont side of the Upper Valley, including the Arts Bus and HCRS, are benefiting from a portion of the $3.4 million of the American Rescue Plan money that the state has devoted to its Summer Matters for All grant program. The program, administered by the South Burlington Vermont After School, aims to expand summer learning programs for children in grades K through 12 by supporting new programs and expanding some existing ones. Another goal is increasing their affordability and eliminating barriers to access. Last weekend's East Corinth event served as a launch pad for a session of the Arts Bus, Ever After Kids in Never Neverlands. Ever After Kids in Never Neverlands. That sounds like a Bohemian Grove kind of play. Summer program, which is focused on bringing art kits, camps, classes, and shows to rural places in Orange, Windsor, and Washington counties. The $33,500 arts bus got from the Summer Matters program helps make the camps and art kits free, Albert said. Quote, my own belief is the biggest barrier is money, she said, of children's access to summer programs. Well, I mean, if you can't, if the biggest barrier is money and, you can't survive in the free market if you have to rely on the government to give you shit. Although in this case, they gave the kids art supplies for free, which, I mean, if they get a grant from the government, that's like the fairest thing so that's good. That's a good thing. HCRS, the Springfield, Vermont mental health agency that runs therapeutic programs for clients ages 8 to 16 in Windsor, received almost $64,000 in summer for funding intended for young people who otherwise not be able to participate in summer programs. The grant money has enabled them to purchase items such as picnic tables and coolers, mats, and weighted blankets, cameras for photography projects, and balls, Smith said. You don't need $64,000 for fucking balls, and well, I mean, maybe the cameras and stuff. Yeah, I guess if you're getting like cannons, but here we go. The race-based wealth redistribution. Wayne Miller, director of the Living Proof Mentoring, said he plans to use the project's $50,000 in grant money to expand virtual programs for Black youths. Yeah, and this is Vermont, so all 20 of them. Living Proof summer programs offered to Black young people in the Twin States at no cost to them, including what's this about institutional racism and stuff, right? When we have the governments of Vermont and New Hampshire offering just giving free money and exclusive youth programs and stuff. I mean, I think at this point, I don't think that this whole institutional racism narrative is going to be able to hold and survive, just because, I mean, people are going to wake up and see wait a minute, there's a whole month dedicated to the history, and there's, and we're giving all this money and how much money in welfare and based on race and what, per capita in theory, they've got all this money, and so and then now they're asking for reparations. Hey, reparations have been happening for a long fucking time, right? They were just stupid enough to trust the government with handling that money instead of getting a direct deposit, right? Nope, I don't think it's gonna work. More coming up.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in Liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com. We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Are you tired of governments around the world killing innocent people? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin is money that cannot be inflated or controlled by any state. By continuing to use their money, you're perpetuating the killing. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available to you now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. It's Bitcoin.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
Some of our live shows are streamed in HD on Twitch. Please follow and share at twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
All right, welcome back. So I'm just going to finish this up. And now, I remember I originally planned on having like this big thing this Saturday, going to Keenan and everything. But I figured, well, nothing's really stopping me from just like, if I wanted to go to Keenan and have a live show, doing a live show. I mean, if it works out with like, Ian and FTL's schedule and everything. So it's not really the end of anything. I mean, it's like, and he said that my content will still be on at 10 p.m. after FTL. So that's cool. It'll be a rerun of me. So yeah, and then once we get all of this trial bullshit out, over and done with, then then maybe it could come back. Just because there'd be more time to focus on that. But anyways, I currently like it. As you could hear the show on the podcast feed, and you could also hear me live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern on DLive. And 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm not going to make it 9:30, although I've been doing it closer to 9:30. But if I move it to 9:30, then I'm just going to start at 10. So here we go. Rebuilding social skills, and this is the last part I'll read. Summer camps aren't available everywhere. And so some places are even canceling their camps this year. In the meantime, Volunteer Commission is focused on maintaining the towns. Oh. All right, so that was misleading. They don't actually really explain. They have walking play groups. The walk gives us a purpose, said Tia Howard, parenting education coordinator and families learning together coordinator at the family place. The organizers have masks and hand sanitizer. Okay, so it's not going back to normal then. So see, just imagine these freaks. Everyone's back to normal, right? It's like, let's say it's July. Let's say it's like July 10th, right? Everything's back to normal for the most part. And I'm driving through Hanover and I see all these fucking freaks wearing masks and like hand sanitizer. And I'm like, seriously? Some babies are in strollers or backpacks for the walks, while some older children ride bikes. That also helps us maintain physical distancing. People seem really happy and excited to connect again in person, she said. Some are also a little hesitant. Yep, time to cut those people out of your life. Time to cut them the fuck out of your life, right? Say, I was going to say, if anyone says, oh, you have to come to my house with a mask or whatever, already, but now, now it's definitely time to cut out. Like anyone who's still a masky at this point, it has some sort of severely wrong with them. And I'm remembering who is a masky too, by the way. I mean, the people who are like, militant and vicious and shit. And that's, yeah. And so before, yeah. And and I remember that time, right? I remember back at the, I remember Gandalf at Mount Gox all those years ago. But I remember there was a time when pretty much it was just Ian, myself, Captain Kickass, and Arya on free, and maybe eventually Mark on Free Talk Live, just because of so many so-called libertarians suddenly believed, started trusting the government. And it's like that for a lot of so yeah. I mean, a lot yeah. I have a big memory. I'm like a motherfucking elephant. I remember all you bitches, and I will not hesitate to bring that up. So didn't you believe in all that? Like, didn't you trust the government over trusting Ian? Right? Didn't you? Weren't you saying we were all going to get each other killed? And look at us now, right? We were right about everything, and you were right. And yeah, and obviously, I mean, when and that's the thing about being an idiot and being wrong. It's that you don't realize that you're wrong, so you never admit it. So I mean, it just brings you to. I mean, it just brings so much peace of mind just to just be content that you were right. And these morons, they're going to either going to get it, or they're going to get thrown into the lake of fire. So that's just it's just beyond you, right? The hour and a half play groups offer an easy way for children and parents to learn or relearn social skills following the isolation from the pandemic, Howard said. Practicing social skills seems to be a common exercise this summer. Well, okay. Oh, here, I love this. While the 9 participants in the Arts Bus Camp in East Corinth this week socialized more than Albert might have liked, she said that's okay. Really, it's about building a community again. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, building a community of essential and non-essential people. So I just want to read here. Actually, I don't really care to read that much of it. But I was like going through Twitter, and it said that what was it? It's not fair to. Well, actually, hold on. Let me just read the headline of it. It said, here we go. Fact check: Is Biden to blame for the high gas prices? And people, no pun intended, people are trying to gaslight you by saying like, "Oh, well, it's the summer. Gas prices are always higher in the summer. Have you forgotten?" Or, "Oh, the pandemic is over. Now people are using up more gas," even though gas has not been this expensive in the past few years. I mean, like, especially when Trump was on. Let's see here. What do I want to end on? So hold on. So okay, let's go to second. I think this was the last one from. Okay, then was it Hebrews? I guess it would be whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to be back at this time slot anyway. So I just want to read here is Batman versus Superman review, the movie I've waited 12 years to see. I just want to read something old that I wrote just to see if there's any comparison. Oh, that's cool. So I wrote this in high school, April 3rd, 2016. So that's 5 years ago. Gosh. I watched a lot of cartoons when I was young, and so I wrote this in response to the Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice. I watched a lot of cartoons when I was young, but so I was 7. Hold on, how old would I have been? I would have been I would have been 17 when I wrote this. I watched a lot of cartoons when I was young, but the one cartoon that I still take time to sit down and watch when I catch it on TV is the Superman Batman movie, and it was just like the crossover. I think it was called like World's Finest or something. Two of the greatest and I only saw it once on TV. I think two of the greatest comic superheroes teaming up to fight their greatest foes together. No piece of media ever came close to emulating the enjoyment provided by that animated movie until I watched Batman vs Superman: Dawn of Justice yesterday. Excuse me. A film I consider to have been my favorite film of 2016. Sicario was my favorite film of 2015. If you doubt I have variety/taste. I suggest going to watch, and that was a really good one, Sicario. I suggest going to watch a movie for yourself rather than listen to critics who are comprised mostly of holier than thou comic quote fans, Kevin Smith, and the usual snobbish movie critics who hate movies that are made to actually entertain people, which basically applies to every movie Zack Snyder makes, but who for some reason love The Dark Knight because it had a bunch of award-winning actors playing cartoon characters. I digress. Question I've heard a lot of people is when mentioning the movie is, why are Batman and Superman fighting? Aren't they supposed to be friends? That's what my mother asks, I think. Without spoiling anything, all I could say is they're both very different. From the costumes they don to the ideals they fight for, Superman fights crime for truth, justice, the American way, or at least what it was back in the 1940s. His motivation, yeah, I mean, if Superman was around here today, he'd like throw fucking, he'd like, be in the Fortress of Solitude watching C-SPAN or whatever, or, Lois is like, oh, Clark, look, the president sniffed another little kid. He's like, oh, excuse me. And he goes and, changes his clothes and, fucking throws. I mean, throws. If Superman were around today fighting for the truth, justice, and the American way, he'd throw Joe Biden's ass into the fucking Phantom Zone. And he just opened up a Phantom Zone emitter in Congress, right? Or at the State of the Union, and just all of them. All into the Phantom Zone. Send all of it. Just open the actually I have a better idea, right? Not even the Phantom Zone. Just shrink Washington D.C. like Candor, right? Well, all the politicians, all of them are in it, right? And just keep it in a box and just have all the politicians, just keep it in the Fortress of Solitude next to Brainiac's mind or whatever. And and just occasionally look down like a bunch of ants and see all the politicians eating each other and starving and be like, what was it? And the day is saved once again by Superman. Yeah. Oh well, that's not going to happen. Although I know maybe I should get in contact with Alan Moore. I think Alan Moore, no relation, would like that idea. His motivation is to protect his adoptive home, the Earth. Batman, on the other hand, fights crime to make meaning out of a tragic event which took the lives of his parents when he was a child. Yeah, so I didn't like Man of Steel. Because I was watching Smallville at the time. Let's see here. Yeah, I think, and still, my favorite Batman movie, at the time at least, was Mask of a Phantasm, which was animated. But, yeah, actually, and, the one comment, it was from Zack Snyder's son, who is a friend of mine. He liked it. So anyways, all right, thank you everyone so much for tuning in. You'll hear me same time, same place next week.
On March 16th this year, government task forces violently raided the New Hampshire Bitcoin Embassy, the Mighty Moose Mart, the homes of Aria DiMezzo, Andy and Renee Spinella, Colleen Fordham, a grandmother, and perhaps most relevant, the studios of Free Talk Live. The Crypto Six were arrested. 4 were released on bail conditions, but Ian Freeman was held hostage for 69 days. Rich Paul, also known as Nobody, remains captive. We've consulted attorneys who say no crime even appears to have been committed. But that didn't stop the Joint Thug Task Force from ripping out wires from our broadcast stacks, taking Free Talk Live off the air, resulting in a violation of our and your First Amendment rights. You can visit thecrypto6.com to help, but as importantly, contact other media and tell them about this outrage. This case is likely to set precedent for cryptocurrency use well into your future. Help our fight for liberty and financial freedom at thecrypto6.com.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for ForkFest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. ForkFest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and ForkFest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for ForkFest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow ForkFesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the ForkFest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com. Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
Takes the podium. I'm Mary Corsetti, Fox News. In his first campaign-style rally since leaving the White House, the former president at a Save America rally in Wellington, Ohio Saturday, where he made remarks about the ongoing surge of migrants at the U.S. southern border, as well as his election loss.
There is no more dire threat today than the crisis on our southern border, other than perhaps our elections. That's a dire threat, too. That's probably the biggest threat of all, isn't it, huh? What happened in the election, it's a disgrace.
Trump also went to endorse congressional candidate Max Miller against Ohio Republican incumbent Anthony Gonzalez, who voted to impeach the former president for inciting the January 6th riot at the Capitol. Plus, the desperate search for survivors continues after the collapse of a condo tower in Surfside, Florida. Fox's Steve Harrigan has the latest on what we know about the history of the building and what led to the collapse.
It was a 40-year-old building. There were questions raised about possible construction going on the roof, but this report certainly is damning. 3 years old and no action taken. It's not conclusive, but it does raise a lot of red flags that there were concrete being eroded along the building, that there were cracks in beams and in walls along the parking garage and also along the pool decks as well. So raises a number of red flags. There were planned reconstruction and repair work, a multi-million-dollar job, which was supposed to get started. There was actually a building inspector on scene the day before the collapse, but they simply waited tragically too long.
Meanwhile, utility workers and wildlife managers across the Pacific Northwest were trying to keep people and animals safe as a historic heat wave scorched the region. Stores sold out of portable air conditioners and fans. Some hospitals canceled outdoor vaccination clinics, and baseball games were rescheduled. The National Weather Service reports Portland, Oregon had the hottest day ever recorded, reaching 108 degrees. America is listening to Fox News.
Indeed is the job site that makes hiring as easy as 1, 2, 3. Post, screen, and interview. All on Indeed. Get your quality shortlist of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description faster. Only pay for the candidates that meet must-have qualifications. According to Talent Nest, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined. If you're hiring, you need Indeed. Get started right now with the free $75 sponsored job credit to upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/Fox. Indeed.com/Fox. Offer valid through June 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, the Texas Supreme Court rules Facebook can be held liable when sex traffickers use the platform to prey on children.
The ruling came in 3 lawsuits brought by women who were trafficked as teenagers by pimps who had messaged them on Facebook. According to the Houston Chronicle, the women claimed Facebook was negligent for creating what they described as an unrestricted platform for luring kids into the sex trade. But Facebook claimed immunity under Section 230 of the Federal Communications Decency Act, which says internet platforms are not responsible for third-party content. However, the judges ruled against Facebook, saying Section 230 doesn't mean Facebook can operate as a, quote, lawless no man's land. Roger Stern, Fox News.
And the first cruise ship to leave a U.S. port since the coronavirus pandemic brought the industry to a 15-month standstill has sailed away. Celebrity Edge departed from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Saturday, with the number of passengers limited to 40% capacity, and with virtually all passengers vaccinated against COVID-19. Officials are hoping it all goes smooth to turn a new chapter after deadly outbreaks on ships. Plus, mixed reception for Pride events this year in Europe. Fox's Ann Carrick explains.
In Istanbul, Turkey, police in riot gear blocked streets Saturday to thwart gay pride marchers while thousands turned out joyfully in Paris and elsewhere in Europe. Istanbul has banned pride events since 2015, citing public security and more recently COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. Pandemic worries forced cancellations of pride events in Lisbon and postponement of London's usually heavily attended event. In Rome, thousands of Pride celebrants rallied, as well as in some smaller Italian cities. A proposed law to fight hate crimes against LGBTQ people has been stalled in the Italian Senate for months. Ann Carrick, Fox News.
I'm Mary Corsetti, and this is Fox News.
You know you need one, but you're putting off creating an estate plan because you think it's complex and expensive. Thanks to Trust and Will, it doesn't have to be. With trustandwill.com, setting up a will, trust, or guardianship is simple, convenient, and secure. For as little as $39, you can nominate guardians for your children, determine who gets your stuff, and plan for future medical care all online. Hiring a traditional estate attorney costs thousands, and many use a one-size-fits-all approach. Trust and Will documents are designed by estate planning.
The couple told reporters this week that they routinely urge their son Patrick to devote all of his time and resources to his improv comedy education.
We keep telling Patrick again and again that if you don't buckle down and start learning basic concepts like yes and the Herald now, nobody is going to take you seriously later in life.
He has to start thinking about this now.
The parents explained that he should try to get as much out of his improv training as possible by attending improv jams, forming a few indie teams, and doing as much bar prov as possible to keep himself warm for those upcoming Herald auditions.
The fact is, if Patrick were on stage with his fellow improvisers, and one of them were to play, say, a supervillain who's afraid of mice, Patrick wouldn't even be able to identify the game in that scene, let alone respond in a supportive way.
I gotta say, I had this internship at a law firm, but I quit to do a character workshop and a musical elective. I think this is really gonna pay off for me in the long run.
This is the Onion News Network.
Love what we do? Please help support our international satellite channels at patreon.lrn.fm. That's patreon.lrn.fm. The latest edition of The Roger Ver Show is next at lrn.fm. Get more at rogerver.libsyn.com.
You're listening to the Bitcoin.com Exchange Podcast. Our guest today is Charles, Chief Business Development Officer at Jigstack.
The opinions, beliefs, and viewpoints expressed by various guests or sponsors of the podcast are solely their own. They do not necessarily reflect those of the podcast host or the other people, entities, or organizations affiliated with the creation or production of the podcast. The guest and sponsor may consider their information reliable, but others involved in the creation or presentation of the podcast do not warrant the accuracy of guest or sponsor information, and it should not be relied upon.
This episode is brought to you by the Bitcoin.com Exchange, the exchange you can trust. Buy and sell Bitcoin as well as 250 digital assets. The Bitcoin.com Exchange is secure, fast, easy, and reliable. Register within seconds and buy crypto with a credit or debit card. Join our community of traders now. Exchange.bitcoin.com. I'm your host, Dustin Plantholt. Join us as we dive into the world of economics, politics, tech, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrency. For even more crypto-related news, sign up at news.bitcoin.com or follow us on Twitter at Bitcoin.com. Now let's bring on our guest. Charles, welcome to the Bitcoin.com Exchange podcast.
Dustin, it's great to be here. How are you today?
It's a lovely day. And, getting to know you on the pre-show, I got to hear some of the amazing things that you're working on. But before we dig into that, I want to learn more about Charles. So when did you first learn about Bitcoin or blockchain?
Oh, I was in Shenzhen, China, and doing some work, some consulting there. And about 2015, I saw this thing called Bitcoin. What is this about, right? So it was about $300. And I'm like, well, let me get some more into this. And I said, well, I like finance. I like computer science. I'm a software developer. I worked for IBM, BMC, some of the top software companies. And I said, what's this all about? It's like crypto, encryption, and so some level of anonymity and transparency. And so I started following it in 2015. And then I got involved. I went to the Consensus developer program, not completely, but most of it, and learned how to program it and learned about Ethereum. I read this book, which still is an excellent book, Dustin, called Ethereum. It's a white cover. It just says Ethereum, and it talked about the concepts of encryption, of smart contracts, right, and even of DAOs. And so I became a student of these areas, and I've been involved with crypto now since 2015, and about 20 different ledger projects. I'm a Hedera Hashgraph ambassador. I'm a developer. With JigStack, which is the company we're going to talk about, I am doing business development and partnerships and having input into our product line. And, from being an investor, from being a trader, from being a conference speaker, I know what good platforms are. I know what good UIs and UXs, user interfaces and user experiences are. And so, JigStack has tapped me, and I'm just really great to be a part of this quality team with the future in mind, with new users in mind, right? With advanced users in mind. We can be this one-stop shop for everything DeFi.
Interesting. So let me ask you that, because your background being in development, if let's say I'm at a university right now, I'm looking to go to university, or I'm looking to go through an education or training program, what languages should I be focused on? I'm entering this ecosystem. I want to get a job in the crypto space or work for, some of these companies, some of these blockchain projects. What should I be studying?
Scripting languages would be good. JavaScript, TypeScript, Python would be good. If you really want to get serious about development, C++, Java, because they're what we call object-oriented languages, and object-oriented is a structure it's a rules-based structure of how you can access the data, how you can protect the data that are associated with the objects. And it's much easier to program in an object-oriented language. Solidity is our blockchain, development language for Ethereum, for Hedera, for a lot of languages. There are other blockchain development languages, but if you could get Solidity and you can learn that, you can go a long way. And then I would say also the concepts of smart contracts. What is a smart contract? Is it really smart? Is it really a contract? No, it's really an intelligent script. We haven't seen the promise yet, Dustin, of smart contracts being fulfilled. And why is that? Well, it's because the jurisdictional support. We need a country, a technologically savvy country, small to medium size is fine, to say, okay, we're going to adopt a smart contract language, and anything that's not on the ledger is not valid. But everything that's on the ledger and digitally signed is valid. So that's where we're going. I know you didn't ask this, but smart contracts are going where the English version of the contract matches the machine executable version of the contract. And we call that Ricardian. We call that Ricardian contract system. And so once we can get to that point, Dustin, then all of a sudden you've got people that might be legal clerks, right, in the legal profession, but also they've got a programming bent about them. Now they can begin to develop these smart contracts themselves, right? And we can guarantee, okay, what I signed is, I can read it right here, and then it's guaranteed what was executed matches what I signed.
Interesting. So what I'm hearing then is ultimately that blockchain is here to stay.
Oh, yes. Blockchain is not going away. Why? Because if you've got HTTP, it lacks security. But now you've got a new protocol, the blockchain protocol, that has security built into it. So I tell people, that it's HTTP $, right? So it's not HTTPS anymore, but it's HTTP $. Where we're ultimately going to go is money over IP, and it's going to be the internet, the new internet. We call it Web3, is the current internet, but the new internet is going to be totally blockchain enabled, and we're going to be able to send and receive value ubiquitously. We won't even know what we're doing, but it's going to be a part of the protocol. So that's really kind of where it's going. It's going to be the internet of money, as we've heard that term before.
The internet of value, this new internet of things, that everything is connected. So how does this work? Because I got to tell you, from my lens as a non-developer, a lot of it seems a little bit like sorcery, like some form of like Harry Potter magic. But how does it actually operate?
It is. The encryption part of it seems like it's magic, because you've got billions and trillions of combinations of wallet addresses, right? And so blockchain is by itself not necessarily quantum proof, quantum computing resistant. Hedera is, and I don't know the level of sophistication of our listeners, but it's what we call this asynchronous Byzantine fault tolerant, ABFT, which is really important because you get into DDoS attacks, 51% attacks, double spend attacks, bad actors, malicious actors. So the network has to be, the consensus mechanism in the network has to be quantum proof. And, that's really where the magic is. The smart contracts, I think people can understand. The other really value add is the DAO, the decentralized autonomous organization. And that is a company ultimately that will live on the blockchain, and it will run autonomously, as the name says, and do its job. And it will not be terminatable. You cannot kill it. Say, for example, a missionary application where every bit of Bitcoin and Ethereum that's sent to the DAO is just like spread out equally to all the people that are signed up. So now it's kind of like a retirement system, right? So it's automatic. And so as this thing is funded, it's sending out to all these supporters, whether they're missionaries or any other kind of nonprofits, people that could receive benefit. There'll be one example of a DAO.
Interesting. Now, your role is as the Chief Business Development Officer at JigStack. Who is JigStack?
So JigStack, the idea came to Robbie Weir, who's our COO, CEO. And imagine a puzzle piece set that just has the pieces, right? So you've got these pieces, you seem like you can put them together, and I'm like, well, that kind of relates to protocol stacking, right? Because you've got all these DeFi protocols, and it's like, can we stack and use the output of one into the input of the others? And, think about an ecosystem where we have these parts, and each part is a project that's very valuable, but then all of a sudden we put the pieces together, we see a more complete picture, and we see the sum of the parts. And now we see this beautiful DeFi picture. So JigStack is an ecosystem that enables new users as well as sophisticated users to really fully get the benefits out of decentralized finance. And that includes our launch pad, which is called Lemonade, right, which we have launched, along with our governance token, the STAK Stack token. We have Stack Bank, where people can stake, they can compound, they can farm. And we're introducing new and novel ways to save gas while doing that. And so think of also, so ETHLink is our affiliated marketing solution. So think about people that are networkers, YouTubers. They want to be paid. They want to be recognized for every affiliate link click. So now think we're blockchain enabling that, right? On Ethereum, or DAG enabling that on Hedera, which Hedera is not a blockchain. It is a DAG, directed acyclic graph. We're enabling that on Polygon, for gas savings. We're enabling that on Heco chain, on Hube's chain. Maybe other companies that we're talking with right now. I can't mention on the podcast.
So it sounds
right
like
now.
what you're doing is you're providing solutions and you're bringing people together.
We're bringing it together. We want to be a one-stop shop. So once you get hooked on JigStack, once you get on the stack, right? Once you get jiggy with it, you want to stay, you won't leave.
Now, what kind of partnerships do you have and who are you looking to work with?
Well, we're working with Chainlink. We're working with Hedera. We're working with Polygon. So we're working with any company and any user group and platform that makes sense that will further enable the horizons of our users. And so Cellframe, for example, on the cross-chain functionality, maybe atomic swap level. So we don't have to, pay the fees to do swaps. We could do them at the very low atomic level. Anyone that's looking to help us save in gas, right? Because obviously that's an issue that's on everybody's mind. And we want our products, Dustin, to look and feel the same on any platform. So you have a platform of choice. We want to be able to run the JigStack ecosystem on that platform. Now, it's not going to be for every single platform in the world. We can't do that. But for the ones that make sense, like, for example, Hedera, we want to be the main token launch IDO platform on Hedera. Right now on Ethereum, you've got on Binance, you've got Binance Smart Chain, you've got Binance Launchpad. There's several other launch pads for Ethereum. So we want to, where it makes sense, really distinguish ourselves and separate ourselves in the area of performance. Security is very important to us. We're always doing smart contract audits. You only have one chance at security, right?
That's right.
The two or three Binance Smart Chain hacks that happened just in the last month or so, right? I mean, you're talking about a lot of money being drained out of these things.
Interesting. So we were talking earlier on the pre-show about energy, and when people think about Bitcoin, and the news has done a really great job at this, but they make Bitcoin out to be the biggest gas guzzler in the world, or taking more energy than everybody else. How do we fix that? And is it really that big of an energy drain?
We've all heard the FUD, right? Bitcoin costs as much as the five top economies in the world and all this stuff. That's just not true. Obviously, the source of the energy, for example, you take a coal plant, right? So what's in vogue now is people, they're buying coal plants but they're converting it to natural gas, right? And so then they're using that to power the Bitcoin mining rigs. So they are reducing emissions technically from that. Bitcoin and Ethereum, it's going to be we'll just say Ethereum we know is going to be upgraded to proof of stake, but Bitcoin proper, it'll be less and less of the total it is right now. I mean, the Bitcoin dominance right now is what about 40%, would you say?
Mm-hmm.
Of the total ecosystem. So that's going to go down and down. There's green energy ways that we can power these rigs, and repurposing the plants, repurposing even garbage, for example, perhaps, like landfills. Could we actually convert that garbage, that municipal solid waste, that MSW, into electricity to power the rigs? That's another project that I'm working on. So yeah, I mean,
so it sounds to me that while we agree that there are problems, and there are problems in any system out there, that this community, the ecosystem that is inside this blockchain, DLT, and many of the other different acronym space, that this community is continually learning and willing to do what it takes to fix the problem.
Yeah, we're continually learning. The technology, even though Bitcoin itself is legacy technology, 2008, right? Satoshi's paper came out, but still, there's nothing else like it. I mean, you look at a wire transfer, to send a wire transfer for $1 million overseas, how much does that cost? How long does it take?
Why does it take that? I'm going to ask you again. This is what you do each and every day, but why does it take days?
I know. Oh, and what about security? Oh, we had to halt that wire because just make sure, it's not money laundering, or you got to do the KYC on it. And I understand. But just like the dollars, dollars can be used for good, or dollars can be used for evil. Dollars can be used for crime. So Bitcoin is not necessarily just singled out. There are there's privacy coins that could also be used for that as well, right? So, it's a way for people to move markets. It's a way for people to enter into markets because of their comments, right? I'm not going to talk about any specific names.
Sure. Yeah, no, and I think that's good perspective. When people look at this crypto ecosystem or blockchain or Bitcoin, again, and what name the thing or the acronym, but sometimes they don't always paint a good light on it, and yet this space is solving problems, so many problems it's solving, that companies around the world are now adopting and embedding what this community has created, that it is fixing everything from logistics on the shipping side to healthcare. It is helping to reshape the education system. It's sniffing out fraud. It's finding the bad actors, and it's ultimately setting up a system of smart technology. It means smart contracts alone, they solve many problems. So tell us, going forward, what do you see as in the future for this space? And then how do we learn more about JigStack?
So the future of the space is there is an epic battle right now. The central banks, central governments do not like crypto. They can't control it. And so there will be, I believe, more efforts to, in the short term, to cause problems for it. The expansion of crypto is inevitable. I know a guy that has a satellite system he's going to be launching that's going to do consensus by satellite. No government will be able to control it. All right. We can talk offline more about that, or if any of your listeners want to, message me personally, we can discuss.
How do we learn more about JigStack?
JigStack. Jigstack.org is our website. Telegram, JigStack. We've got 20,000 followers. Twitter, we've got 50,000 followers.
Sounds good. Thank you again for sharing your story on the Bitcoin.com Exchange podcast.
Thank you, Dustin.
The opinions, beliefs, and viewpoints expressed by various guests or sponsors of the podcast are solely their own. They do not necessarily reflect those of the podcast host or the other people, entities, or organizations affiliated with the creation or production of the podcast. The guest and sponsor may consider their information reliable, but others involved in the creation or presentation of the podcast do not warrant the accuracy of guest or sponsor information, and it should not be relied upon.
You've listened to another episode of the Bitcoin.com podcast. Subscribe at news.bitcoin.com, where your journey begins.
Terror and confusion fell upon the nation this week after nearly 314 million Americans reported inexplicably losing consciousness for 8 hours straight last night, with countless victims helplessly recovering from the fugue-like state with no memory whatsoever of the lost time. Researchers at Princeton University, who have been studying the alarming phenomenon since its inception, told reporters that though they were unable to ascertain the source of the sweeping condition, it appeared to be somehow linked to the setting of the sun.
Right now, we suspect that there may be some connection between these sudden blackouts and the visions that some Americans have reported experiencing while they were unconscious. But most of these hallucinations are too abstract for us to draw any definite conclusions from.
At this time, we urge people to never turn off their lights and under no circumstances close their eyes for any extended period of... Oh, God. It's happening again.
This is the Onion News Network.
My name is Jacob Hornberger. I'm president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, which Congressman Ron Paul awarded for having an outstanding freedom website. Write us at fff@fff.org, and we'll send you a free 3-month subscription to our monthly journal of libertarian essays and our booklet, Economic Liberty in the Constitution, which George Mason University economics professor Walter Williams praised in a recent column. That's fff@fff.org.
You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? you can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Now you can follow LRN.FM on the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. The latest edition of the Alex Merced Cast is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. Get more at alexmercedpodcast.com.
Hey everybody, this is Alex Merced from alexmerced.com. Dude who thinks things and likes economics and libertarianism and coding and technology and all sorts of cool stuff. Okay, so this is going to be more of a wonky episode. So like the last few episodes has all been like about Libertarian Party inside baseball and yada yada yada. This episode is not. This episode's going to be about economics, specifically a sect of economics referred to as Austrian economics. The general gist, I mean, there's a whole... The Austrian tradition is kind of a fairly wide, varying one with lots of branches, but the general idea is that, like, a couple of the basic tenets are things like the idea of, like, subjective value, where basically nothing actually has sort of, like, an absolute value. So, like, what something is worth to me is different than what it's worth to you. Basically, the incorporeal nature of prices and interest rates and also the other factors. The role of prices and knowledge. All sorts of really cool ideas that I've gone over in old podcast episodes over there at my website, learneconomicsnow.com, and other places. But one of the people who I followed a lot during the years, like I got into this back in the 2000s, 2008, like with the Ron Paul 2008 campaign, it just got me really interested in economics. I started, reading up on places like FEE, the Mises Institute, whatnot, and just diving into like a lot of sort of articles and literature. And a couple of people who were like really stood out to me are, of course, people like Tom Woods and Robert Murphy, who wrote a lot of the stuff that kind of introduced me to the ideas. And then as I got deeper and deeper, I started reading a lot of the stuff by people like Stefan Kinsella, especially when it comes to intellectual property, Peter Klein when it comes to like entrepreneurship, and those two are sort of where this is going to go. So Stefan Kinsella posted on Facebook regarding entrepreneurship, and actually, he kind of explains the way, like, the typical sort of Misesian narrative on entrepreneurship, which is actually, like, the body of work that, like, Peter Klein focuses on, which is why he's tagged in this post. If you haven't read articles or listened to Peter Klein, phenomenal stuff. But I'll just read the post so you can kind of hear Stefan's words. Like, I'm going to skip the first paragraph. The first paragraph is just about sort of like how his mind has occasionally changed on things. And of course, I still live in Brooklyn. Not for much longer. I'll be living in Florida in a couple of weeks. So if you hear sirens in the background, that's that. And if you hear a bird in the background, that's my cocktail. But in a couple of weeks, I'll be living in Florida. I'll have an office, and I will be able to do much more sonically enjoyable material. But anyways, here we go. So, and now, entrepreneurial talent. Assuming like this is like the next thing he's changed his mind on. The ability to forecast the future better than others. Mises ostensibly relegates this to a mysterious, unteachable art, or skill, Verstehen, the understanding. But this is just a placeholder term that means ultimately we don't know how they do it, referring to how like entrepreneurs are able to sort of predict what's going to be sort of the next big thing, how they're able to create successful enterprises by sort of predicting what people will want. Okay, similar to physicists view the Big Bang, or why there is something rather than nothing. The thing is, to have successful actions, you have to predict the future better than yours, or better than others. You make a profit that way. Psychic, sometimes manifested as monetary profit in the catalactic realm. But if you take seriously Mises' teachings that the future is in fact unknowable and unpredictable, primarily it, does not exist yet, and combine this with other insights about the subjective value of nature, or the subjective nature of value, which implies not only is value or utility not cardinal and measurable, or let me just reread that last sentence again slowly. Mises' teachings that the future is in fact unknowable and unpredictable, primarily because it does not exist yet, and combine this with other insights about the subjective nature of value, which implies not only is value or utility is not cardinal and measurable, and also that it's not interpersonally incomparable, but that it's intemporally incomparable over time, even for the same actor. Meaning, like, you don't know what the future value is, you don't know what the future is, and even if you did know what the value of something is tomorrow, isn't comparable to the value of something today, because value is subjective. And even if you knew how much I like an apple 10 years from now, that's not a comparable measurement to how much I like an apple now. So then I'm starting to come to the view that there is no such thing as true Verstehen or entrepreneurial skill or ability. It's basically luck. I can't see a way around it. There are no current prices, for example, only past prices, which are historical data, and future prices, which are forecast by the action and judgment of the actor, entrepreneur, about the future, which is unnecessarily uncertain. This mirrors Mises' framework of theory in history, or this mirrors Mises' framework of theory in history. This implies that money prices play two roles. One, aiding and forecasting, i.e. an accessory of appraisement. It makes it more efficient or easier, theory future-oriented action, which is all action. Two, cost accounting, looking backwards to reckon on how much monetary profit you made. But just as we can never know the causal laws for sure, they always remain contingent and hypothetical, unless you can take a Randian view of knowledge and think that we can have contextual certainty of causal laws, which I do agree with, but it's not the same as absolute apodictic knowledge. While knowledge of the teleological realm can be apodictic, but we have to be careful not to put too much stock into what can sometimes be empty or merely tautological propositions. Likewise, you can never know for sure that after the fact whether your action was successful at all. All you can know is whether you are satisfied after the fact with where you ended up. And you are never really satisfied, or you would not keep acting for still further future. For example, suppose you want to marry Mary, so you pursue and win her and marry her. Was this successful? What if you get divorced later, or regret it? Or suppose you invest $100K in a pizza business, thinking you can make a $300K profit, and that this is better than investing in a hamburger restaurant. Suppose you make the $300K, did you succeed? Well, you never know, because you could have made $400K in another line. Or maybe you make $300K, but are unhappy anyway. Or maybe you thought you would make $300K in one way, so forth and so forth. Or take someone who was regarded as a successful entrepreneur, Steve Jobs, because they made a profit for some period of years. What about these traders and investment advisors who make money for 20 years during the false boom and think they are geniuses and then lose all that money in a crash? Were they successful entrepreneurs before that and then lost their magic touch? So I'm thinking you can never even identify who a better forecaster is, because you can even know for sure whether the result is luck or better version or skill. And in the end, I can see analytically how there is any conceptual distinction better luck and genuine, meaning there is no skill, there is no version, there is no such thing as entrepreneurial ability or talent. No one has the ability to predict the future since it simply does not exist. Okay, so the general thought process is like, okay, the narrative that some people are better entrepreneurs, and it's kind of like the argument kind of is like you want free markets because you just don't know who these people are. So in that case, you need a free market because that way these people will kind of identify themselves by just being successful. But if technically there is no future to predict because the future does not exist yet, and the past really has no correlation with like the future in the sense, like again, and plus even the value of what is a successful decision is subjective, then there really is no skill that you can analyze. You can't sit there and say, okay, this person made some money making a choice and another person didn't make money making a choice, so that person's just sort of got that skill, they got that magical touch. And I found this like a very fascinating and very compelling and persuasive argument. It makes perfect sense in the sense that like people are making predictions, and the thing is that Sometimes they may look successful, but may still not be what they expected. So that got me thinking about it, sort of like, what's a different way you can look at it that's more something you can analyze, but still kind of leads you to the same place. And instead of like looking at sort of the way you have sort of successful free marketers, entrepreneurs, instead of thinking of them as people who sort of have a particular skill, is just maybe thinking of them as somebody who just maybe has an asymmetrical access to knowledge. Okay, and prices are one vehicle for knowledge, not the only one. I mean, there's experience. Okay, that's why at the same time you can have two people who know the exact same sort of factorial or academic knowledge, but the person with more experience can now sometimes derive sort of greater wisdom, because there's just certain things or certain trends you only pick up on by experience. When you see the same cycle repeat itself several times, that cycle no longer loses its novelty, and basically no longer loses its like. Not to go back to LP inside baseball, but you talk to like older people who've been in the Libertarian Party for like decades. A lot of the recent going-ons aren't necessarily nothing new. They're cycles that you've seen in the party before. So, nothing new. But for those who are sort of new, this seems like sort of novel and exciting. Well, I wouldn't say exciting, but novel and an event. Okay, same thing with like booms. Okay, those who've maybe been through several sort of economic boosts and booms and busts. They may not necessarily be as novel as someone like myself back in 2008, when that was like really like I was like a little kid during the .com bubble, and really like the 2008 bust was sort of like the first time I saw the economy collapse. And this last year with COVID, it was, even though it was like the second one sort of in my lifetime, like it was not necessarily as shocking. And there's just a slightly just differences in context as well. But the point is that maybe the reason why some people end up making better decisions, and instead of saying better decisions, like, because again that implies some sort of like subjective value, maybe a better way to frame it is they have more accurate expectations. Okay, so they act, because people act based on their expectations. At the end of the day, they act based, like I would love $1 billion. Okay, let's say, and I can play a lottery ticket and maybe win a whole like $100 million or whatever, but I don't expect to win, so I don't do it. So your actions are heavily based on your expectations. Like this can start getting into like other theories. If you take a look at like Friedman and like the whole like, hey, this is my expected lifetime income, and based on your lifetime expected income, you spend, you save. Oh, and then the whole idea of like access to information. You can go take a look at people like Stiglitz, who talk about like asymmetry information, even though he comes to like a weird conclusion where he wants government involvement. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying that like you can kind of draw from a lot of these other sort of insights in other places to kind of start constructing sort of a framework that you can analyze expectations. You can sit there and say, someone expected this at this point, did it play out that way? Okay? And people make expectations based on their knowledge, okay, which again comes from prices, things they've learned, read, experienced. So someone with better knowledge is going to have better expectations. Cool. But not all knowledge is accessible to everybody. Okay, so some people are going to have asymmetrical access to knowledge, so they're going to have an asymmetrical possibility of being able to form better expectations. Okay, so there's thus some kind of inequality if you really want to go there. But then the prescription is a mechanism for providing sort of broader access to knowledge is to have free market prices, because free market prices transmit knowledge. If we take a look at like the work of like Hayek and other Austrian economists, where basically when you have free market prices, people are acting based on an actual scarcity and demand, and so those prices reflect those factors, so they transmit knowledge. They transmit that knowledge without me having to actually know what the absolute scarcity and demand is. The price is a reflection of sort of that equilibrium, or at least it's always trying to reach that point, or at least trends in that direction. So in that case, that can transmit knowledge that other people may not necessarily normally have access to. Okay, and that will give more people a context in which they have more knowledge to to form more accurate expectations. So it's not that some people are just clairvoyant or have this version or whatnot, is that some people's expectations are more accurate. Doesn't necessarily mean that they made a better choice, because again, as Kinsella mentioned, you may not value, even though your expectation is correct, you may not value the end result. How much you value your expectation may not be what you expected. Or you don't know what the opportunity cost. You don't know what would have happened if you made another choice. So while your expectation was accurate, you don't know if your expectations of what a alternative action would have produced may be inaccurate. And then you start kind of falling apart along the same lines again. But I don't know. I found this to be an interesting thought process. It made my brain tingle, which is why I like following people like Stefan Kinsella and Peter Klein, etc., because they say things that make me think. Okay, and I like thinking. Okay, I think it makes me wiser. It makes me appreciate the world around me more and think more critically about it. So I just wanted to kind of reflect upon that, because I just thought it was a interesting thought that got my brain tingling, and I thought it was worth sharing. And it's been a while since, years really, since I've really spent some time talking being wonky about economics. Like if you watch my early YouTube videos back from pretty much from 2008 to around 2012, that was pretty much the bulk of it. It was pretty much until I got involved in the Libertarian Party. Because that was the time I was discovering myself and really kind of discovering sort of my opinions on things and really delving into the academics. And then when I got involved with the Libertarian Party in 2013, it was less about learning more. I had learned a lot. I spent a lot of time just really just reading a lot of books. It was more about spreading that knowledge, and that became sort of my focus. Spreading that knowledge and spreading sort of a more libertarian culture in different mechanisms, whether it's just through persuasive language, through sort of being aspirational, being someone that maybe people look up to as a role model, and I transmit those values that way. My concern became less of me sort of building up my own personal knowledge base. It became more of what are the mechanisms to which I can transmit these values to others, because I felt that there was there was utility in that. Okay, and again, I understand that utility is subjective, but there was utility to me. I felt it subjectively valuable to encourage others to have these sort of more sort of free market libertarian values, and trying to find mechanisms and create a culture that promotes that in the same way that I do feel like it's subjectively valuable to promote a culture that also promotes forgiveness and tolerance and community, because I feel like there's a utility to that as well. These are my own subjective values, okay, and again, they're not part and parcel to what libertarianism as a whole is, because again, just basically property rights. But they are my subjective values. They are sort of my personal mission. And that's just kind of to give you some feedback on where I'm coming from. But yeah. So that was my thinking today, and I just wanted to share that and say thank you to Stefan for making that post and sharing his thoughts that gave me thoughts, and that was all good. Thank you very much. Ciao.
Uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. That's what the readers of freedomsphoenix.com get every day. freedomsphoenix.com, constantly providing the information, the real news about government policies, and the real relationship we all have with the coercive government, the real condition of the economy, innovations in technology, breakthroughs in energy, health, and computer science. Learn the truth well before it's admitted to in the lamestream media. The corporate media, nothing more than distributors of government propaganda, but now there's an alternative. freedomsphoenix.com. Constant news updates on the issues that affect your life in the most important ways. With liberty and property under constant attack, freedomsphoenix.com provides the understanding behind the propaganda, and it encourages the participation of its readers. Go to freedomsphoenix.com. That's freedoms with an S, phoenix.com. freedomsphoenix.com. The revolution between the ears has already happened.
I'm crazy about My Magic Mud. This is the most important oral care product created this millennium, and I'm not kidding. We all have different opinions on politics and issues, but we all have mouths. And I want yours to be as clean as possible, with teeth as bright as they were meant to be. I will never be without My Magic Mud. It's a little surprising, but man, does it work. If you only listen to one thing I say ever, go to mymagicmud.com and get 20% off with code FTL. mymagicmud.com, code FTL.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. chat.lrn.fm.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM. The latest edition of Professor CJ's Dangerous History is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at profcj.org.
Your drive will never run out. You deserve monthly retirement income that does the same. In over 100 years, TIAA has never missed a payment. Guaranteed monthly income for life. Learn more at TIAA.org/neverrunout. Annuities issued by Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association of America, New York, New York. Guarantees subject to its claims paying ability.
This episode is brought to you by Whole Foods Market, who's here to help you remember how to summer. They've got animal welfare certified meat, sustainable wild-caught seafood, and all the cherries and nectarines you can eat. So go ahead, summer on at Whole Foods Market.
Passionate hatred can give meaning and purpose to an empty life. Thus, people haunted by the purposelessness of their lives try to find a new content, not only by dedicating themselves to a holy cause, but also by nursing a fanatical grievance. A mass movement offers them unlimited opportunities for both. Unity and self-sacrifice of themselves, even when fostered by the most noble means, produce a facility for hating. Even when men league themselves mightily together to promote tolerance and peace on earth, they are likely to be violently intolerant towards those not of a like mind. The estrangement from the self, without which there can be neither selflessness nor a full assimilation of the individual into a compact whole, produces, as already mentioned, a proclivity for passionate attitudes, including passionate hatred. The act of self-denial seems to confer on us the right to be harsh and merciless toward others. The impression somehow prevails that the true believer, particularly the religious individual, is a humble person. The truth is that the surrendering and humbling of the self breed pride and arrogance. The true believer is apt to see himself as one of the chosen, the salt of the earth, the light of the world, a prince disguised in meekness, who is destined to inherit this earth and the kingdom of heaven too. He who is not of his faith is evil. He who will not listen shall perish. There is also this. When we renounce the self and become part of a compact whole, we not only renounce personal advantage, but are also rid of personal responsibility. There is no telling to what extremes of cruelty and ruthlessness a man will go when he is freed from the fears, hesitations, doubts, and the vague stirrings of decency that go with individual judgment. When we lose our individual independence in the corporateness of a mass movement, we find a new freedom. Freedom to hate, bully, lie, torture, murder, and betray without shame and remorse. Thus, hatred is not only a means of unification, but also its product. People whose lives are barren and insecure seem to show a greater willingness to obey than people who are self-sufficient and self-confident. To the frustrated, freedom from responsibility is more attractive than freedom from restraint. They are eager to barter their independence for relief from the burdens of willing, deciding, and being responsible for inevitable failure. They willingly abdicate the directing of their lives to those who want to plan, command, and shoulder all responsibility. Moreover, submission by all to a supreme leader is an approach to their ideal of equality. The frustrated are likely to be the most steadfast followers. The awareness of their individual blemishes and shortcomings inclines the frustrated to detect ill will and meanness in their fellow men. Self-contempt, however vague, sharpens our eyes for the imperfections of others. We usually strive to reveal in others the blemishes we hide in ourselves. Thus, when the frustrated congregate in a mass movement, the air is heavy laden with suspicion. There is prying and spying, tense watching, and a tense awareness of being watched. The surprising thing is that this pathological mistrust within the ranks leads not to dissension but to strict conformity. Knowing themselves continually watched, the faithful strive to escape suspicion by adhering zealously to prescribed behavior and opinion. Strict orthodoxy is as much the result of mutual suspicion as of ardent faith. Mass movements make extensive use of suspicion in their machinery of domination. Fear of one's neighbors, one's friends, and even one's relatives seems to be the rule within all mass movements. Now and then, innocent people are deliberately accused and sacrificed in order to keep suspicion alive. Suspicion is given a sharp edge by associating all opposition within the ranks with the enemy, threatening the movement from without. This enemy, the indispensable devil of every mass movement, is omnipresent. It is the sacred duty of the true believer to be suspicious. Whenever we find a period of genuine creativeness associated with a mass movement, it is almost always a period which either precedes or more often follows the active phase. The active phase itself is sterile. The interference of an active mass movement with the creative process is deep-reaching and manifold. 1. The fervor it generates drains the energies which would have flowed into creative work. Fervor has the same effect on creativeness as dissipation. 2. It subordinates creative work to the advancement of the movement. Literature, art, and science must be propagandistic. The true believing writer, artist, or scientist does not create to express himself or to save his soul or to discover the true and the beautiful. His task, as he sees it, is to warn, to advise, to urge, to glorify, and to denounce. 3. Where a mass movement opens vast fields of action, war, colonization, industrialization, there is an additional drain of creative energy. 4. The fanatical state of mind by itself can stifle all forms of creative work. The fanatic's disdain for the present blinds him to the complexity and uniqueness of life. The things which stir the creative worker seem to him either trivial or corrupt. The blindness of the fanatic is a source of strength. He sees no obstacles. But it is the cause of intellectual sterility and emotional monotony. The fanatic is also mentally cocky and hence barren of new beginnings. At the root of his cockiness is the conviction that life and the universe conform to a simple formula, his formula. He is thus without the fruitful intervals of groping when the mind is, as it were, in solution, ready for all manner of new reactions, new combinations, and new beginnings. Eric Hoffer, The True Believer. Howdy everybody, CJ here, your one-man revolution, guerrilla scholar warrior, and Renaissance man for this new dark age in which we find ourselves increasingly enveloped. Back with another dose of dangerous history, and this is going to be another guest show, although just so you know, I've got several solo episodes in the works in various stages of completion. So the passages I shared with you from The True Believer before the bumper music dropped were not one continuous passage. They were several excerpts from several different chapters and sections of the book that I, cut and put together in a way that hopefully makes sense and kind of builds a case, Hoffer's case, for what mass movements are really all about and what's really going on there. And a lot of the stuff I just shared with you in those excerpts is stuff that I found particularly penetrating and persuasive, both when looking at history, as Hoffer does throughout the book, and also looking at history since he wrote this book, over 70 years ago, and particularly looking around in the U.S. in the last few years. So the bulk of this episode is going to be a conversation about this very interesting book, The True Believer by Eric Hoffer, which, as I've said before in other places, is one of those books I've heard about for many years. I kind of knew the basic arguments of it, at least for the most part, in kind of broad brush strokes, and I had, read and heard various quotes and passages and excerpts from it. But it's only in recent weeks that I actually sat down and read the whole thing, and it's not that long of a book, and it's fairly readable. And I got in touch with my longtime internet buddy, Joshua Perry. And he was kind enough to spare some of his time to have a long and in-depth conversation about this book and its ideas and its relevance to recent history and current events. Now, Josh, if you don't know, used to do a podcast called The Dusty Den, and I collaborated with him on a number of episodes, crossover episodes of our two podcasts, several years back. Those of you who are longtime DHP listeners or who have gone through the older episodes have definitely encountered him before. We did a lot of collaboration that involved talking about books and movies and things like that. Like with Alex von Sternberg, he's a guy that has an interesting Venn diagram of overlap with me as far as background and worldview and things like that, where we're on the same page with each other enough that we really kind of click very easily. And yet we have just enough differences in terms of our backgrounds and life experiences and those sorts of things that we can often have, at least I think, very interesting conversations. So without any more introductory hoopla here, let me turn it over to myself and Josh discussing The True Believer and some of its potential implications for our present and future.
Hi, this is Nathaniel Lloyd, host of Historical Blindness, the podcast about historical mysteries, myths, and misconceptions. It's something of a misconception that our closest friends always make our lives easier. In fact, sometimes our best friends, those whose lives are most entangled with ours, make life more complicated and tricky. But figuring out how to maintain and grow those friendships is also one of life's great joys. In that way, they're very much like the top-rated mobile puzzle game Best Fiends. Like a close friend, this Match 3 game is always there when you need a distraction, or when you need to let off some steam. But that doesn't mean it won't present something of a challenge. There's way more strategy involved here than is required to simply smash candy over and over. There are always new levels, new worlds to unlock, adorable new characters to collect, and new events and challenges, like the limited-time event Dart's Tent, in which players collect friendship bracelets in special challenges and earn the chance to win the new fiend, Dart, who won't be available until later this year. So if you need a fun friend who's always down to keep you entertained, but won't go too easy on you, you know what to do. Download the 5-star rated puzzle game Best Fiends free today. on the App Store or Google Play. That's Friends without an R. Best Fiends.
Okay, so The True Believer, this book that is one of those books I've heard about many times. I've read and heard, quotes, excerpts. I've seen it referred to in other places. And, I kind of understood the basic overall point and thesis of it, but I had never sat down and read it until pretty recently. Now, this is a book. One of the places, of course, that I heard about it is you talked about it, I believe, on one of the episodes of your late lamented Dusty Den podcast. But then you mentioned it when I was speaking to you for that what I ended up making into a bonus episode, I guess a few months back. You brought it up there in reference to some of the insanity of the past year and whatever. And that kind of sparked me to finally bite the bullet, order a copy. It had been on my list for a long time, and then sit down and actually read the damn thing cover to cover. So yeah. And then I thought, it'd be great to talk to you as someone who I know, knows the book well and one of the people who kind of pointed me towards it. So anyway, thanks very much for taking time out of your day today to come on the podcast and talk about this book.
Of course. I always love talking to you. It's always any excuse I can find to sort of catch up with you and just participate is always wonderful. And especially to talk about something like The True Believer. I mean, I think I've read a few things from Hoffer, but I think it's his best. Obviously, it's his most well-known. So it's always fun.
Right. Well, and he's an interesting character. He's very unusual for an intellectual. I mean, you could almost argue, is he even really an intellectual?
He hated that title. He did not like being called an academic or an intellectual, even though, he went on to be a professor. He was known as the longshoreman's philosopher.
I didn't know that he eventually became a professor somewhere.
Yeah, I believe so. I can't remember where it was, and I think it was an adjunct position.
Okay.
And but
did he have any college degree or whatever? I think wasn't he basically self-taught?
Yeah, I think so. He was his parents. I mean, he was born in the Bronx. I think right before the turn of the century, right? And then his parents were immigrants, I believe, at least from Germany, and he even. So apparently his English was even laced with a pretty decent German accent, a thick German accent. So I think he had that. I think that's one of the things that gave him a lot of the perspective that comes through in the book, and a lot of his work that he has. He's very much a man of different parts. He's got sort of the academia, obviously. It's a book about philosophy or social psychology. And then he's a working man, longshoreman. And then also, the child of immigrants, born in a city. So there's a lot of different experiences. And it sounded like, from what I read about him, it was a lot of different things that he sort of believed in that kind of led him to his own sort of core philosophy.
Yeah. So for the listeners who might not know the slightest thing about who Eric Hoffer was, he, far as I know, basically self-taught, right? An autodidact. And as you were saying, spent most of his life working in kind of manual jobs. Wasn't he a gold prospector or something like that at an early stage? He had a rant.
Yeah.
Much like one of those authors where before becoming an author, spent time as a waiter, spent time as a train conductor, spent time as a welder, spent time at, this list of more kind of micro dirty jobs type of jobs, for lack of a better term, more kind of blue collar and manual jobs. And then again, like you were saying, many years as a longshoreman. I believe that's when he wrote True Believer, was during his time as a longshoreman. So
1943 is when he started. It was in San Francisco, where he became a longshoreman. So there's again, he sort of had a bi-coastal sort of experience, because he was born in the Bronx, worked all these jobs like you're saying, which is accurate, and then settled sort of in San Francisco. And he actually it was Berkeley. That's where he became professor. So at very, very much an institution of academia, traditional academia. But again, how rare is it that you would have somebody who's a professor at Berkeley that hated being identified as an intellectual? That's almost noble in its own right.
Yeah, well, in our time, it would be impossible or virtually impossible for someone like that to teach at a university, simply because he doesn't have formal credentials. Like, it doesn't matter how brilliant he is or how many brilliant books and essays he's written. In today's academia, in most cases, it would just be like, you need to have these degrees. You don't have these degrees, so we don't care if you're, one of the greatest intellectuals of your generation. You're not welcome to teach here.
Yeah, we've very much become a society of credentialism instead of substance, I would say. And I don't think the two are necessarily completely disassociated. Certainly there is a degree within gaining certain credentials of acquiring certain knowledge and skills. But we have run off course to where I think like the quest for a piece of paper has definitely take on a whole different symbol than it used to mean. It used to symbolize a certain amount of knowledge gained. And I think now it's just, a means to an end, a path to success or whatever. You sort of just do your time. So you're now able to get certain positions instead of doing your time and acquiring these skills and knowledge. So you'll be good at these certain positions. I don't know if that's always been the case or if that's more of a modern offshoot of education. But I do feel like traditional education was far superior. I don't know. That could be my own sort of bias, but
yeah, I think one of the things that happened was that this trend to where we are now, like, it was already in progress during Hoffer's lifetime, this trend of credentialism, but that it kind of culminated and amplified even more so, I guess, towards what would be the end of his life and since he died in the early 80s. But that the trend of professionalization goes back to progressivism 1.0. It goes back to like 1880s, 90s, early 1900s, 1910s, where you had the beginning of professionalization of intellectual disciplines. So, before the turn of the last century, to be a historian, you didn't like go to school for that and get degrees in that. It was just, no, you spent time doing research and writing about history and whatever. And like, okay, if you produced enough work that people appreciated and read, like, they'd call you a historian. Whereas the progressives were the ones who, created these formal institutions like the American Historical Association, the American Economics Association, all these things that were intended, number one, to sort of be the arbiters of intellectual allowable opinion, but also to cartelize that particular profession, right? To say, oh, no. It's not that anybody who's willing to put in a little bit of time learning some stuff can be a historian. No. This is a special esoteric discipline that only people who spend, this amount of time in these credentialed institutions and acquire these particular degrees and credits are qualified to, write about wars of the past and history and all these sorts of things,
But isn't it interesting that now there's almost a slingshot effect, I would say, with podcasts especially being, I know most of what I know about history through reading, just because that is kind of, I love reading, especially I haven't been able to do as much of it as I would like to lately. But for a lot of people, though, I think listening to like Dan Carlin, listening to History on Fire, certainly listening to your podcast, although you are a credentialed, professor, that is where people are getting their knowledge of history. It is not, or YouTube shows or documentaries or things like this. There are a lot more avenues now, I feel, where you can showcase your knowledge. And you and I, before the show even started, we were talking a little bit about Malice's new book, which is #1 on Amazon, and he self-published that. Like, it's not, he didn't, the work he's done in the past has given him credentialed him, like his past work for sure, where he's gotten on these bigger platforms to talk about his book. But that's just something, he just knows the material. He just knows what he's talking about. So that's all that's really important. And that's all that really matters to people nowadays. I think it's getting more back to that.
Yeah. And somebody like him, he's smarter and better at communicating than, 98% of
Oh
people
yeah.
walking
He's a
around
brilliant
PhDs.
guy. I mean, it's like I've read, Dear Reader and The New Right. And, I'm a fan, definitely a big fan, but it's just interesting that I like before the age of podcasting and things like that, I don't know that I would have been exposed to a Michael Malice or a Dan Carlin, or a Prophecy J. I don't know if I probably wouldn't have. So I would have been very reliant on just whatever I'm getting from the traditional books and what publishers let out there and things like that. One of the things that I've always found super fascinating about, and I've talked about this a lot before on my old podcast, and it's something that I find very interesting about groups of people, and we do it a lot, and we especially do it with authors, and especially dead authors. And I think Eric Hoffer's a good example of this, is different groups, especially political groups, they try to stake a claim on an author, and they want all their work to flow into kind of their ideology. You see it with George Orwell, you see it with Kafka, in even the terms, like people try to own Orwellian or own Kafkaesque as like we're the only group that's allowed to see things in this manner, instead of understanding that even George Orwell was like this super complex person who had different beliefs, who was, part socialist, part individualist, and all this different thing. Like there's this mad dash to own this individual and academia usually gets the first claim, right? Because they're the gatekeepers for education. But you see with Eric Hoffer, I mean, I think Ronald Reagan gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom or something like that. And then at the same time, Hillary Clinton gave the book to all her staffers back when during the, her campaign against Trump. So you see both political ends of the spectrum have been very needy to kind of wield his work as a weapon for their causes. And I always thought that The True Believer was best, at least for me, when I read it. I almost used it as a tool for self-reflection more than anything. You can certainly apply it to any group you want to, as I'm sure we'll discuss. But I think for me personally, it was at its most effective, saying like, am I doing any of this stuff? Like, does this define me? Does this group he's talking about? Like, I can kind of see that. And it kind of made me question a lot of things, and also at the same time reaffirm certain beliefs that I had. So it's a good exercise to, I think, apply the knowledge you gain from The True Believer to your own group if you belong to one, or even on the fringes of one. Because you could say certainly a lot of the same things about libertarians and anarchists that you could about progressives or conservatives.
Yeah, and that's something I wanted to make sure to hit on. Maybe circle back a bit later to that. Turning the mirror on yourself kind of a deal, because that is always very important, right? It's easy when someone is critiquing somebody and you're only looking at others, right? If somebody's critiquing people involved in mass movements and you're like, oh yeah, all those crazy other people in different ideologies than me. And you don't realize, like, potentially at least you and or some of the people in the same ideological camp as you might be prone to some of the same negative things that you're so quick to see in everybody else, right? It's classic projection, right? Just like how the hardcore pro-Trump people are able to see that the hardcore anti-Trump people are a cult,
right?
But not
exactly.
able to see themselves are a cult, and vice versa, right? It's always easy to point out the speck in your neighbor's eye kind of thing.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
And the hardest thing is to turn it around on yourself and say, okay, some of these negative things he's pointing out, how many of them apply to me and or to maybe some of the people, maybe not me as an individual, all of them, but maybe some other people in my camp. Are they prone to the same? Because we're all the same species.
And I think his work leaves everything very open-ended as far as he's almost inviting you to challenge the ideas. He's not like this. I think he actually makes it a point in The True Believer to say, this is not gospel, according to Eric Hoffer. This is a starting point for you to have sort of an internal monologue and debate over your opinion on mass movements and how they form and the kind of people that join them and who's susceptible and who's not. And here's my observations, and you can take them or leave them. That seems to be the attitude that it's written with. And I think that's why it's so palatable to anyone who reads it, really.
Yeah, well, those are often some of my favorite intellectuals, are the types who don't pronounce with absolute scripture, like certainty of like, boom, this is absolutely what thing, like Marx or somebody like that, or any kind of like a doctrinaire Marxist would be an example where it's like, no, we already have the answers to everything definitively worked out. We've got truth with a capital T. This is the gospel from Mount Sinai, and that's it. Whereas somebody like Hoffer and a lot of other favorite intellectuals of mine often are the ones who are the most kind of a little bit ambiguous and ambivalent and a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? A little more provisional with their claims. They're more like, hey, this is kind of what I'm seeing here. Discuss, versus saying, no, this is it, period. This is exactly.
I think there's also an understanding amongst individuals like that they seem to have of the weight of an absolute claim. And I try to be like that as well. Like I try to avoid absolutes when I can, just because you are putting yourself out there, and the truth isn't always so black and white. There's a lot of different colors that go into making the painting, So to say, oh, this is, like you say, we have it all figured out, soup to nuts, and this is how it should work. The weight of that is, I think, for the smarter intellectuals, not worth it. I think they look at that and say, look, I'm going to be wrong about something. So, I might as well put that out there that, hey, this is what I think, this is what I've kind of worked out. But call me out on it, debate me on it, or at least offer me a different opinion, and we will examine that together. And that sort of seems to be the spirit of the book, of like, let's work this out. Here's where we're starting from. But I do think he nails a lot of it. There's a few points that I disagree with him on when I was reading it, but the spirit of the book I like, and the majority of it I definitely feel like was speaking to me. It's something I think when we had talked about you reading it before, you had said something about like, a lot of the things that were written in there were things you had felt a long time, or feelings or views of the world that you had that he just sort of articulated really well. And that's how I feel too. Right. Like, it's like, oh yeah, this guy gets it.
Yeah. Those are often the books that resonate the strongest, right? Are those that clearly crystallize and articulate some things that you've been like fuzzily grappling towards, and kind of working out in a more convoluted and less streamlined and cutting sort of a way. But when someone has, and in this case they've done it 70 years ago or whatever, so somebody has already kind of figured out what you're grappling with and put it into a very clean, articulate sort of a way, you're like, yes. It's the same experience that you have often when a comedian makes you laugh by saying the things that most of us think but never say, right?
That's a great analogy.
He's saying what I always... Yeah. And a lot of times, like, those are the jokes that just kill you, when you're like, I thought I was the only person that thought that,
I think it's also the same reaction. And I talked to my friend Dave about this, because this is the way he described his reaction when he was younger and he first read Ayn Rand, when he first read Atlas Shrugged, which isn't my favorite of hers, but I get it. like there is that sense. He described it as a sense of relief when he finished it. Like, okay, there's, even though I don't buy it all, like somebody out there sees what I'm seeing, like I thought I was alone kind of thing, in the way that I felt about individualism and things like this. And I think that the way that she writes, which is very different than Hoffer, of course, because she is an absolutist, but it does give you a clear, crisp version of her sense of reality. And for a lot of people who I think are struggling at that age when they're first introduced or come across Rand, I think it is relieving to hear a different opinion, and maybe something that speaks to self-realization of that age or whatever it is. Now, a lot of people even discover Rand later in life, in adulthood, and have that same thing, because it's just different. It's different than a lot of stuff people are typically exposed to in the literary world. Unless you're, into like fiction-based philosophy, but that's rare.
Support for this podcast comes from AbbVie. Can't get to the bottom of your stomach issues? Having symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, oily stool, or unexplained weight loss? It might not be your stomach. It could be your pancreas. It could be exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. It's a treatable condition where your body can't break down the food you eat. If uncovering the cause of your stomach issues has been challenging, talk to your doctor or visit identifyepi.com, because even just one symptom could mean EPI.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive helps you get a great rate on car insurance, even if it's not with them. They have this nifty comparison tool that puts rates side by side, so you choose a rate and coverages that work for you. So let's say you're interested in lowering your rate on your car insurance. Visit Progressive.com to get a quote with all the coverages you want. You'll see Progressive's rate, and then their tool will provide options from other companies, all lined up and easy to compare, so that all you have to do is choose the rate and coverages you like. Progressive gives you options so you can make the best choice for you. You could be looking forward to saving money in the very near future. More money for, say, a pair of noise-canceling headphones, an Instapot, more puzzles, whatever brings you joy. Get a quote today at Progressive.com. It's one small step you can do today that could make a big impact on your budget tomorrow. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Yeah, so let's kind of, I guess, start in sort of broad brushstrokes, and then we can kind of zoom in on particular points as we go along, because the book kind of has its main kind of central thesis, but then it also has various kind of like sub arguments and things like this about particular aspects and whatever. But so he's looking at mass movements, and he says that mass movements, regardless of whether they're primarily religious in nature or based on like a secular political ideology like communism or fascism or whatever, or whether they're based on more kind of like just a purely nationalist focused belief system, in a way they have so many common characteristics that, as I think he says explicitly, they're essentially interchangeable. Despite their difference on particulars, they're interchangeable in kind of like how they work and what makes them tick, and how they operate and how they play out over time. And so seems like the main thing he's trying to get at is how and why do people get swept up in mass movements as the title of the book says, true believers. So he talks a bit about what happens before the fanatical phase of a mass movement and what happens after, like to kind of close it down. But the bulk of the book is dealing with what he would call the active or fanatical phase of a mass movement, which is the one where the true believer really comes to the fore, and where these movements often can go the most dark. Although he's somewhat ambivalent. He kind of says like mass movements are not necessarily good or bad. They can be good or bad, and even the ones that are good, he kind of says have bad aspects to them potentially, even though in the long run they might do more good in historical kind of big picture terms. So anyway,
he even breaks it up too, also from that to kind of like, what are the requirements of a mass movement? Like what is the fertilizer for it? And then later in the book, I think he breaks down to like, who is this going to be comprised of? So it's sort of like the movement itself, and then the potential converts, I would say he would. phrases it. I think that's how he phrases it.
Yeah, and he does it sort of out of order, where for kind of much of the beginning to, I don't know, a little bit past halfway of the book, he's mostly just talking about that true believer fanatical phase of things. And then later in the book is when he like first steps back and talks about what comes before a mass movement to make it kind of prepare the way for it, and create fertile ground for it. And then after that, he then jumps to kind of like how these things end, how they sort of like become the new establishment, I guess, sort of become the new order.
He doesn't go by it. From my view, he really, if I have one criticism, is that he didn't do enough there of what kind of the after effects and what happens after. I thought that was a little too sparse.
Yeah. In general, I thought the book ends kind of abruptly. That would be one of my kind of big picture criticisms, is that it ends sort of abruptly. I was a little bit, I don't know, I was looking for a more satisfying conclusion in a way, although maybe that's what he was shooting for, was something that's a bit ambivalent. And so how would you describe his basic thesis as far as like who is drawn to mass movements, who becomes these true believers, and like what's going on to cause them to be? I think the cause is just a matter of circumstance. So it's just a useful means to an end. I think the person or group that is going to capitalize on a mass movement is typically the opportunist. So I don't really think the why could be anything for the true believer, really, because he lists like several subcategories of who they are, from dissidents to the bored to the very well off, and they all have their different reasons for substituting in this movement to whatever's missing in their life or whatever they think they could help their life. But the requirements, I think, are what I find the most interesting. And I think he really breaks it down to two major requirements that you have to have, which is a wild hope and a hatred about some part of the present. That's what the leader, quote unquote, or the opportunist in a situation is going to need, whether the motives are bad or good, or unintentionally bad or good, or purposefully bad or good. It doesn't matter. Whoever's capitalizing on the true believers, they need to instill a sense of wild hope, and they also need to instill a sense of hatred of the present. And you see this. You can look at like the last three presidential campaigns, and I think it's even down to the slogans like "Hope and Change," and "Make America Great Again," and then now with this, just like the sort of the Trump derangement syndrome kind of rabidness of the Biden movement. I think they all capitalize on a wild promises. This is what I'm gonna change everything for you. I'm the guy. And then they all also operate under, you have to hate what's currently going on, because we're going to change it, and you're going to be in control now. You're going to be the one. It's going to change your life. I'm going to change everything. When in reality, over the course of the last 12 years, our lives have probably changed very little, depending on who sits in the chair. So I think that's a little bit of a sidetrack, but I think that's a good way of looking at it through contemporary examples. I think it's a promise of hope and a promise of, it's someone speaking to the true believer. They can find whatever avenue to fill this void in their life that's necessary. They just need somebody to tell them, right? Hey, I'm going to promise you this. This is going to change your life. And you're a force for good. If you follow me, you're a good person. And if you don't, you're evil. And if you don't, you're bad. And right now is bad, but we're going to get to good. So I think you could look at like the Bolsheviks are a good example of that exact sentiment, historically. Yeah, I think where the book makes its most original sort of insights is particularly where, and this comprises a fair chunk of the early to middle part of the book, where he's really digging into the individual psychology of the people who are most likely to be recruited as rank and file, but true believing rank and file of a mass movement when it's in the more early active fanatical phase. So, people who get recruited into, in some cases, literal cults, or who get recruited into what we might think of as political cults and things like this, those people, like the rank and file, what's really going on there. And he he really does. He downplays the specific content of
it's not important, I don't think, to him.
The movement is built around. It has to check a few boxes in order to appeal to the right kinds of people, but like the specific details, whether it's about race or nationalism or religion or whatever, is not terribly important at the end of the day to how much it is appealing or not appealing to the potential true believers. But I think where he really probably dug new ground when he first wrote this, and I don't think a lot of other books have really dug into this the way he did, is in this whole concept of trying to understand the individual psychology of the individual rank and file true believing member of a mass movement, and the argument that ultimately what's really going on is that this is projection and displacement of people who are deeply unsatisfied with their lives, and that it ultimately they want to blame all of their shortcomings and inadequacies and dissatisfactions, most of which probably are on their own head, basically. Blame it, though, on the outside world, right? And say, oh, I would be successful and respected and blah, 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 if only society and the system I live under and whatever, if only all that was different. That's the reason I'm frustrated and I'm kind of a loser and I'm not living up to my potential. It's not because there's something just inherently wrong or defective with me. It's everybody else out there, right? It's society, it's the system.
It's the other, always, yeah.
And so that I think is probably his most valuable insight and contribution more than anything else is that point, which in some ways kind of dovetails with one of the central Jordan Peterson claims, right? The whole idea of don't critique society and try and fix the world if you haven't even fixed your own immediate surroundings and your immediate personal life and affairs, right? The whole idea of like, why should I listen to your opinion about how to fix a nation's economy if you can't even fix your own
exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the groups that he talks about. And we've all like sat next to that person at the bar or whatever that like, or have that one friend who at the party, like, it's all about the woe was me kind of thing. It's like, look, we've all got trials and tribulations, and I'll sit here and listen to you, and I'll be sympathetic and be a friend. But those do typically tend to be the types that gravitate towards, or one of the types that gravitate towards these certain things.
Yeah. And it's just a matter of like accident of circumstance, whether they get recruited in today's context, whether they end up getting recruited into the army of wokies, or whether they end up getting recruited into some alt-right nut group or whatever.
Fills a void, I guess.
It almost is just like it's just an accident of like, which YouTube videos they happen to watch, which books they happen to read, which particular rabbit holes ensnared them. It like could just as easily get recruited into Antifa as into, some white nationalist.
And you see it now, especially. I mean, you were talking a little bit before about it with, you said whether it's a political or religious cult or ideology. And I think those lines are like very blurred now. Maybe more so than any time in the past that I can, at least in contemporary history, I just can't think of a time where I would look at the political climate and it's very, very religious in nature, even with the language. And, Brian Kaplan in his book, The Myth of the Rational Voter, he gets at this a lot, which is that people don't vote on logic and reason and what will benefit them the most. Even that's not what people vote on. They vote on their hopes and dreams. They vote on what they're angry about. we're ruining the planet for my children, and I'm not going to stand for it, and I'm mad about it, and I'm going to go vote, and this is who the commercial told me to vote for in that circumstance.
Yeah. Voting is almost more about grandstanding and virtue signaling and expressing
because
tribal
it costs you nothing. There's no cost associated with it. And the gratification received is wonderful. It can give your social statuses. You put your picture on Facebook, and you can wear your donkey or your elephant, and I voted or whatever, and you're a hero to your group, and it just things like that. It's you see it with like the vaccinations, I guess, like people posting their vaccination photos, and even that is politicized, right? Even though that's a personal medical decision, it's like people use it as a virtue signal.
Yeah, it's a sign of tribal membership. Whether if you're pro or anti, if you got vaccinated, you're signaling your virtue and affiliation with this group. If you're not, you're signaling it with
and that's
the other
all
group.
it is.
And rather than saying each individual has to make their own calculation as to what to do about this question, it's no, it's a tribal identity thing, and it really is creepy. I'll have to say, and I'm not across the board an anti-vaxxer or anything like that, but it really has creeped me out the degree to which the kind of progressive type people have turned, as they turned wearing a mask into like wearing a yarmulke or a burqa. They also have turned getting vaccinated into
it's a baptism,
a religious sacrament.
You're born again, man. You're born again. You can go back to life again. We can have our party again. We can get together and be together again because we are born again, man. It is baptism. It is.
It's their confirmation. It's their it's the whole thing. It's the confirmation. It's the bar mitzvah. It's this weird, creepy, rather than just like, hey, someone made a calculated decision about their medical questions or whatever. It turns into this weird religious.
Progressives are always in search of. They're always in search of the next revelations. They're always trying to defeat the end of the world, and the end of the world is always right around the corner. Whether we're going to run out of food in the 70s, or the Earth is going to freeze in the early 80s, to global warming, then to climate change, then to weather hysteria, then to killer bees, whatever it is, there's always a doomsday in the progressive worldview, and it's always very, very, very close to where I think if the conservative worldview, if you want to apply these lessons to that group equally, it always focuses more around a sort of a dilapidated nationalism, sort of like a collapsing of their state or of their country or of their values. And I think that's the call to urgency that conservatives sort of say, like, look, if we don't change this now, all these values are going to be gone forever, and we're going to be this crazy, it's just going to be a free for all, and there will be no order, and there will be no law. And so it's sort of, there's hysteria on both ends of the political spectrum and in the middle. And if there's one word I would use, I think, to describe the current state of the union and probably the world, which he uses this word a lot in his book, it is hysterical. That's how I would describe the current state of affairs. And that is fertile ground for radical movements, according to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things he raises as, fertile ground for mass movements that when he was writing in, I guess, the late 40s, writing this book, didn't apply to the United States, because the United States in the late 40s, early 50s was in the post-war high. The economy was doing well. There was tons of employment. There was a lot of real material progress happening. It's the post-World War II, little golden age that lasted for maybe like 2 decades until Vietnam and a few other things kind of ended it. But it's interesting that, he's writing at a time when some of these things he's pointing out don't really apply that much to the U.S.
Yeah.
And then you could argue today, 70 years later, like they really do. He argues that large and heterogeneous societies are more prone to mass movements than our small and more homogenous and cohesive societies, which that right off the bat, the U.S. then is more prone potentially than I don't know, Switzerland or Norway or something. But then some of the other stuff he talks about wouldn't have applied to the U.S. back then, but would today. Like, for example, there's probably a higher percentage of people who subjectively feel frustrated and disenfranchised.
Oh, absolutely.
And denied opportunities, and sometimes with real justification, to be fair. But whether those grievances are justified or not, either way, they can make.
Yeah, and I'm not when I make fun of, like, for instance, when I'm making fun of progressives for thinking the end of the world is tomorrow, or when I'm making fun of conservatives for thinking that, like, there's not going to be a United States of America tomorrow, and it's going to be, everybody's going to be, from a different place and stuff like this. I'm not saying that none of those issues that they're fighting for are sound. Like, I'm not saying I don't believe in any of that stuff, or that certain aspects of them are actually, very real, threats or anything like that. Certainly, I think, as me and you have talked about before, I definitely believe in the science of things. Maybe not the science. I don't know how big of a fan I am of the science, but I'm definitely a fan of science and figuring things out. You put that beautifully one day when we were talking, and I thought that was hilarious. That was exactly how I felt.
Yeah. Science is a method of using controlled experiments to test hypotheses in order to gradually progress toward closer and closer towards the truth.
Yeah, it's the oracle.
Science is
it's the bird signs you look at in ancient Rome to determine if you're going to win the battle or not. We can just call it whatever we want to call it to make ourselves feel more modern, I guess. But it's the same thing.
600 years ago, the science wanted to burn you at the stake if you said the Earth went around the sun.
It's so true. But we've got it figured out now. Now we know. Now's different than any time ever before in history. We have it all figured out, my friend.
Yeah. Well, just like, 1 year ago, if you said, I think COVID might have come from a lab, you were an insane xenophobic conspiracy theorist who hates science.
Yeah.
Now it's a legitimate, respectable hypothesis that the science is willing to at least say is possible.
Yeah. It's crazy how quick things change. Like, even if something wasn't okay yesterday, but it's okay today because the science says so. And it's just so funny that, like, we've got, like, it's like the office of official science, or like the czar of science. Like, we have I don't know how, I guess we're sort of getting sidetracked from the book, but it is relative because you see that this is the most present in our current, 2021 United States and probably the world, that people are looking to belong to this movement, and they want to symbolize and they want to project, like, this is what I believe, because I'm afraid to be associated with the other group that doesn't believe this. In fact, somebody showed me a Twitter post, and it was somebody who was saying, I really want to take my mask off, but I'm afraid to because somebody might think I'm a Republican or something like that.
Yeah. There was a post, and I shat on it a bit on Twitter.
Did you?
There were several of these, but the one that I saw that was going around was actually from David Hogg, the kid from Parkland who, became an anti-gun grandstander after the shooting. And now he's just like a generic progressive,
sure,
big mouth.
Yeah.
He did a post along a Twitter post along the lines of, even though I'm vaccinated and the science has said I don't need to wear a mask, I might keep my mask on just so people don't think I'm a Republican by accident. He said something like that.
Yeah. And then somebody else retweeted it. I saw the retweet, or it might not have been that individual, but they were like, imagine this person actually thinks they would have stood up against antebellum slavery or, the persecution of Jews in Germany. Like, they actually believe they would have done that when they're really just afraid to go against the official narrative. And those were the official narratives of the time.
It's like all the memes we've seen in different ways over the Trump years that said, man has opinions that align with all of corporate America, the military-industrial complex, blah, 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 Wall Street, etc., and thinks he's part of the resistance.
Yeah, exactly. But that is the appeal that Hoffer even talks about in his book, which is he talks about the make-believe and how people, the make-believe, especially to the board, is a powerful, and often it's a powerful magnet for those people, and it often makes the most zealous of the converts to whatever movement it is. And you can see the people who got to, that live in their middle upper class home, who go around the jog for their block, and they, around their block, and they get to come home and they get to play Resistance Warrior on their laptop on Twitter. And they believe, wholeheartedly that they are part of this resistance force and that they are doing a good thing. And they're, I guess, tweeting their way into heaven because they are, they're like saying, look, I am good. Please believe me. Everyone, please look at me. Please, I'm good. I promise I'm good. I promise I'm good. And no matter what I'm wrong about, I promise you my intentions are good, and this is going to, whatever rewards are waiting in the afterlife, maybe I don't have to stake a claim anywhere or have any courage anywhere else. All I have to do is be part of this social zeitgeist of good against evil, however ambiguous that is, and that absolves me, and it can even absolve me from my success. And I think this is where you see a lot of like celebrity types and people who are well-to-do. And I know a few of these type of people who it's almost like they're trying to, in a way, buy their way into the graciousness of society. They feel this guilt for being successful or for having things. And their way of dealing with it is to saying like, well, now that I played my game and had fun, I'm taking my ball and going home. It's time for everybody to give up everything, because I feel guilty, so I'm going to join this movement or advocate for this or whatever. So
yeah, I think it's guilt, and then also, as he alludes to, although he doesn't use this term, and I don't think the term was around yet, but essentially some of those people who at least superficially might look to be somewhat successful, but who nonetheless get drawn into mass movements, that part of it's some form of guilt, and then also some form of imposter syndrome.
Yes.
Which he kind of alludes to that without using that exact term, because, like I said, I don't think that was really around yet as a term. But I can imagine some people, particularly if they found some degree of like fame and success pretty easily through kind of
I'm
luck,
on your side.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine you'd have not only guilt over that, but you'd also have imposter syndrome, right? Whereas someone who spent like decades honing a craft to become, some kind of somewhat famous, successful person probably is more of the self-satisfied individual who's less prone to this. But someone who, maybe just out of a combination of like luck and good looks, maybe became a famous actor, but really isn't all that great at it and really didn't put in a lot of work to get there, might be much more prone to getting wrapped up. And you notice like a lot of the celebrities who are the most annoying as far as like spouting off stupid woke and establishment opinions or whatever, they're often the ones you look at and you're like a third-rate actor that maybe had like one lucky role or whatever, and no one really cares.
He hits that hard. He refers to it as like he talks about as the creative individual who is either like no longer creative or they're abject failures at their creativity. And how it is an opportunity for them to sort of like suckle at the teat of of that lifestyle and that group. And I think you specifically see it with the kind of kids who are thrust into the atmosphere, like the Greta Thunbergs, and like you brought up David Hawk. Like they're really subject to it because they also have all the pressures of adolescence and, power and acceptance and all those, I almost feel sorry for them because they're kind of shoved into this spotlight and all these expectations are put onto them. And now they're just going to play to the expectations one way or the other. You do tend to see this used more in progressive circles than other circles. I don't know why that is. That could be my own bias, just seeing it there more. But you do seem to like, what about the children? And like, let's listen to the children. And it's like, well, no, I actually want to listen to adults when it comes to my policy.
Yeah, let's listen to the children, although let's listen to carefully cherry-picked children who are going to say exactly what we want them to say.
I feel bad
right?
for them. I do.
Yeah, well, they're kind of like child actors, right? Where, there's no way when you're a child or an adolescent and your brain is still so much developing and so malleable and all that. There's no way that if you suddenly become famous or whatever, that's not going to be way more of a curse than a blessing. I mean, just look at how many child actors, even the ones that didn't like get molested or whatever, look how many child actors ended up like just totally screwed up 8 Ways from Sunday and
weird
dying
lifestyle
of substance abuses. And how many of them end up, committing suicide or becoming drug addicts or whatever, versus the number of child actors that actually become like healthy, well-adjusted, normal adults, which a few do, but that's the rare exception. There was some kind of reality show years ago that had a bunch of child actors on it. I can't remember the details. It was like 5-10 years ago. They had, I think they had Corey Feldman, and they had the kid from A Christmas Story, and they had a few other things. And it was like a reality show where they were like hanging out and talking about how screwed up their childhoods were or something like that. It was interesting. It was interesting.
Fame is weird, man. And he talks about that. He's like, there's this need for people to be connected to the famous and then the respectable and that sort of community. And he hits on them pretty hard. And that sort of ideology, and Twitter and social media has made it, I mean, people really feel like they are connected to a lot of these individuals. So I think you see there, for mass movements to gain steam, it's really become quite the locomotive social media has for movement of these ideas. Because before, it was, you had to be face to face, or you had to read something, or now it's just so instant that movements can come and go quickly. But I don't know. I wonder what he would think about it.
Yeah. One thing that I think is just sort of like maybe a little bit of a blind spot in the book is and maybe I missed it. Maybe there was a brief reference to it somewhere or something. But one thing I think is a little bit of a hole in his analysis is the role of technology itself in the ability of mass movements to pop up and to grow and to be cohesive. Because, if you look back at the coming of the modern printing press to Europe, that kicked off all the conflicts of the Reformation. And that included all kinds of crazy mass movements and things. And then you look at, the 20th century, you've got all these new communications technologies, everything from film to radio and eventually television, mass-produced newspapers, relatively widespread basic literacy. Like, these are all nuts and bolts technology things that play a role in increasing the frequency and intensity, I think, of mass movements. And I think you could put the internet and social media as just the latest, next quantum step in technologies that it's not that the technologies automatically must produce mass movements, but that they are very unintentionally are very capable of facilitating.
It's a great carrier
mass movements
for the idea. And that's all it like. So when he's talking about the types of people, and he's talking about individuals who have a void to fill, or the dissidents, one of the things that he does talk about, and I found this super interesting actually, and this will lead into an area where I disagree with him, but I don't disagree on this actual point. It's just something I had never thought about. He talked about how the super dissident are unaffected typically by the mass movements because they're so concerned with the what's right in front of them, survival, basically. Like, if you are a first generation immigrant, you can't even speak the language, you're a day laborer or something like that, you're kind of unaffected by any of these movements because you're so concerned with the principle of your hierarchy of needs. You're worried about maybe you have time to worry about what your child's life's going to be like if you have children. But other than that, you're trying to get enough food to eat, or you're trying to get enough money to eat, and you're trying to get enough money to put a roof over your head. And you can't be concerned with, what the people in the nice neighborhood around the corner are fighting for on the internet. You can't, you're just trying to make it. And I thought that was interesting, that concern with the principle and a concern with the immediate is an insulating factor when it comes to mass movements.
Yeah. He says that true believers are not often going to be recruited from the abjectly poor, right? For the reasons you're saying, that like if you're just trying to, as a brilliant man once said, put food on your family, then you're not going to have time for that, and you're not going to have the mental bandwidth for it. Whereas he says the people who are the most potentially susceptible to becoming true believers in a mass movement are the newly poor, like those who came from a not abjectly poor background, but have seen some combination of like a decline in their living standards and opportunities, and or frustrated ambitions. And what made me
that's very Trump. That's a very I think like Trump movement
I think it absolutely
point of view.
is, but I also think it just as easily explains the SJW woke Antifa crowd too, because how many of them are from a middle or even upper middle class or affluent background, right? And went to fancy college, but then ended up in a bunch of debt. Like, this is the classic millennial curse, right? They went to college, even assuming they completed a degree successfully, they came out with a ton of debt into a market where degree inflation has made their degree worthless, even if it's in a somewhat normal topic, right? Let alone if their degree is in like 18th century women's studies or whatever. But even if it's in like a kind of a more normal subject matter, still degree inflation means that, even if you've got a degree in a more respected subject, you're going to have a hard time getting a decent job.
Yeah,
and so,
cares?
how many of these people end up at best being an adjunct at a crummy college, and at worst, they're baristas at Starbucks, or they're stocking the shelves at Target or whatever. And those are the people he's talking about, right? And this is why I think if you look at who's really grabbed onto the woke ideology whole hog, it's not actual like poor minority people from the ghetto. They're not buying most of it. I mean, they're on board with some aspects of it, I'm sure, like, maybe some aspects of police reform or whatever. But as far as the more like out there, almost like neo-Maoist craziness of official BLM or whatever, those are not working class black people's ideas at all. It's mostly people of whatever race who are from a fairly affluent background, at least originally, who most of whom are college educated, many of whom have graduate degrees. And so they fit into this category Hoffer's talking about, of kind of the newly poor who can remember being better, economically and all that. And also who feel like they were entitled to more opportunities and were denied them by circumstances outside their control. And so they're, depending on where you come from in terms of culture and geography, an individual in that category might be very seduced by the woke SJW stuff, or just as strongly seduced by the MAGA stuff, right? It just sort of depends on the particulars of your circumstance, geographically, socioeconomically, whatever. But, whether it's the unemployed or underemployed Rust Belt blue collar guy, right? But who can talk to his dad and have his dad say like, oh yeah, back, 40 years ago, you could, with a high school diploma, get a good job at the steel mill and live a good solid middle class life on one income. And now it's gone, and it's the same deal with the person from a more, urban affluent background who went to college and was told, don't worry, you go to college and you get a great job and you're solid middle class, no problem. And now is working part-time as a barista, right? Either way, it's somebody who, at least from their subjective perspective, is newly poor and was unjustly denied opportunities.
Yes, they don't deserve to be so.
So I want to. I've got a few different passages bookmarked to share.
Sure.
To spark us talking, and also for the listeners, especially those who haven't read this book, to kind of get a sense of what he's saying and how he's saying it. So this is a passage where he's talking a lot about the way that frustrated individuals who really more of their problems are probably due to their own shortcomings, but then displace it all outside themselves, and then ultimately can look for